Chapter 151 The whole Dressrosa is my dowry. As expected of the world-famous master craftsman, Vice Admiral Hammer. It's just an ordinary one-handed sword that can make such a big difference. King Riku admired Hammer's craftsmanship from the bottom of his heart. The blacksmiths beside him were shocked when they heard the word hammer, and looked at the 3-meter-tall man in disbelief. Hammer, a comet among blacksmiths. It's Master Hammer. Master, please accept my knees. Master, you've come to Dressrosa, long live. Isn't Master Hammer a navy? Why is he here? Suddenly the whole forging room was boiling. Ha 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 ha, I'm just an idler now, wandering around for nothing. King Riku, let's go, I suddenly have something to ask you. Although Taikui wanted to stay in the forging room, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, which made him have a new plan. Okay. Although King Riku was a little confused, he still agreed with Taikui's idea. The two left in the excited eyes of the blacksmiths. Out of the arena. King Riku, it shouldn't be you who saved me that day. Although I was unconscious, I always felt that someone else saved me. Walking on the streets of Dressrosa, Taikui's face was gentle. King Riku was shocked and felt a little surprised. How could Vice Admiral Taikui think so? Taichui said casually. It is rumored that there are fairies in Dressrosa. Does King Riku know what that is? Without waiting for King Riku to speak, Taikui continued to talk to himself. It is rumored that it is a magical creature, which comes and goes without a trace. But in my opinion, the so-called goblins should be fictional, to cover up certain facts. Is that right, King Riku? King Riku was completely confused. He didn't know why Taikui knew so much. Fortunately, the other party was a navy. If those people with bad intentions knew about this, it would be really bad. A yellow-haired man, you are talking about me. Taikui, yes, I am talking about you. Although I don't know why Admiral Taikui knows so much, I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Riku royal family, I'm sorry I can't tell you. Taikui was not surprised at all by King Riku's answer. He was just asking. After all, the dwarfs are definitely natural craftsmen, with fast speed and strong strength, and they are rare masters for some delicate work. Haha, since it's a secret, I won't ask. I think the forging room in the arena is suitable for me. I'll stay there for a few days in the future. If King Riku wants to see me, just tell me. King Riku nodded at the laughing Iron Hammer. He didn't refuse his request. After all, it's just in the forging room. What else can he do besides forging iron? But is it really that simple to forge iron with an iron hammer? Hey, that guy, there's something wrong with the angle of your hammer, adjust it. Hey, there's impurities in the steel billet in your hand over there, redo it. Damn, are you forging a long sword? Do you think it looks like a sword? Iron Hammer has completely become a master craftsman in the forging room. In his eyes, these blacksmiths are full of loopholes. The merciless Iron Hammer is completely online and bombards all the blacksmiths. But everyone has witnessed the strength of Iron Hammer, and Iron Hammer's name is so famous, he is a world-famous craftsman. To get the guidance of Master Iron Hammer, it is priceless. All the blacksmiths were very alert at once. Iron Hammer himself was not idle either. He found that the wrought iron in Dressrosa was very good. The texture was much better than what he used in the Navy headquarters. It was pure wrought iron. With such a good thing, how could Iron Hammer be idle? A series of hammering, one after another one-handed swords were born. And they were all one-handed swords with attributes, each of them was a sharp weapon. The efficiency and quality made all the blacksmiths completely convinced. Wow, Master Iron Hammer, you are so fast at forging. Suddenly a voice sounded not far from Iron Hammer. The pink-haired loli was looking at Iron Hammer with an obsessed face. At this time, Taikui was topless, his angular muscles were soaked with sweat, and he looked very lethal. Princess Scarlet, why are you here? Where's King Riku? Taikawa didn't even look back and continued to forge the steel billet in his hand. Humph! He can't control me, Master Taikawa, can you forge a sword for me? I want it too. Hearing this, Taikawa slowly stopped forging and looked at Scarlet with a puzzled face. In his memory, this princess was a pacifist like King Riku, so why would she want a sword? The sword forged by Master Taikawa must be great, I want to collect it. Taikawa, okay, this is definitely a fangirl. Okay, what kind of long sword do you want? Well, I don't know, but I don't like the swords in the arena. Taikawa fell into thought after hearing this. Is it a long sword suitable for women? After much deliberation, Taikawa chose to forge a Western sword. Western swords are divided into 3 types: foil, épée and saber. Foil, also known as light sword, with a total length of no more than 110 centimeters and a weight of no more than 500 grams. It is the lightest and fastest of the Western swords. The foil can only be used for stabbing, not chopping. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Épée, no more than 90 centimeters in length and no more than 770 grams in weight. It is the heaviest of the Western swords, and can also only be used for stabbing, not chopping. Saber, no more than 105 centimeters in length and no more than 500 grams in weight. The size and weight are between the foil and the épée, and can be used for stabbing and chopping. So Taikawa decided to forge a Western saber. He did it right away. Taikawa directly found a piece of fine iron and started heating it. Duan. Under the sound of hammering, the iron quickly began to move towards the style of a long sword. With Taikawa's exquisite craftsmanship, a Western sword was quickly formed. In order to consider that it was for Scarlet, Taikawa specially chose bright brass and added some gold to make a hand guard. The hilt was wrapped with golden umbrella rope. A tassel was made at the end, making the whole sword look very gorgeous. After everything was perfected, Taikawa began to make the scabbard. The essence of the Western sword is the scabbard. A suitable scabbard can add a touch of beauty to the Western sword as a whole. So Taikawa chose a lighter iron plate with leather. Here, for you, Taikawa's exclusive forging, Lady's Western sword, I hope you like it, little princess. Ding exclusive attribute activation, as the first a long sword made for ladies, grants the Western sword, Scarlet, a 1000 increase in lethality against the maker grants the Western sword, Scarlet, max command power grants the Western sword, Scarlet, a 500 increase in attractiveness to the producer. Iron Hammer was stunned, he felt that there must be something wrong with his ability, and it was a big problem. What are these attributes? Scarlet took the exquisite Western sword and was stunned. Golden hilt, golden handguard, and beautiful sword tassel. Great! Wow, I also have a special weapon made by Master Hammer. Ho ho ho, I, Princess Scarlet of Dressrosa, declare that I want Master Hammer to be my future husband. The whole Dressrosa is my dowry. Princess Scarlet, who was holding the Western sword, had golden light in her eyes and stared at Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer. Blacksmiths. King Riku who just arrived. Chapter 152 It's over, Tai can't refuse at all. Scarlet, what nonsense are you talking about? King Riku who just arrived heard his daughter talking nonsense before he even entered the door, and his beard was so angry that it stood up. But Scarlet ignored it at all, and the girl's eyes were full of Iron Hammer. If Scarlet admired and was curious about Iron Hammer before, now she is full of ambition. This is all given by the Western sword. The little princess instantly identified Iron Hammer. The most terrifying thing is that in the face of the little princess's words, Iron Hammer can't even think of refusing. This is also the ability given by the Western sword, and the lethality does not simply refer to attack or damage. Every word and action is lethal. Iron Hammer is about to cry to death. He just made a sword, how did he get himself into trouble? What kind of attributes are these? Why does a grown man like him have no resistance to a little girl? I'm telling the truth, Master Iron Hammer will definitely become my husband, the future Prince of Dressrosa. The little cutie's face was full of determination. King Riku, who wanted to criticize, stopped his voice. He felt an invisible pressure emanating from Scarlet. The pressure began to spread with Scarlet as the center. That was the breath of the king. Iron Hammer couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "Heroic Haki!" King Riku also widened his eyes instantly, looking at his daughter in disbelief. Heroic Haki, the spirit of becoming a king. How could it be? Iron Hammer suddenly remembered an attribute of the Western Sword, the max command power. Does the command power refer to the king's spirit? Damn, is it so awesome, this sword, but why are there two such unreliable attributes? No, Your Majesty King Riku, I think I'd better go back to the Navy. The Navy headquarters can't do without me. Iron Hammer tried hard not to look at Scarlet. King Riku hasn't recovered from his surprise yet. No, Iron Hammer, you can't leave, you said you'd stay in Dressrosa. Scarlet was anxious, and she didn't even call him Master, but Iron Hammer directly. She had already recognized Iron Hammer. Although it was the credit of the Western Sword, it had become a fact. Goodbye, King Riku. Iron Hammer was about to break through the defense, and with the strength of his feet, this person jumped into the air like a rocket. Stepping on the moon step, he rushed into the sky and relied on the cool air to make himself sober. Pololo. Hey Lance, yes, it's me, I'm not dead. Stop talking, hurry up and pick me up in Greenbit. What? Oh, don't worry about it, hurry up and pick me up. The flying hammer rushed towards Greenbit. He didn't dare to stay here for a moment. He was terrified, especially when facing Scarlet. The idea of wanting to obey from the bottom of his heart made the hammer feel that he must be broken. Yes, he must be broken. It's all Whitebeard and Morgan's fault. If the former hadn't injured him and the latter hadn't made him crazy, how could he have hit that kind of long sword? So the credit belongs to Whitebeard and Morgan's. They must be in trouble. Whitebeard, this fucking pot is just thrown to me. Morgan's, tisk, come find me if you have the guts, find me and talk to me. In the waters outside Greenbit, the Warhammer has just entered this area. The flying hammer flew towards the Warhammer. After not seeing it for more than 10 days, the Warhammer was in a mess, with cracks, bullet holes, and traces of slashing everywhere. Oh my god, Lance, what did you do to my ship? How did the Warhammer become like this? The moment he saw the Warhammer, the hammer felt that he couldn't breathe. It was too miserable, his Warhammer was really miserable. Hammer, you're still alive, that's great. Instead of responding to the hammer's words, he hugged the hammer with a bear hug. The words that the hammer wanted to complain about were swallowed back instantly. He found that all the soldiers were looking at him with red eyes. Shirley had even cried out. Oh, what's wrong, your commander? I'm very lucky. I won't die so easily. Ha ha ha. Not to mention, the soldiers couldn't hold back after Taikawa said that. They swarmed up and surrounded Taikawa. The Lieutenant General is still alive, ha ha ha. I said Lieutenant General Taikawa wouldn't die so easily. Who told me that the Lieutenant General was dead? Come out, I promise not to kill you. Ha ha ha, celebrate, we must celebrate. Feeling everyone's excitement, Taikawa choked up a little. Ha ha ha, where's the chef? Get all the ingredients out, we're having a banquet. Banquet, yes, banquet. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter and joy, the Warhammer started a banquet to celebrate that Iron Hammer was alive. Iron Hammer drank wine in big gulps and listened to Lance and Shirley reporting their actions during this period. So, you have been looking for my traces in the New World, and you will give thunder to pirates when you meet them, right? Lance nodded. There are many pirates in the New World. At the beginning, the Warhammer could destroy them remotely with high-intensity fire suppression. But the ammunition will always be exhausted one day. Without fire suppression, the soldiers on the Warhammer did not retreat at all. With the leadership of Lance and Shirley, especially the ability of Shirley's shield fruit, they fought back and forth in the New World. Even hundreds of millions of pirates have been encountered, but with Monkey King, the other party can't take advantage at all. But later Monkey King had to go back because of Punk Hazard's order, and they sailed alone in the New World. Most of the injuries to the Warhammer began to appear at that time. Thank you for your hard work, and Monkey King, I will thank him alone when I go back. Hey, Tyrion is not having a good time either. Whitebeard's seaquake directly shocked me to Dressrosa. Fortunately, King Rico came to the rescue, otherwise my brother would have died. Ironhammer took another sip of wine, and the pink-haired loli appeared in his mind. He shook his head quickly. Wait until everyone wakes up and return home. Old Sengoku is good this time. I am impressed by him. Ha ha ha. And Teacher Zifa, it seems that the armor is really suitable for him. Ironhammer was very moved by the actions of these old men. As the only general of the headquarters, it is extremely difficult for Sengoku to leave Marinford. Not to mention leaving for revenge. Not to mention Teacher Zifa, who has retired and can still rush to the front line. Tisk 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 tisk, he is a great man. At the same time, in Dressrosa, the royal palace. Scarlet, what are you doing? Put down the sword. King Rico looked at his daughter who was practicing sword in the garden with helplessness on his face, and the princess behind him was also very speechless. No, I want to practice swordsmanship when I turn 15, I will become the queen of Dressrosa and go directly to the navy headquarters to ask for someone. Ironhammer will definitely become the prince of Dressrosa, my husband. Boom. The domineering aura burst out again, and the breath was full of determination. And the power was much stronger. The strength of the domineering aura depends entirely on the spirit. At this time, Scarlet, who was only 6 years old, showed a huge spirit. It's all because of the hammer. I beg you to click the like button, write a paragraph comment, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 153 Zephyr is sick, and Ironhammer is angry. Marine Headquarters, Marinford. Recently, this steel fortress has been full of murderous intent. The terrifying aura makes even the soldiers on guard dare not speak privately. Marshal's office. Old Man Kong has no idea how many tables he has destroyed, and the same thing happened to Sengoku. Damn world government, that's the hammer, that's the hammer. Don't they know how important the hammer is to the navy? Even the celestial dragons have offered a bounty to Whitebeard. How can they transfer you back? Old Kong's chest was full of anger, and in front of him were several high-level officials headed by Sengoku, including Garp, Sakaski, Borsellino, and Kuzan. Everyone's face was very gloomy, especially Sakaski. With a nest of QS on his back, he looked like a volcano about to erupt. The world government wants balance, and they don't want to see the navy marching into the new world on a large scale. Sengoku said this, and the whole person leaned on the sofa as if he was exhausted, with a deep helplessness in his eyes. Garp raised the senbei to his mouth several times but didn't bite it. I will continue to look for the hammer. I am just a vice admiral, they have no right to transfer me back. The words full of sulfur irritated everyone in the room. Sakaski, hey! Old Kong hesitated to speak. If it weren't for the pressure from above, he wouldn't have called everyone back. I'll go. I'm stationed in Punk Hazard. I'll take some time to look for Hammer-san. There's no problem. Barusalino changed his usual wretchedness. Well, he was still wretched. But there was a trace of seriousness on his face, which was very inconsistent, especially inconsistent. Garp bastard, you still eat in such a serious occasion. The anger was transferred, and Garp became the carrier of Old Kong's anger. Angry people. Garp was confused, looking at the old man Kong who suddenly got angry at him and showed a trace of speechlessness. Hey, old man Kong, it's obviously those bastards of the 5 elders who made you angry, don't blame me. I had a good fight with that old guy Whitebeard, Ha 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 ha, I even beat his hat off. Just then, suddenly there was a loud noise behind Marinford. Boom! Everyone looked in the direction of the explosion instantly, and Sengoku and Old Man Kong sighed again. Hey, Zephyr! The source of the explosion was Zephyr, the highest leader of the Navy elite officer training camp. Since the hammer had an accident, Zephyr would explode every day. Poor fifth-term students. Fortunately the fourth-term students graduated, otherwise they would still have to endure Zephyr's terrifying face. Everyone couldn't help but feel sad for the students of this class. Zephyr, who was furious, was like a lion. Bolo bolo. I'm Kong. Oh, okay. Let them go directly to the dock for repairs. I'll be there later. That's it. Bag. After hanging up the phone, Kong's face darkened a little. Lance is back. The Warhammer is seriously damaged. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Okay, don't keep your heads down. If you have that time, you might as well think about how to kill Whitebeard and avenge the hammer. Humph, I'm going to the dock to see Lance and the others. Do you want to go with me? Sakazuki nodded first, and Borsellino nodded too. Monkey was originally going to act with Lance, but was called back by a phone call, which made him very angry. He felt very guilty towards his brother Lance and his sister Shirley. Iron Hammer, is this really okay? Don't tell them you're back. What's wrong with that? I tell you, I was doing fine in Dressrosa, if not forget it. Thinking of Scarlet, he felt overwhelmed. He just forged a weapon, but ended up getting himself into trouble. What kind of thing is this? I'll go see Mr. Zephyr. Don't tell them about me. I'll give them a surprise later. With a sly smile on his face, he jumped off the ship without waiting for the ship to enter the dock and put on his invisible hat, heading straight for the boot camp. The soldiers were left speechless. They originally thought Vice Admiral Garp was speechless enough. Now it seems that their Vice Admiral is also evolving towards Garp's route. Alas, the future is bleak. Iron Hammer, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I become like Old Man Garp? Assholes, you are so weak. I just asked you to run 1000 laps, but none of you can last. You are the worst class I have ever taught. The hammer is not here, otherwise, I will use the hammer to hammer you all into the ground. Shiuzo, what are you looking at? Use my Gatling gun to shoot them. Cough cough cough. Zephyr was definitely an irritable Lion King at this time, looking at the little lions furious. The 5th elite training camp was held as scheduled. They were also elites, but unfortunately they met Zephyr, who had lost his beloved disciple and son. Yes, Zephyr teacher. Shiuzo, a former student of the 4th class, was very strong, but after graduation, he did not go to other places for appointment. Instead, he stayed in the training camp with full determination to help his mentor train new students. Zephyr could not resist him, so he agreed. Run, it's only 1000 laps, you wimps. To. See the little black room under your feet? Anyone who can't finish it should stay inside, I tell you. Behind that little black room is the poison gas of the last student Magellan. Once you go in, you will definitely feel like you're in heaven. As a student of the same class, Shiuzo has definitely experienced the power of Magellan's poison gas. Tisk tisk, he doesn't want to feel that taste in his life. As soon as these words came out, all the students were instantly terrified. They certainly knew the name of Magellan. It is said that the user of the poison fruit, who is so terrifying, went to Impel, the deep-sea prison. The poison gas he left behind, my God, will kill people. Cough cough cough. Because of excitement, Zephyr kept coughing and looked at the students, who continued to run with a flush in his eyes. Asshole, cough cough cough. Hey, Dad, if you keep going like this, your body won't be able to bear it. Get out! Who are you calling Dad? Who are you? The sudden voice startled Zephyr, thinking that some asshole was joking with him, but when he turned his head, he was stunned. His eyes instantly turned red, and he didn't even care about coughing, and rushed towards the person. Iron Hammer cough 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 cough. Excited, Zifa suddenly bent over and coughed, and Iron Hammer took out an asthma emergency spray from his arms with a serious face. He had prepared this a long time ago, just in case Zifa got sick one day and needed it. But he never expected that Zifa's asthma was caused by him. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph comment, and give me a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 154 The Ghost of Iron Hammer is back. Teacher, take a sip of this medicine, quickly. For Taikawa, Zifa fully trusted him. He took the asthma emergency medicine and took a deep breath. He felt relieved. Seeing that the medicine was effective, Taikawa knew that Zifa had asthma, and his face showed a bit of solemnity. With the onset of asthma, Zifa's health has begun to decline. Some plans must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It seems that Dressrosa, he still has to go again. The kingdom of Hakata, the villain heal the fruit hammer, ha. Ha. Old husband knows that you are not so easy to die and son revenge. Zifa's battle can be described as 120 of the combat power. With the fist of the Iron Boga, the battle with the white beard is 300 rounds, even if the body is hit by him. Deeply fear. He couldn't believe what would happen to him if Iron Hammer was really gone. Even if he fell on the road of justice, Zifa still couldn't accept it, just like he couldn't forget the death of his wife and children. For nothing else, just because of Iron Hammer's words, "Daddy, accept my worship." For so many years, Iron Hammer was the first person to call him Dad, even though Iron Hammer was very frivolous. But later, whether it was helping him coach the training camp or forging the Iron Wave plus fist, he could feel Iron Hammer's thoughts about him. Over time, he really regarded Iron Hammer as his son in his heart. Now that Iron Hammer is back, the darkness is dispersed by the light. As long as he is alive, it's good to be alive. Men don't shed tears easily, let alone the Iron Man in front of him who once fought in the sea. A tear slowly slid down from the corner of Zifa's eyes. Whitebeard, you old bastard, I finally understand why you recognize your son everywhere. Is there anything better in this world than having a son by your side? Hey, Dad, are you crying? Hey, here's my camera, don't wipe it, I have to take a picture for you. Iron Hammer was also very excited, but he still had to joke. Get out, you bastard, you come back to piss me off. Zephyr pretended to hit him, and Iron Hammer laughed. Then the two 3-meter-tall strong men hugged each other. This scene made all the students and instructors stop their steps and training. Just look at Zifa and Iron Hammer. Good Vice Admiral Iron Hammer is not dead, I knew it. Shuzo looked at Iron Hammer with excitement. He admired Iron Hammer very much. This master craftsman who was famous in the sea, the rising star of the Navy headquarters, was one of the idols in the minds of these people. Oh, that's Vice Admiral Iron Hammer, my idol. Yet, how could Whitebeard kill Vice Admiral Iron Hammer? The news is really nonsense. For a while, everyone present was boiling. Taikawa was also shocked by the sudden cheers. Is he so famous now? Don't believe it, but it's true. You are more famous in the Navy than Sakazuki and others. You are strong and a master craftsman. You are definitely worthy of being the first rising star in the Navy. I guess even Sakazuki and others will accept this fact. After all, they have to beg you, right? Ha ha ha. Zephyr patted his big son's shoulder with great satisfaction, his face full of pride. Unlike the high spirits in the training camp, the dock was very quiet. Lance, Shirley, and a group of soldiers did not tell Taikawa about his return under his threat. As a result, a group of generals could not speak for a while when they saw the injuries on the warmer and the silent expressions of the soldiers. The three elements of frost, magma, and flash were flowing around in the dock. The faces of the three rising star lieutenants were full of murderous intent. Lance, you guys go take a rest. I will arrange for special personnel to repair the damage to the warmer. Finally, it was Old Man Kong who spoke. Looking at the high-level executives who could explode at any time, Lance and Shirley looked at each other and silently wiped the sweat for Iron Hammer in their hearts. Iron Hammer, if you jump too hard, you might be beaten to death. Wait, old man Kong, did you hear any sound? Suddenly, Garp looked in one direction with a serious face. Garp, what did you say this is? Kong knew that Garp would not usually shoot without purpose, so he probed his observation haki in the direction he was staring at. As a result, he really felt something. Why are there bursts of shouting coming from the training camp? Garp, you really have dog ears. You can hear it from so far away. Even Old Man Kong said it, and everyone showed a trace of doubt. They all activated their observation haki to sense. Among them, Warring States sensed the strongest. Because of the fruit ability, Zhang Guo's perception is very strong. He can clearly feel the joy coming from the direction of the training camp. Hi cheer happily, why is that? It's good that Zifa didn't explode, how can he be happy? My dear, there's more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. When this was said, everyone was confused. Tisk, why bother so much, just go and take a look. Garp was the most direct, and the whole person rushed towards the training camp. Then Sengoku, Old Man Kong, and the three vice admirals followed. Lance and Shirley looked at each other helplessly. Well, Iron Hammer, brother, you're on your own. Stop laughing, go to training because I'm in a good mood today, 500 laps after running, let you move freely. Ha 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 ha, Iron Hammer, we must have a drink tonight, celebrate your return. Iron Hammer smiled and nodded. He would have taken Zifa to a good meal if he hadn't said anything. When the soldiers heard that they could rest after running, they immediately shouted and started running with full motivation. They didn't need Shozo's supervision and ran very fast. Zafar nodded with great satisfaction and was about to speak. A loud shout came from the air. Oh my god, has Iron Hammer's ghost come back to confuse Zifa? Zafar, get out of the way, let me beat this ghost away. Under the sea fall. The terrifying domineering color entanglement appeared in the air. Garp raised his powerful right fist with excitement and slammed towards Iron Hammer. Oh my god, Garp, old bastard, do you want to kill me? Clear Sky Hammer. Hearing the familiar curse of Iron Hammer, Garp could not help but weaken his strength a bit to ensure that he would not kill Iron Hammer. As the heavy punch fell, the air hammer swung towards the sky with a slight sound of breaking through the air. Boom! A terrifying collision broke out in the air instantly. Even if Iron Hammer hit with all his strength, he would still be very vulnerable to Garp. Everything was nothing under the entanglement of dominance, and even the extreme fruit ability could not stop it. The air hammer shattered inch by inch. Garp's heavy punch fell towards Iron Hammer with undiminished power. Damn Garp, are you going to kill my son? Black Wrist Steel Fist. The rich armament haki burst out instantly. Zifa pulled Iron Hammer aside, raised his right fist and slammed into Garp. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 155, Iron Hammer's Disaster Day. Two terrifying fists collided in the air. Garp's domination was restrained, while Zephyr's armament haki was extremely strong, and for a moment they could not do anything to each other. As the two fists collided, bursts of shattering sounds were aroused in the air. Fistbone and Blackarm were both top heroes galloping on the sea. At this moment, everyone in the audience realized the strength of both sides. The eyes of the students were full of excitement. Seeing such a scene, they would probably dream about it tonight. Iron Hammer was very shocked, because he had personally experienced the horror of domination haki. He never expected that Zephyr could withstand domination with just armament haki, even when Garp was restrained. For a moment, the importance of armament haki in Iron Hammer's heart increased a few points. Garp, retain your strength. Good. Zephyr shouted, and he and Garp retracted their strength at the same time. The shock slowly dissipated. Not bad, Zephyr, I thought you had retired for a few years and your strength had declined. It seems that you are still the black-armed Zephyr who roams the sea. Garp patted Zephyr's shoulder carelessly. Humph, you bastard, if I really let you hit me with one punch, can this old man's training ground still exist? Where is your brain you dare to use such means in the headquarters? Zephyr was so angry. First, he was angry that Garp suddenly attacked, second, his target was actually Hammer, and third, this bastard didn't use lightweight. With one punch, his training ground was definitely gone. Ha 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 ha, I was wrong, isn't it? I was a little excited when I saw the ghost of Hammer. As he said that, Garp suddenly ran towards Taikawi, and carefully looked at Taikawi from top to bottom. Taichawi was upset. Old Garp, you really want to kill me, right? Besides, I'm not a ghost. Taikawi, won't die that easily. This old bastard, he used his fists to fight whenever he met him, he was really drunk. Unexpectedly, Garp suddenly screamed, scaring everyone. Nani Taikawi, you're not dead, you're still alive. This shout almost sent Taikawi away on the spot. Stop! Don't shout! In order to prevent his eardrums from being pierced, Taikawi quickly stopped Garp's howling. Dig inside, what did I see? Taikawi's ghost is covering Vice Admiral Garp's mouth. Don't be afraid, Vice Admiral Garp. I'm here to save you, Yasakani no Megatama. A strange voice suddenly floated through the sky, followed by countless golden lights bombarding the hammer. That's not all, a cold voice followed. Borsellino, I think you're right, I'll help you too. Big fire! The terrifying magma instantly burst out from the hammer. In Garp's front, forming a pincer attack with the golden light in the air. Iron Hammer! Garp! The two reacted very quickly. Garp retreated quickly, while Iron Hammer launched hammer strikes with both feet, using the reaction force to jump back suddenly. Boom! The golden light and magma fell one after another, instantly blowing a big hole where the two had just stood. Fuck brother dog, brother monkey, do you two want to kill me? Two bastard brats, you're going too far. Garp and Iron Hammer spoke at the same time. The golden light and magma slowly converged, and the two people walked over with gloomy faces. Iron Hammer, you bastard, you made me so sad, tut tut tut, this is not a sadness that can be wiped out by a dedicated weapon. Monkey brother pretended to wipe away his tears, and he almost laughed out loud when he said the last part. On the other hand, Sakaski's gloomy face slowly turned into peace, but soon turned into seriousness. Iron Hammer, since you are not dead, why don't you inform the headquarters? Sakaski is right, he made us sad for a while in vain. The two partners of the same period stared at Iron Hammer fiercely at the same time, waiting for his reply. It seemed that if Iron Hammer said a wrong word, he would definitely be beaten. Nanny Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer, can't I finish what I said today? The ones who made the horrified sound again were Zhangguo and Kong Laotu, who were walking at the end. The two old men looked at Iron Hammer with incredible faces, and then two people's forehands touched Iron Hammer randomly. After repeated confirmation, the two looked at each other. The next second. Fuck you two old bastards, why are you hitting me? I saw Iron Hammer was hit twice in an instant, and his two eyes turned blue in an instant. This was Zhangguo and Kong Laotu who punched him each. Go back to the office, Taikawi, you'd better tell me everything you've been through during this period. Zifa, you come too. A group of people grabbed Taikawi and left, leaving a bunch of students standing there in a daze, looking at each other, confused as hell. He thought, why do the top leaders of our navy seem to be so nervous? Here, this is what happened. I came back as soon as I woke up, I didn't dare to delay for a moment. Taiki explained everything that happened after he woke up, of course it was a modified version. He didn't want to come back and he definitely couldn't tell Scarlet about it. Otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave the marshal's office today. Looking at everyone's thoughtful expressions, Taikui couldn't help but complain and glared at Goji viciously. It's because Sakazuki insisted on taking that blow. What is that the domineering color is wrapped around it? He actually rushed up with a single-minded mind, causing Tai to take the hit for him and lose half his life. Sakazuki scratched his head when he heard it. It was indeed his fault. He would get carried away easily when fighting. Hey, it must be the fault of the fruit ability. He was not like this before. Iron Hammer, I don't believe you. You Red Dog is very bad. This matter is indeed Sakazuki's fault. We have already criticized him. Iron Hammer, since your injury is not healed yet, you should take good care of yourself in the headquarters during this period. You can work when you want to work and rest when you want to rest. You will not be assigned any tasks in the near future. Suddenly, Zhangguo gave Iron Hammer a holiday with a kind face. Even Old Man Kong nodded. The inexplicable behavior of the two people made Iron Hammer a little at a loss. The sun rose from the west today. Have these two changed their nature? Tisk tisk tisk, humble Sengoku-san, you are starting to attack our Lieutenant General Taikui for exclusive weapons. When the old yin-yang said this, Sengoku could not hold back. Borsellino, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Taikui reacted instantly, and it turned out that he was waiting for him here. Exclusive weapons, hehe, old man Sengoku, you are thinking very beautifully. Taikui and Monkey looked at each other, and their eyes instantly communicated. Taikui, Monkey, do you know materials? Monkey, stone, golden stone. I can use it too. Taikui, okay, kill him at least half. Monkey, oh I cooperate, come on. Sometimes, tacit understanding is so simple. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 156 Sengoku Yam was stunned. Hehe, Sengoku-san, it seems that you have prepared enough things. Do you want a special weapon? After the eye contact, Taikui instantly entered the iron skin state. That tone, tut-tut, is definitely a black-hearted businessman. Zhangguo's heart trembled, but the temptation of the special weapon to him was very huge. Who can refuse a handsome and powerful weapon? Go all out. Isn't it just a big bleed? He, Sengoku, the future admiral of the navy, be generous. Humph, that's right, I found a lot of rare gems, one of which has a very strong light element. As a person with the ability of the human fruit, the mythical beast species, and the Buddha form, I can feel the energy in it through my own ability. Taikui, I can give you all the ores. In exchange, make me a special weapon. Zhangguo's attitude surprised Taikui. Borsellino was also surprised. The two looked at each other at a glance. They could instantly see a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that neither of them had expected Zhangguo to do such a thing. You should know that Zhangguo has always been a representative of stingy people, a nightmare for workers, and he would bleed a lot unless he was plotted against. Today, he was so abnormal and generous to give everything to Taikui. Taiki couldn't help but feel a little scared, wondering if this old deng was plotting against him again. Even Borsellino was a little unsure of Zhangguo's bottom for a while. He was ready to sing a double act with Taikui to trick Zhangguo-san. What, Taikui, are you afraid to accept it? Be bold, show your courage to fight against Whitebeard. Zhangguo finally found a sense of superiority when looking at Taikui, and rose up in an instant. He was very grateful to Ms. He for her guidance. Sure enough, to deal with someone like Taikui, you must first give him a big sweet date. And the method of provoking can have a very obvious effect. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a special weapon. Take out all the ores for me to see. If it's suitable, I'll take care of your weapon. Iron Hammer couldn't stand Zhangguo's provocation and got angry instantly. Anyway, the ores will be handed over to him. When the time comes, he will have the final say on what materials to use for Zhangguo's forging. The two bad guys had their own plans. But when he heard that Iron Hammer agreed to forge a special weapon, Zhang Guo was overjoyed instantly. "Wait, I'll give it to you right away." The whole person rushed out of the marshal's office like a tornado. Everyone was dumbfounded. The attraction of special weapons is really great. Zhang Guo, this bastard, may have forgotten me. Old Man Kong was unhappy. Zhang Guo had always respected him very much. This was the first time that he ignored him and rushed out of his office. "Quzhen, do you have any mission next? I have some ideas that need your help to experiment." Iron Hammer didn't care about the ideas of Old Man Kong and Old Man Zhang Guo. He turned his eyes to Quzhen. He hadn't tried the method of fighting poison without melting ice. If it succeeded, the ice of Beiyu iceberg would definitely become a very strong forging material. "Oh my dear friend, my mission is to patrol the 4 seas. If you want, you can come with me. Of course, after your warmer is repaired." Quzhen certainly welcomes Iron Hammer to find him, as a special weapon. Iron Hammer nodded, and he had made a decision in his heart. After the warmer was repaired, he would follow Quzhen to patrol the 4 seas. Improve the non-melting ice with Quzhen's frozen fruit. Iron Hammer. Let's see if these materials are enough to make me a special weapon." The voice came before the person, and Zhang Guo's excited voice resounded throughout the marshal's office. It directly woke up the snoring Garp. "Zhang Guo, what are you yelling about? You woke me up from my sweet dream." But no one paid any attention to Garp's complaints. Everyone's eyes were on the big box Zhang Guo was holding. The box was opened, and the colorful ores were instantly revealed. Iron Hammer's eyes were instantly attracted. He ran to the box, his face full of obsession, and he murmured, "Damn, old man Zhang Guo, you are so good. You can get this kind of thing. This colorful one is a mottled ammonite, such a big piece, wow. What is this topaz? This transparency is worthy of being comparable to diamond. It emits golden light and has a soft temperature. This crystal of light, stone of light, what Vegapunk said is actually true. There really is such a crystal that can host light. What can make a blacksmith crazy or even crazy is undoubtedly various rare ores and forging materials." At this time, Iron Hammer has fallen into madness. The box of ore in front of him was definitely a treasure worth a fortune. Even he had to admire Zhang Guo's ability to find so many rare ores. But Zhang Guo's face was dark. Besides the golden stone, he thought that other stones were just some slightly rare stones. After Tai Chui's series of shocking voices, he found that he seemed to be wrong. These things are quite valuable. Thinking about the conditions he gave Tai Chui, he felt that he had missed several 100 billion. But Zhang Guo was a general after all, and he still had to be generous. "How about it, Tai Chui, are these things enough to exchange for an exclusive weapon for me?" "Enough, absolutely enough," Tai Chui replied without raising his head. Zhang Guo was overjoyed when he heard the answer he wanted, but Tai Chui's next sentence shattered his wish. "But old Zhang Guo, don't be too happy too soon. Except for the dog's nest of Q, the other materials are zero-based. Look at the jade iceberg. I haven't found a good way to forge it yet. Although you provide a lot of materials, how to combine them for forging is still unknown, so I can't guarantee you the progress of the exclusive weapon." Zhang Guo was stunned instantly. This script is wrong. Isn't it that if the things and the people are there, his exclusive weapon will be there? Why is it so troublesome? Ha 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 ha, Zhang Guo, I said you want is so beautiful, how can it be so easy to forge a special weapon? I am dying of laughter, cough cough cough. Zeph and Garp looked at each other, laughing and mocking their old friend, not caring about the dark face of Sengoku. Perhaps because he laughed too hard, Zifa started to cough violently again. Iron Hammer quickly flashed to his side and supported him, and urged Zifa to take the medicine quickly. "Hey, Zifa, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Zifa coughing violently and taking medicine, everyone in the office showed a trace of confusion. Ah, I am old and my body is not good. This happened after the battle with Whitebeard. It's asthma. The medicine is also a special medicine for asthma. Unlike Zifa's calmness, Iron Hammer told Zifa's condition very seriously. Asthma Zifa, you too, you must take good care of yourself when you are sick, your health is important. As Zephyr's guide, Old Man Kong looked at Zephyr, who was a little hunched over due to coughing, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, don't worry, there are medicines here. I don't go to the front line every day. It's okay. Well, okay, Hammer, since you are fine, everything will be the same as before. Sakaski, you continue to patrol the new world. Borsalino, Punk Hazard. Kuzan, the first half of the Grand Line. Garp, Roger Pirates. Hammer, you stay at the headquarters for the time being. The meeting was finally concluded with the summary of Old Man Kong, and all the departments of the Navy returned to their normal lives. Chapter 157 Enemy Attack. Just one person. With the return of Iron Hammer, the murderous atmosphere surrounding the Navy headquarters disappeared instantly. The repair work of the Warhammer was carried out step by step. Iron Hammer took Tina to the arsenal again. Tina, don't make the black hammer. Make your ability into a separate metal bar, store it, and then have someone move it to the Warhammer. The repair material can be integrated with some of the black hammer's material, which has good hardness. Tina nodded and began to prepare materials. Looking at the hard-working Tina, Taikui nodded with satisfaction. Although Tina is still young, she is now very proficient in the use of fruit abilities under his training. She has developed many new moves and lance and surely have trained her in physical skills, so her development is very comprehensive. On the contrary, Taikui's own improvement in strength is very slow. Both the two-color domineering and the fruit development have reached a bottleneck. XXXX. But he didn't care at all, and still focused on forging iron. With air plasticity, he was even more adept at forging iron. Weapons of various shapes emerged one after another. He even forged a large sword that was exactly the same as Kyusakumo Kiri, but it didn't reach the level of the supreme large sword. As for the forging of exclusive weapons, the hammer has not started yet. After all, the gem iceberg has not been solved and cannot be forged, let alone the light stone. Polo. Lance, how long will it take to repair the Warhammer? A month. Why so long? Well, okay, then a month. I have asked Tina to make the corresponding materials, and I will send them to you one by one when the time comes. By the way, Lance, give up the fruit that Dog Brother sent before, the animal type, rat, porcupine form. I think it is not suitable for you at all. Lance, porcupine, is it a mouse? Hey, today is another day to learn something new. 1 month, it seems that Tai can have a good vacation. In the New World, on an island. A damaged warship was docked at the coast, and next to the warship was a pirate ship, the O.R. Jackson. Ha ha ha, if you want to capture me, you should at least send Garp or Sengoku. You Navy guys are far from it. Gold Roger, the captain of the Roger Pirates, grabbed a Navy's collar arrogantly, his tone was very casual. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, and he looked in one direction. This aura, Whitebeard, ha ha ha. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates also landed on this island. Kojiki Odin took the lead and charged towards the position of Roger's pirates. Whitebeard followed closely behind. The battle between the two sides started immediately, and it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The last 2 pirate groups at the top started a banquet on the spot. Hey Whitebeard, I heard that you had a bad time recently. Roger drank and mocked Whitebeard. Whitebeard was so angry that his eyebrows jumped. Hey, you still have the nerve to say that to me? I heard that someone was struck by lightning, and the parts on his body were not electrified. The two looked at each other for a moment, and laughed the next second. Ha ha ha, I heard that Zifa has come to the New World. What's going on? Whitebeard. Faced with Roger's question, Whitebeard showed a trace of annoyance. The face of a bastard boy appeared in his mind. It was Hammer. It's not just a new star of the Navy named Hammer. Who knew he was so popular? Not only Zephyr, but even Sengoku and Garp came to me for revenge. Especially Zephyr, who used a very strong armor. Even I couldn't get any good for a while. That bastard didn't care about getting hurt at all. He kept hitting me despite my attacks. Recalling those days, Whitebeard showed a trace of helplessness. Even if he was extraordinary, the evil tiger couldn't stand up to the pack of wolves, and these wolves were about the same size as him, which made him speechless to the extreme. Roger laughed heartlessly, and a red-nosed kid not far from him shuddered instantly when he heard the word hammer. "Hey, Buggy, what's wrong with you? Go away, Shanks, I just thought of something bad." "What's the matter? Was it the last time you were struck by lightning?" "I have to say, Buggy, you have been a different person since you were struck by lightning. Get lost." The kid named Buggy still had a bit of childishness on his face. There was a piece missing from the top of his blue hair, and he had a little baldness. People who knew him knew that it was struck by lightning. A month later, in the Grand Line, near the Upside Down Mountain. "Hey, Kuzan, why is there an iceberg behind your ship?" Iron Hammer arrived as scheduled on the repaired war hammer. But the first thing he saw was an iceberg behind Kuzan's warship. There seemed to be many unclear figures in the iceberg. "Ha ha ha, those are the prisoners I arrested. There is limited space on my warship. In order not to take up space, I froze them all. As a result, I caught more and more, and it became an iceberg." Faced with Iron Hammer's question, Kuzan seemed very proud. Little did he know that Iron Hammer and others silently stepped back a few steps. "You may have some quirks, but you can turn people into ice sculptures and carry them with you. Tisk tisk, dig inside." Kuzan. "Okay, Kuzan, while sailing, I will tell you about the precious jade iceberg." When he heard about the precious jade iceberg, Kuzan instantly became excited and ran to Iron Hammer quickly. "The gem iceberg, also known as the unmelting ice, after my exploration with Dr. Vegapunk, we finally found a way to change it. That is, use ice against ice to assimilate it." Iron Hammer told Kuzan about the situation of the gem iceberg bit by bit. Kuzan was fascinated. When he heard that the gem iceberg would not melt for thousands of years, it was definitely a good material for forging weapons, and his ice fruit could assimilate it into forgeable materials. He had decided to contribute to it. At that time, this gem iceberg could definitely make him a special weapon. "So, Kuzan, I will give this gem iceberg to you. When you can use your freezing power to change it, notify me and I will come to receive it." I saw Iron Hammer put a special iron box in front of Kuzan, which contained the ice of the gem iceberg. Kuzan was a little confused and didn't understand Iron Hammer's actions at all. "Why do you look like that, big brother? I don't have time to wait for you to complete the assimilation work. I just came here to give you this ice. As for when you can deal with him, it depends on your ability." Ah ha 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 ha. Boom. Accompanied by Taikawi's laughter, the warhammer suddenly shook, and the next second, Shirley's voice came. "Enemy attack. It's the swordsman slash. 11 o'clock position enemy, 1 person." Taikawi and Kuzan looked at each other. "Enemy 1 person, what the hell?" Chapter 158 Chanting scriptures really needs to be passed down. On the sea. A young man stood on a small boat, holding a huge sword, looking at the silver-white warship in front of him with interest. No mistake, the warship of this color must belong to him. The ship of the forger of the famous sword, the genius master craftsman Iron Hammer, who is said to have broken the 12 techniques of the supreme sword. As the voice fell, he swung the huge sword in his hand again, and another flying slash broke through the air and rushed straight to the warhammer. Boom! But this time the slash did not touch the warhammer and was shattered in the air. "Who dares to attack my ship? Don't you know how expensive this ship is?" I saw Iron Hammer standing proudly on the bow, with his right hand still in a fisting position. The slash just now was smashed by Iron Hammer's punch. But feeling the power contained in the slash, Iron Hammer frowned slightly, looking at the appearance of the person who did it. As expected. Here you are, the first rising star of the Navy headquarters, the forger Iron Hammer. A trace of excitement flashed across the young man's face, excited to see Iron Hammer. The sword in his hand slowly raised up and made a starting gesture. Let's fight a duel between a swordsmith and a real swordsman. I won't. Just when the young man issued a battle declaration with high morale, Taikawa refused it outright. And he looked at the young man in front of him very seriously. Short black hair, sharp eyes, but no beard. Hawkeye. The younger version of Joricole Mihawk. Yes, the one driving the boat and attacking the Warhammer people. It was the future Shishibukai, the world's #1 swordsman. Joricole Mihawk. Why, you actually refused my duel? This was completely beyond Mihawk's expectations, and it was very difficult for him to accept. A little kid, not a pirate, why should I accept your fight? Give me a reason, kid. Mihawk was dumbfounded. Duel need a reason. But soon he saw the great sword in his hand. One of the 12 supreme swords, one knight. The 12 supreme swords, there are only 12 weapons with this title in the world. Made by master craftsmen. Knight, a great sword, with a blade pattern of a chaotic blade and a heavy flower. Iron Hammer's eyes were also on the famous sword Knight. The blade of Knight is obviously wider, and the tip of the blade is more like a traditional machete/hunting knife. The guard is a bit exaggerated, and the proportions are a bit exaggerated, but this long guard may have the function of acting as a counterweight. Since the blade of Yet is extremely long and the tip is wide, its center of gravity must be close to the guard to make this weapon flexibly swingeable. Its weight must be very scientific to ensure balance when swinging. The reason why the black knife Yet is rated as the supreme fast knife may not only be because of the sharpness of the blade, but also because of its exquisite weight. Obviously, the forger of this knife is not only well versed in metallurgy, but also very knowledgeable about mechanics. It is worthy of being called a famous knife of the supreme fast knife, and it has its own strengths. But who is Taikawa? He was a famous Chinese craftsman in his previous life. He believes that the few weapons he has made so far are already qualified to be among the ranks of the supreme fast knives. What is missing is just a proof, isn't it? Isn't it an opportunity now? If Tai's sword can overpower his Yet, the future world's #1 swordsman, doesn't it prove that the supreme fast knife will also be inferior to him, Tai? In an instant, Taikawa has conceived a perfect plan in his mind. Even the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Kuzan and others who saw this scene could not help but feel a chill coming from Taikawa, which was very creepy. Hey, Taikawa, can you stop laughing like that? It's so scary and so wretched. Kuzan, who was outspoken, spoke directly, causing Taikawa to quickly stop smiling and glared at him fiercely. Kid, if you want to challenge me, you should at least give your name. Name? Mihawk was a little confused, but he still said his name honestly. My name is Joricole Mihawk. I want to be the world's #1 swordsman. Taichawi nodded, and suddenly he felt that the younger version of Mihawk looked so much like Zoro. Is this why he was willing to teach Zoro? Seeing the younger version of himself falling into memories. Mihawk, yes, if I'm not mistaken, your sword is the supreme great sword Knight. When these words came out, the Navy soldiers and Kuzan and others were all shocked. Supreme great sword, is it true or not? Yes, Knight, one of the 12 crafts of the supreme great sword. Mihawk stroked the blade, his face softened. Okay, for its sake, I can allow you to attack me. 3 times, I allow you to attack 3 times. Lance, put down the boat. Iron Hammer took off the cloak of justice on his back, and the whole person exuded an unfathomable smell. Lance immediately arranged for the soldiers to put down the boat, an iron hammer jumped directly on the boat and came in front of my hawk. The two of them stood opposite each other on the boat. My hawk, who got Iron Hammer's consent, was overjoyed instantly. The starting posture was set again, and the whole person was like a sharp sword, and the sword intent exuded even surprised Kuzan. Sword intent, such a little kid actually comprehended the sword intent. Iron Hammer nodded secretly at my hawk, who burst out with sword intent. As expected of the future number 1 swordsman, he looks only 16 or 17 years old, but he has already achieved such success. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The first sword. Faith of the sword. My hawk gathered strength with both hands, and the famous sword swept out. With the slogan, the flying slash appeared again, but this time the slash was more solid and more lethal. Iron Hammer, what the hell, faith of the sword. Why do I suddenly feel like Zuo is shouting a slogan? But now the slash has come to Iron Hammer. Little Hammer 40. The heavy hammer sound came out, and the shock wave caused by the hammer collided with the slash. It directly shattered the slash. This scene surprised my hawk very much. He knew the power of his slash very well. Could Iron Hammer shatter it so easily? As expected of Vice Admiral Taikawa, take my second sword. Sword of Justice. The famous sword Yaru slashed twice, and the two slashes formed a cross blade. Even the sea surface was churning where the blades were. What are you talking about, faith and justice? Broken hammer. Facing the slash that came again, Taikawa extended his index fingers, and the armed color haki and hammer attack were instantly combined and launched. Destroyed the slash with penetrating force. How could it be? Is that haki? Although my hawk was still young, he knew haki, and he knew from his father that if he wanted to become a swordsman at the highest level, he had to cultivate his own black sword. But he had not yet awakened haki, so when he saw haki, oh, it seems that you know haki? Yes, it is haki, armament haki. As Taikawa said, he covered his hands with haki and looked at him with a smile. Is this armament haki? I will have it sooner or later. Then I will train ya into my own black sword. Come on, the third sword. Wherever the sword points, it will break gold and jade. Taichawi, I understand why you, my hawk, would give Zoro a back door. This damn chanting really needs to be passed down. It's just that one of you is in vernacular Chinese and the other is in classical Chinese. This vernacular Chinese looks down on classical Chinese. Chapter 159. Ye Chong tears the night, my hawk goes crazy. My hawk's third sword comes out very fast. The big knife seemed to have no weight in his hand. It seemed that he had only slashed once, but in fact, he had slashed dozens of times. The dozens of slashes gathered together to form a terrifying flying slash. Even a rookie who didn't know swordsmanship could see the extraordinariness of this attack. Iron Hammer was not panicked at all, and the armament haki covered his right fist. He punched the air again. Shock hammer. This time the hammer was different from the past. The right fist hammer actually shook ripples in the air. After the hammer was formed, it actually spread with irregular vibrations. And there was also an increase in the armament haki, relying on the terrifying vibration force and the shock wave of the hammer. This was the ability that Iron Hammer created on a whim after seeing Whitebeard's shock fruit. Although it can cause a certain amount of vibration, it is still a hammer in essence, but the hammer has a trace of vibration force. But don't underestimate this little vibration force. It is this little vibration force that makes the original hammer power increase a lot. It also made Taikawa envy the tremor fruit from the bottom of his heart. It is worthy of being the top devil fruit. My hawk's slash was still destroyed without causing any damage. Is the gap so big? Incredible, a blacksmith actually has such a strong strength. In my hawk's cognition, Taikawa was just a blacksmith who became a vice admiral of the navy because of his forging ability. As for other news, such as him fighting Whitebeard and participating in various wars, they are all fictional. After all, there is no truth in news. But now he found that he was wrong, so wrong. The blacksmith in front of him was very powerful, at least at this stage he was no match at all. 3 strikes have passed, my hawk. A faint voice came from Taikawi's mouth. My hawk nodded, saying 3 strikes, and he was also a man who dared to do and take responsibility. Let me see your ye now. I'm very interested in the Supreme Greatsword 12 works. Iron Hammer leaped and came to my hawk's side. Looking at the ye in his hand, which had not yet been trained into a black sword, he was full of interest. The fiery eyes made my hawk unconsciously clench his famous sword. He had a bad feeling. But the next second. Hey, don't let go, take it. Iron Hammer snatched the famous sword ye from my hawk's hand. The speed and strength were beyond my hawk's expectation. When my hawk reacted, ye was already in Iron Hammer's hand. Well, the texture is good, but it's just good, but the blade is extremely sharp and a little heavy. It's really a two-handed greatsword. As the saying goes, the blacksmith must know the details of the famous sword. Ye was perfectly analyzed in Iron Hammer's hand. Then Iron Hammer slowly stretched out his hand and knocked on the sword of Ye. Duan. A soft hammering sound was heard. Through hammering, the Iron Hammer can better feel the overall condition of the knight. A very clever craft, forged in one go. The sword pattern that appears after burning the blade tisk, what kind of pattern is there on a good sword? There's something wrong. It's because my brother Lu is not here, otherwise, let me say that there is no better pattern than the hammering mark. Ding, feeling the pinnacle of the local world's weapons, the Supreme Greatsword 12 works, triggers the critical strike. Give the Supreme Greatsword 12 works knight, the sound of the sword. The sound of the sword is randomly drawn. Ding, the sound effect of the sword is, tearing the knight. Iron Hammer. What weird thing has mixed in? Tearing the knight, isn't this a song? Oh my god, my ability has a bug again. How can a good sword trigger such an attribute? What is this? No, this knife is not Taikawi's, what should I do? My hawk suddenly saw Taikawi's panicked look, and he was a little confused. Just now he was excited and profound, why is he panicking now? Is there something wrong with his knife? Lieutenant General Taikawi, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with my yet? Yes, it's your yet, not my yet. So, if something goes wrong, you, my hawk, will bear it yourself. Taikawi threw the famous knife ye back into my hawk's arms, restrained his panicked face, and showed the voice was deep. It's okay. I just think the Supreme Greatsword 12 works is very good. Try your best, young man. You still have a long way to go. After these words came out, my hawk was still very happy, but he had other ideas. I heard that Vice Admiral Iron Hammer forged a famous sword, Bing Ching, which is comparable to the Supreme Great Sword. Can I take a look? See what to see? Let's talk about it later. Forget it. I still have a mission to do. I won't accompany you. If there is a chance, we will talk about it later. Hurry up and leave. If this kid swings the knife as soon as he gets started, he will be at a loss. Who knows, Iron Hammer will get what he fears. My hawk took the knife, and the next second he casually swung it at the sea. I saw a green slash appear, crossing the sea and stirring up a wave. At the same time, a hoarse singing voice suddenly sounded. I tore my dream all night. Iron Hammer. My hawk. The former was so shocked that he wanted to die on the spot. The latter had no idea where the hoarse voice came from. Kuzan, Lance, Shirley, and others at the bow also heard this song. Now they are straining their necks to find the source. Don't say, this king's original voice is really good. Lance, get ready to sail. Iron Hammer didn't want to stay for a moment, he wanted to leave here quickly now. Leave this place. What's the sound? Strange. Forget it, I'm very satisfied today. There are still many strong people on the sea, I will visit them one by one. My hawk sighed, then clenched the knight in his hand, and swung another slash before putting away the knife. Then the hoarse voice that had just dissipated sounded again. The old phone tore a page. My hawk. Cusin, I think I know. Lance, yeah, it's true. Surely, is there such a power I want it to? When the voice faded, my hawk stared at Yi's sword with disbelief. The next second, he swung the sword again. Two people tried all night. Swing the sword again. A rain wet all night. My hawk. Ah, hammer, what did you do to my sword? Hammer, don't ask me, I don't know either. At this time, Hammer has returned to the warmer. Looking at the crazy Mihawk, he was helpless. Well, I accidentally added some characteristics to your sword. The song is called Tearing the Night, which suits you very well. You can listen to the song every time you swing the sword. It's pretty good, isn't it? I know it's pretty good, you don't have to thank me, Lance, let's go. After saying that, he left without caring about Mihawk, who was already in a state of dementia. Tearing the night. Tearing the night. Listening to the song. Oh my god, what on earth did you do, Hammer? I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 160 Navy Hunter Joracole Mihawk. Damn Hammer, what on earth did you do to the knight? Restore him to me. Sword of Justice. I tore my dream all night. Mihawk, come again. Mihawk is angry regardless of whether there was singing or not. He launched a fierce slash at the bow of the warmer. Cusin, stop him, Lance, turn the rudder, and run away. Hey, Hammer-san, why me? Nonsense, right, exclusive. I'll do it, Ice Age. When Hammer mentioned the word exclusive, Cusin immediately took action, and the whole person turned into ice and jumped up. The terrifying cold air instantly burst out and collided with Mihawk's slash. Hey, Mihawk, Hammer, you can't move. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Cusin looked at Mihawk with a smile on his face. The latter was furious at this time. He didn't care that he would be wanted for attacking the Navy. He now had only one idea, to chop off the hammer and let Ye recover. But it was obvious that Cusin couldn't let him do this. The battle between the two started instantly. The slash and ice intertwined, and green light scattered. At the same time, the battle was accompanied by a series of songs. I tore a page from my dream. A rain wet the night. A page from the old phone. Two people tried it all night. Cold you, cold tears, wet the night. Cold you, cold tears, wet the night. Cusin, I can't concentrate at all. Mihawk, I'm going crazy, why so many nights? Iron Hammer, because this song is called Tearing the Night. Cusin, I'll give you the jewel ice. Call me if it works, I'm leaving. Mihawk, I think Tearing the Night is suitable for you. Come on, ha 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 ha. The warmer drove away for a distance, and the Iron Hammer stretched his neck and shouted at the two people who were still fighting. The two stopped firing instantly after hearing his voice. Mihawk became even angrier, but he knew that he couldn't take down the man in front of him without his domineering spirit. A frozen man. On the contrary, he himself was eroded by the freezing air. Cusin was excited. Such a young swordsman, this slash, taking advantage of his lack of domineering, bullying, awesome. I'll remember you, Navy. Mihawk left an angry sentence, then put away his sword and turned away. Cusin was left confused, not knowing what he meant by this. After Mihawk left, Cusin set sail again. A few days later, the first half of the Grand Line. Oh my god, can this be blamed on me? I didn't know that bastard would do this. No, old man Sengoku, you're going too far. Okay, you can do it, I guarantee that your exclusive weapon will be a once-in-a-lifetime series. Bang! Hang up the Den Mushi and threw the Den Mushi out with a hammer. Seeing that the Den Mushi was about to fall into the sea, Lance flashed and caught it and took it back. No, Hammer, what happened? Why are you so angry? You'll know soon. I guess the news bird is on the way. Hammer said something vicious, then turned and returned to the forging room. What to do when you're angry? Forge iron. Soon after the sound of Hammer's forging iron sounded, a news bird flew tremblingly above the warmer. After being told by his predecessor, he knew that there was a demon on the silver-white warship below. A pervert who specializes in hunting newsbirds for fun. He must be careful. As the newspaper fell, Lance took out a coin and threw it at the newsbird. The newsbird caught the coin steadily, looked at Lance deeply, and then turned and left. This look made Lance very uncomfortable, and he touched his face with a blank look. Is he so scary? Why is a bird so afraid of him? As Lance opened the newspaper, his eyes froze instantly. My God, this guy is really good. The front page of the newspaper was Mihawk. High-profile announcement of himself as a Navy hunter, Joracole Mihawk made a particularly shocking scene. What secrets do the young swordsman have with the Navy? Why did he attack the Navy? The slash made a hoarse singing voice. All signs point to the world-famous Hammer. This Mihawk dared to hunt the Navy. Young man, you don't know your place. Humph. Lance is definitely a qualified soldier. Facing Mihawk's behavior, he was very angry. He even had the idea of arresting Mihawk directly. It seems that the top leaders are a little unhappy. Shirley suddenly came to Lance and also saw the news about Mihawk. Be sure, after all, it was the hunting naval behavior that started after meeting with the Hammer. And, this is indeed caused by the Hammer. Speaking of which, Lance is a little speechless, and the Hammer is good, but sometimes it is better than the Hammer. It is a coldness, the kind of full of joke. Malin van Duo. The Warring States period was completely inflated, and he and Zifa joined forces to give the Whitebeard. He actually blasted the shockwave on Whitebeard's face. At that time, he looked at Whitebeard with thick smoke coming out of his mouth, and he felt so happy. Since then, he always wanted to send his shockwave to the enemy's face. That taste was so spicy. What do you think about this? The old man Kong, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned. The sudden appearance of the Navy hunter made him, the marshal, lose face. Ms. He also looked serious at this time. This situation is very bad. In so many years, this is the first time that someone has hunted the Navy so blatantly and called himself a Navy hunter. I have asked Kuzan. It is true that Mihawk was angry because Iron Hammer tampered with his Supreme Sword 12 work night after contacting Mihawk. Old man Kong rubbed his head helplessly. This Iron Hammer, isn't this just looking for trouble? Obviously, a newcomer with great potential was blasted to the opposite side by him. Damn little bastard. Wait, a newcomer? Tsuru, you said it's impossible to let this guy become a Shishibukai. Ms. Tsuru fell into deep thought after hearing this. No way, Marshal Kong, the world government's requirement for the Shishibukai is that they must have strength and fame. Although this guy is quite powerful, he has no fame at all. Zhang Guo made a rational analysis, but old man Kong didn't think so. Fame is not easy to deal with. Aren't there enough swordsmen in our navy? Send a notice to all officers who play swords, and everyone should go to Mihawk to spar with him. If they win, they won't make a fuss, and if they lose, it doesn't matter. As long as they fight, I will go to the Hammer and let them. Everyone has a chance to get the sword made by the Hammer. Oh, right, Tang horizontal sword, Miao sword. As long as we put enough pressure on this kid Mihawk and let him know that he will suffer the consequences if he offends the Navy, he will definitely stop. As for fame, at worst, we Navy can feed him ourselves. At that time, he will have to accept the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this way, he can complete the task and choose a good person. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It must be said that old people are still good at making things happen. Old Kong's actions stunned Zhang Guo and Ms. He. Zhang Guo, when did Marshal Kong become so smart? Ms. He. If I say that he was led astray by Taikawi, would you believe me? He can even come up with such a bad idea. Taikawi, no, why do you think everything is my fault? It's obviously old Kong himself who is evil. Chapter 161 Brainstorming Emperor Zhongguo. Dressrosa. Princess Scarlet, today's news has arrived. Well, leave it over there. There's news about Vice Admiral Taikawi. Bring it here. Scarlet took the newspaper and read it carefully. The 12 skills of the Supreme Sword Humph, not as good as the Western sword. Oh Hammer, my future husband. Humph, it's just the Navy headquarters, wait. Someone find the swordsman who practiced with me, I want to train. The domineering princess put the newspaper away and prepared to start a new day of training. It must be said that after awakening the Conqueror's haki, Scarlet's comprehension of swordsmanship has risen sharply. Even King Riku couldn't help but marvel. It was the first time he discovered that his daughter had such a good talent in swordsmanship. Although he had tried his best to block Scarlet's situation, the power of Conqueror's haki was really huge. The news that the Dressrosa royal family awakened the Conqueror's haki still spread. At this time, in the sea not far from Dressrosa, a very large pirate ship was slowly heading towards Dressrosa. On the pirate flag was a skull pierced by 2 long swords. Captain, we are almost at the Dressrosa Sea. Well, very good, damn Silver Axe and Wang Ji, they didn't let me stay on Beehive Island, aren't they just afraid that I would kill them? Captain, you've drunk too much again. It was you who was kicked out by the 2 of them. Burp bastard, you don't need to say that. Drive to Dressrosa at full speed. I want to get that Conqueror's haki. He, I don't know if that bastard Wang Ji can still occupy the Beehive Island by then. The person who spoke was drunk, but his eyes were shining. He wore a purple cape and a sword on each waist. He looked very casual, but he exuded a strong aura. This is John, the former coder of the Rocks Pirates. And his target is the Princess of Dressrosa, Scarlet, the Conqueror's haki awakener. Iron Hammer, tell me, what are we doing out to sea? After being scolded by Sengoku, Taikawi locked himself in the forging room and ignored anyone who knocked on the door. Lance couldn't help it, because they came to the West Sea without any direction or goal, and now they were still wandering aimlessly. Hey, Taikawi, if you don't say anything, I'll return. Originally I wanted to go to the West Sea. There is a candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea in the West Sea, named Moria, but since my hawk doesn't want to go, I'll just wander around and return if it doesn't work out. Moria. Lance couldn't help scratching his head. He was a little familiar with this name, but also a little strange. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere. Are there any specific information? Duan. For example, appearance, height. Duan. Lance, Hammer, you are so cruel. Okay, no need to ask, you won't get anything out of it. Then Lance directly commanded the warship to sail in the first half of the Grand Line. If he met pirates, he would fight them, and if he didn't meet them, he would just stroll around. He looked like he had nothing to do. Navy headquarters. Polo. Well, this is the Warring States. What a distress signal from an allied country. Which country? Dressrosa, I see. Where are the enemies? Oh, that bastard John. Okay, notify Sakaski to go to the rescue. BG. Warring States hung up the phone, with a trace of doubt on his face. John, a crew member of Rocks, openly invaded the world member country Dressrosa. Why does this sound so unreliable? As an old generation Navy who has dealt with Rocks, Warring States knows John's character very well. He is a money grubber and adventure-loving man. Although he is powerful, he has no interest in hegemony. Would such a person actually attack a member country? Unless there is something in this member country that he wants to get. Dressrosa, the Riku King family that saved Iron Hammer. Or did Iron Hammer, the bastard boy, hide some important information from them? It must be otherwise, why would that bastard John go to Dressrosa? Pololo pololo. Hello, Lance, this is Sengoku. Let Iron Hammer answer the phone. What ironwork? Reject the call, Humph. Tell him that his savior Dressrosa has been invaded by pirates. Tell him to call me back immediately. Baag. Damn Iron Hammer, ironwork every day. Your brain has turned into a block of iron, right? I asked you to hide the matter, Humph. Hello Iron Hammer, something happened in Dressrosa. There is an invasion by pirates. General Sengoku wants to talk to you. As soon as these words came out, the door of the forging room, which had been closed, opened instantly. Iron Hammer walked out with a sullen face. Dressrosa was invaded by pirates. That is a member of the World Alliance. Which pirate would invade there? Besides, Scarlet. When he thought of her, that feeling came back, and Taikui was filled with worry in an instant. Call me. He grabbed the den mushi in Lance's hand and dialed it. Hello, old man Sengoku, this is Taikui. What's going on in Dressrosa? Hey, aren't you forging iron? How could you bear to come out? Taikui. Old man, you are so cruel. Humph, I just came out, so what? Tell me what's going on in Dressrosa. The remnant of rocks, the cotter Captain John. He went to Dressrosa, and according to King Riku, he asked the Riku royal family to hand over Princess Scarlet. Taikui, tell me the truth, what's the difference between the Princess of Dressrosa? What did you hide before? Asshole, he actually went for Scarlet. Hoang Haki. During this period to fight for power. Taikui took a deep breath and then told the truth. Princess Scarlet has awakened Conqueror Haki and has a special weapon I made for her. Warring States. What Conqueror Haki and a special weapon? Tikui, you bastard, you're turning your elbow outward. Tell me, are you bewitched by someone? No wonder I was wondering why you came back from Dressrosa, and you were so vague when you mentioned this. So your soul has been hooked. Tell me, are you heading for Dressrosa this time? No, I'm going to tell Zephyr his big son is going to be kidnapped. BG. Taikui couldn't stop twitching as he listened to the den mushi hanging up and Warring States' heartbreaking roar. When did this old man from the Warring States period become the king of imagination? What is going on? But now is not the time to dwell on these things. If the other party's target is really Scarlet. Lance, sail at full speed, target Dressrosa, go there as quickly as possible. The tone of the hammer was very calm, but it was accompanied by a hint of tension, a hint of murderous intent, and a hint of anxiety. The Warhammer instantly opened up its power and rushed towards the new world. Chapter 162 Captain John breaks into Dressrosa. Dressrosa port. Hey, old man, hand over that Overlord Color Awakener, otherwise, hee. Captain John looked at King Riku not far away with a drunken face. King Riku was covered in injuries at this time, and the soldiers behind him were also covered in injuries. Facing Captain John's invasion, King Riku asked Taigu to organize the evacuation of civilians, while he led the soldiers to stop them as soon as possible. At first, they were able to stop the invasion of the pirates, but with the entry of 3 cotters under Captain John, the situation changed in an instant. Hey, John, why are you wasting time with him? Kill them all, can't we find it ourselves? The man who spoke was 4 meters tall, muscular, and fierce. Nickname, Tyrant, the first cotter and the first thug under John. He is very arrogant and cruel. Tisk, Tyrant, what else do you think of every day besides killing? This is a member country. Without rocks, you attack the member countries. Do you want us to be hunted every day in the future? Soon a female voice scolded the Tyrant. Scorpion is right, Tyrant, please use some wisdom, don't fight and kill all day long, like a fool. The woman was slender, wearing a purple tights, with long fingernails dyed purple, looking very attractive. One of the 3 cotters, Scorpion. The last one looked a little sick, with a hunched body, pale face, and red eyes. One of the three cotters, Viper. Ha 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 ha, tyrant, don't be so murderous, this is His Majesty King Riku, we have to communicate with him well, don't you think, King Riku? Bang! Captain John kicked out with a smile, and directly kicked King Riku more than 10 meters away. His Majesty King Riku. Asshole pirate! The soldiers saw their king being hurt by pirates and their eyes turned red. Just then, a sturdy figure rushed from a distance. Asshole pirate let go of His Majesty King Riku. Ha! The figure was naked from the waist up, with sharp muscles and a resolute face. He rushed straight to Captain John with a two-handed sword. Cyrus, come back! King Riku, who was kicked away, knew the strength of this group of pirates very well, and even Cyrus could not compete with them, so he quickly spoke out to dissuade them. But Cyrus, who was furious, could not care about anything else. He had only one idea in his mind, to kill all the pirates who hurt King Riku. Are there any tough warriors left? Ha ha ha, unfortunately, you are not qualified to fight us. The tyrant smiled cruelly, and rushed towards Cyrus like a cannonball. Cyrus was not afraid at all, and swung his two-handed sword heavily, slashing the tyrant with one knife. Hurry! The tyrant let Cyrus' two-handed sword cut him, making a crisp sound. Hee hee hee, kid, you think you can break my defense with just your sword? The tyrant was already glowing black all over, and it was the hardening of his armament haki. As a pirate galloping in the New World, two-color haki is basic, and tyrant is no exception. His armament haki attainments are very outstanding. Sign. The tyrant blocked the attack and rushed towards Cyrus. His huge right fist was extremely black, and it rushed straight to Cyrus' face with terrifying destructive power. Facing this heavy blow, Cyrus gritted his teeth and blocked the two-handed sword in front of the god. Boom! The next second, Cyrus flew backwards. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn this power! Feeling the trembling of his hands, Cyrus's face was very ugly. Ha ha ha, kid, you can be proud of being able to block my attack. Now, hand over the Conqueror Haki Awakener. All the pirates stepped forward, and waves of murderous aura pressed towards King Riku and his group. Impossible, don't even think about it. Stop, don't hurt my father and soldiers. Two voices sounded at the same time. Different from the protest declaration shouted by King Riku. The firm female voice made people obsessed. A pink-haired girl walked towards King Riku with firm steps. There was a western sword hanging on her waist. It was Scarlet, the princess of Dressrosa. She was also the person John was looking for this time. Oh, are you out, the Conqueror Haki owner? John's eyes flashed with a gleam of light as he looked at Scarlet, who was walking step by step. Scarlet, why are you out? Go back. King Riku was shocked to see his daughter coming out. As the royal family of Dressrosa, how can we give in to a mere pirate? The rapier was unsheathed, and the command power was activated. The invisible momentum and pressure emanated from Scarlet, shocking everyone present. Pirates don't even think about getting involved in Dressrosa. Although she was still young, at this moment, Scarlet seemed like a queen standing between heaven and earth, with an upright posture. The surging domineering aura was released indiscriminately in all directions. It directly woke up John from the wine, and after sobering up, he was full of murderous aura. How shameless you will become the most important chess piece for me to take back Beehive Island. Scorpion, Tyrant, Viper, grab her for me. All three cotters stepped forward, but Scarlet was not afraid at all. Okay. Humph, don't order me. Holding a western sword, she was full of domineering aura and was not afraid of anyone. Little girl, come with us. Save yourself from physical pain. Scorpion smiled at the little ghost in front of him, but he looked a little creepy. She won't go with you. Big fire. Suddenly, a cold voice answered Scorpion, and at the same time, there was terrifying magma. The cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, the golden red battle axe, and the red magma. Sakaski is here. Humph, the navy, it's coming so fast. The three cotters retreated in the face of the sudden magma, with a trace of solemnity on their faces. They all knew the naval monster of the new world, Magma Sakaski. Didn't expect that they would come to support so quickly. King Riku, take your people back, I am not responsible if there is any accidental injury. Sakaski gave orders to King Riku without looking back. Yes, an order. In Sakaski's eyes, the mission is above everything else. Before King Riku spoke, Scarlet was instantly upset. Navy, watch your words. The person in front of you is Riku Dold III, the current king of the Dressrosa royal family, and I am the next queen, the most powerful queen, Scarlet, and will also be the woman of Lady Hammer. As the voice fell, the domineering aura appeared, and Sakaski was slightly stunned. Facing Scarlet's previous words, Sakaski sneered, but when he heard the word hammer, and the words madam, and woman, he lost his composure and turned back to look at Scarlet, who looked like a child. The wife of Hammer. What the hell? Oh, yes, Dears Rosa saved Iron Hammer's life before. But what is this little girl talking about? Is Iron Hammer, this bastard, would not find such a little bean sprout, right? At the same time, Iron Hammer, who was rushing on his way frantically, sneezed suddenly. Which bastard scolded me? Chapter 163 finally arrived at the battlefield completely divided. King Riku was a little embarrassed when he heard Scarlet's words, and he supported his forehead weakly. Since his daughter saw Iron Hammer, she has been completely insane. The only consolation is that she has awakened the domineering color domineering. But it also caused this disaster. Little ghost, you said you are Iron Hammer's wife, what do you mean? Sakaski narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Facing the burning breath of Sakaski, Scarlet didn't care at all, slowly raised the western sword, and stood up straight. A rare trace of kingly demeanor appeared. It is hard to imagine that this is the momentum that a child under 10 years old can show. It means literally. This answer without explanation made Sakaski frown slightly. Forget it, I will ask the hammer myself in the future. Now, I will solve you. Sakaski no longer entangled with Scarlet's question, and looked coldly at Captain John and his three cotters. Humph, you arrogant navy, when I was galloping on the sea, you didn't know where to drink milk. Sign. The tyrant also had a hot temper. Facing Sakaski's cold words, he had long been impatient and launched an attack immediately. The whole person rushed towards Sakaski like a chariot. Humph, big fire. Sakaski, who is known for his fierceness and brutality, certainly won't let his enemies show their brutality in front of him. The right fist suddenly burst out with hot magma. The first confrontation between the two broke out instantly. The high temperature of the magma was so high that even the tyrant could not resist it. Under the light of the fire, the tyrant's figure began to change. Just magma, would I be afraid of you? Roar. Scales appeared on the tyrant's body in an instant, and soon his whole body was covered with scales. His hands stretched out, and sharp claws replaced his fists. And a tail covered with scales grew out. Combined with his 4-meter-tall body, he instantly turned into a terrifying monster. A veritable tyrant. Seeing that his magma was blocked, Sakaski couldn't help but look up to his opponent. I am also a user of ability. Human beast form pangolin tyrant. Yes, the tyrant is also a user of ability, animal type, mouse fruit, pangolin form. The super strong defense combined with the piercing damage caused by the scales is the origin of the name tyrant. Humph, just a pirate. Dog bites red lotus. Sakaski curled his lips in disdain and launched another attack. His arms instantly turned into lava, and then he turned the lava arms into the shape of a dog's head and stretched out the lava limbs to attack the enemy, and the dog's head made of lava would bite the enemy when attacking. The tyrant was instantly entangled by the dog made of magma. The scales all over his body were burned red. Damn it! Even if there was armed color domineering for defense, the high temperature could not be completely isolated. The tyrant fell into a passive position in an instant. Ha ha ha, tyrant, you are about to become a braised pangolin. Facing the plight of their companions, Scorpion and Viper had no intention of helping, but laughed at them instead. Asshole! The tyrant's unwilling roar came from the magma. Captain John frowned and put his hands on the sword. Scorpion, Viper, go help him. With Captain John's order, the two moved reluctantly. Scorpion, as her name suggests, is a killer. Speed and assassination are her strengths. Assassination still a scorpion tail. Scorpion, who was originally standing far away, took a step and came to Sakaski in an instant. The right leg covered with armed color domineering kicked Sakaski's head fiercely. Humph! Sakaski is a veteran. He has been fighting in the New World for many years and walks on the edge of death every day. This makes his observation color domineering grow very rapidly. Scorpion's right leg just raised, and he has already reacted. The whole person instantly turned into magma and exploded. Seeing this, Scorpion could only withdraw his offensive and took another step, this time appearing behind Sakaski instantly. Speed-related abilities. The two displacements made Sakaski guess about the Scorpion's fruit ability. At the same time, because of the Scorpion's intervention, Sakaski had to interrupt the release of dog-biting Red Lotus. The tyrant suddenly jumped out of the magma. At this time, the tyrant was in extreme misery. He was covered with burns and grimaced in pain. Lieutenant General Sakaski, we are here. Just when the two sides were confronting each other, the generals under Sakaski finally arrived. Ghost Spider and Doberman led a group of soldiers to wait for them. Humph! Are there any reinforcements? Let's go together, fight quickly, and get that little girl back for me. Captain John felt a little uneasy, which made him give the order to attack directly. Kill! The pirates swarmed up instantly, and the three cotters all joined the battle. Don't leave any alive! Sakaski also gave the order when seeing this. His purpose for pirates has always been to annihilate them all. At the same time, the divine axe, Q, was also in his hand. He decided to kill the opponent with thunder. Assassination Flow Scorpion. Scorpion activated his ability again and rushed to Sakaski again. Humph! Magma ejection. This time, Sakaski, with Q in hand, exploded instantly. The battle axe suddenly ejected red energy, and Scorpion was shocked and quickly retreated. With one step back, she flew dozens of meters away. But how can a Q charge attack have a range of just a few dozen meters? The terrifying energy blasted towards the distance like a ray that tore through the sky. Tisk! Two swords divide the sea. The purple-haired man finally took action, and swung out two sharp swords covered with armed color domineering. The lavender slash instantly met the lava spray from below. Captain John joined the battle. Lava boy, I'll play with you. Two swords split the earth. The two swords were swung again, and dozens of slashes broke through the air. Humph! Dog bite. Dog bite. Sakaski held the divine axe and invented a combat skill. Relying on the momentum of charging, the energy was transformed into flames all over the sky, and the sharpness of the axe blade swung out a flame blade similar to a slash. Although the power is not as good as the lava spray, it is faster and has low consumption. Suddenly, the slash in the air and the flame collided, and the momentum was very huge. King Riku, please take your soldiers back, and leave the following battle to us. Doberman ordered coldly, and then rushed into the battlefield holding the Tang horizontal sword. He faced Scorpion at the first moment. And Ghost Spider faced Tyrant. Little did he know that just as Doberman left, a pale figure had already arrived in front of Scarlet and King Riku. No one will protect you now. Princess, please follow me, otherwise. A trace of evil smile appeared on the pale face of the venomous snake. He was about to reach out to grab Scarlet. King Riku and Cyrus on the side were about to rescue. The venomous snake's arm stretched out instantly, sweeping the two away under the cover of armed color. The other hand still grabbed Scarlet. Just as he was about to catch her, a roar sounded instantly. "Get out! Who do you think you are? Clear Sky Hammer!" A huge black hammer fell heavily with the power to destroy everything. Boom! The venomous snake instantly retracted his hands and flew back. The huge hammer smashed on the ground, stirring up dust. "Want to touch her, have you?" asked me. The smoke dissipated. An iron hammer with red eyes stood beside Princess Scarlet, holding the Airhauschen hammer like a god descending from heaven. "Iron hammer A, I don't want to. I become abnormal when I get close to you. I can't resist it at all." "Iron hammer B, no, that's what you think. Follow your heart." "Iron hammer C, in fact, love comes from the heart." Western sword, well, my credit. Chapter 164, Weapon Master Iron Hammer. "Who is it?" Viper saw that his good deeds were interrupted, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. Iron Hammer stared at him coldly through the smoke and dust, and a cold voice slowly came out of his mouth. "The one who wants you dead." Zine. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Taikawa raised his hammer and rushed forward with the perception of his observation haki. The anger value of Taikawa was very decisive, and he swung the air hammer and smashed it towards the venomous snake. The momentum directly treated the venomous snake as a nail, and wanted to smash it into the ground. For a while, the venomous snake was completely suppressed by Taikawa, and there was no way to fight back. This series of events stunned King Riku and his people. The previous second they were still in danger, and the next second Taikawa descended from the sky. Especially Scarlet, holding a western sword, she fell into a state of astonishment. "You know," she shouted Taikawa's name more than once in her heart, hoping that he would appear. But when the wish really became a reality, she felt it was so incredible. "Iron Hammer." While whispering Taikawa's name, the light in Scarlet's eyes became brighter and brighter. The moment the hammer entered the battlefield, all the masters present felt it. Sakazuki waved a nest of QS with a smile on his face. "Sure enough, you are here. It seems that you and Dressrosa really have a secret." Captain John was puzzled, but he was still fighting, so he dared not be distracted. Sakazuki's strength was terrifying, especially after using the Divine Axe. Even the former pirate Captain John was paralyzed for a while. The weapon was not as good as his. If he didn't use the armed color to strengthen it, his sword would probably break if he touched it. The lethality was not as good as his. Although the slash he made was enough damage, he couldn't stand his natural elementalization. For a while, Captain John was so frustrated. He was a captain, but he was not as good as the cotters. The two sides fought fiercely, but the domineering spirit and weapons of the ghost spider could not break through the scales of the tyrant. The tyrant could not keep up with the speed of the ghost spider, and the two fought very closely. The only one who was better was Scorpion. Although Doberman was strong, he had wounds on his body when facing Scorpion, who had more assassination experience and fruit ability. "He, Navy brother, you can't keep up with my speed. I am a fast man who ate the superhuman speed fruit. I can directly increase my speed to several times the usual speed. You can't keep up with my speed at all." Scorpion activated his ability again, and the whole person came to the right side of Doberman like lightning, holding a dagger in each hand. Hiss! A flash of blood appeared, and Doberman retreated in pain. A cross-shaped scar appeared on his right face instantly. Damn pirate shave! Although Rokushiki shave is very fast, it is very weak against rule-based abilities. No matter how hard he tries, he can't catch up with Scorpion. Helplessly, he can only passively defend and fall into a deadlock. Sign. Let me show you Tai's arsenal. Hammer from all directions. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and Taikawa, who was holding the air hammer, instantly put away his ability. Because he found that Viper, the bastard, was too slippery. I don't know what ability it is, but he can soften his whole body and become like a snake, wandering around, and Taikawi can't do anything to him. He opened his hands suddenly, and countless hammering sounds began to sound. Venomous Snake instantly found that the air around him began to change. The next second, countless air hammers came to him from all directions. Damn armed! Unable to dodge, he could only turn on the armed color domineering to resist. Taikawi instantly seized the opportunity, and a spear appeared in his hand instantly. Soft bastard, Zine! The spear was thrown out by the hammer. The spear flying in the air changed instantly. One-time prop explosive spear. After activation, the whole spear will turn into flames, with a temperature of thousands of degrees. It is one of the products recently created by the hammer. How can I repair it? The venomous snake, who was suppressed by the hammer in all aspects, could not dodge at all, and could only watch the flames approach him. Puff! The spear penetrated the right abdomen of the venomous snake, and then a large amount of flames began to boil. Bastard! The venomous snake was covered by the high temperature and suffered unbearable pain. It could only let the hammer hit its body. The whole person softened, and then all armed color domineering opened the way, and suddenly burst into flames. Waiting for you! Who would have thought that as soon as he rushed out of the encirclement of the hammer and the flame, the hammer was already standing by coldly, holding a big hammer in his hand. Spiral up for me! The hammer swung violently, and a spiral flame instantly rose from the ground. Directly rushed the viper into the sky. It was the hammer that had burned the warmer before. Unlike the high temperature just now, this time the flame was full of vitality. Peng Bai's flame with the power of soaring into the sky directly knocked the viper stunned. For a moment, he felt that he was not burned by the flame, but hit by the flame. Seeing that the viper had no ability to fight back in the hands of the hammer, King Riku and others were completely dumbfounded. Is this the gap? They are not the enemy of the opponent at all, and now they have become so small. Scarlet looked as if it was natural, and was very happy to watch the hammer show its power. See, this is the strength of my future husband. Come on, hammer, beat him. I don't know if the hammer heard it, but the hammer moved anyway. The air hammer appeared again, and a bunch of nails appeared at the same time. Yes, you read it right, a pile of nails. The awakening ability is fully activated, and the hammer is doing two things at the same time. Not only does it condense the clear sky hammer, but it also condenses a pile of nails. Soft bastard, the last blow. Hammer the nail. It is a simple name, but the lethality is extremely terrifying. The hammer, with full strength, swung the clear sky hammer and hammered directly at the end of the nail. The terrifying power and explosive power directly smashed dozens of nails directly into the venomous snake in the air. The venomous snake's eyes were instantly bloodshot, but it was helpless. How can it be repaired? After the last sentence fell, the venomous snake was instantly pierced by the air nail. There were dozens of blood holes on the pale and thin body, and his eyes gradually lost their expression. The venomous snake, one of Captain John's 3 cotters, died. Bastard viper! Seeing his own cotters killed, Captain John was furious. The 2 swords in his hands suddenly used force to repel Sakazuki and his axe. The next second, he rushed towards Taikawi. His eyes were full of venom. You killed him without telling me where his money was hidden. My money, my treasure. Asshole Navy sign. Sakazuki. Taikawi. Everyone. It seems that you are not seeking revenge for him, but are feeling sad for the money and treasures that were hidden. What kind of person is this? Please click on it. Great, write a paragraph review, and give it a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 165, The Fighting Hammer. How terrifying were the pirates in the Rocks era! Killing people without hesitation, extremely vicious. Even 3 of the future 4 emperors are from the same pirate group. But in a powerful pirate group, there will also be weaker ones. And Captain John happens to be such an existence. John, are you polite? Double swords open the sky. John swung his double swords, and the lavender slash looked terrifying. But the hammer is no longer a rookie who just entered the sea. And with Scarlet's blessing, he is definitely fighting with max desire and max anger. Come on! Heavy hammer sparks. Spiral flames. One hand hammer, one hand punch, two flames appeared at the same time. One spiral, one jet, directly met Captain John's two slashes. Sakaski looked at his opponent unhappily as he suddenly ran to the side of the hammer, carrying a nest of QS and slowly walked over. That posture was to scout the hammer. Perhaps he had forgotten that he still had a group of soldiers fighting hard. It was not that he was not worried at all, but that he clearly felt the arrival of reinforcements through his perception of observation. Doberman, squat use iron blocks. Shield explosive shield. Doberman, who was injured by Scorpion again and left with an X-shaped scar, heard a cry, squatted without hesitation, and then activated the iron block. As soon as he lowered his head, Scorpion's dagger appeared on his head, and a very small shield also appeared. The shield flashed with a trace of fire, and Scorpion's dagger instantly chopped it. The next second. Boom! The explosion instantly swept Scorpion and Doberman. The difference is that the former was directly blown away by the explosion, and the latter, although in the center of the explosion, used the iron block in advance. I didn't get hurt too much, but my face was black, smoke was coming out, and my clothes were torn. When the explosion ended, Doberman climbed up with a dusty face. Surely, next time something like this happens, can you tell me in advance? I said, squat down, iron block. Doberman, is that what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the explosion. Ahem, you actually plotted against me, I'm going to kill you. The Scorpion that was swept by the explosion had a lot of burns on its body, and its body was also damaged to a certain extent by the impact of the explosion. But the pain seemed to turn on a switch in her body, and her momentum rose instead of falling. Assassination flow tail needle. Tisk, afraid of you, shield barrier. The two women acted at the same time. The former activated the fruit ability and instantly moved around Doberman and Shirley at high speed. The latter activated her ability to directly wrap her and Doberman with a shield. One was mainly for attack and the other for defense. Damn turtle shell! Humph! Come out if you dare! Who is Shirley? She is the one who hangs out with Iron Hammer. I won't go out, come in if you dare. Come out! Come in! Doberman looked at the two people who were spraying each other through the shield with a black line on his face, but he held the knife tightly in his hand. Shield, spray shield! Of course, Shirley would not just defend blindly. She used her observation haki to sense the direction of the Scorpion and pressed one hand behind the shield. The shield was activated instantly and sprayed out at a terrifying speed. Doberman, I will use the shield to assist in defense, and we will go. Shave storm kick. Shirley took the lead and storm kick broke through the air. Doberman followed closely behind, slashing down with the tang horizontal knife in his hand. The three fought again. Unlike the Scorpion's side, which was in full swing, the Tyrant's side seemed very dull. Ghost Spider couldn't take him down, and he couldn't take Ghost Spider down either. But with the arrival of Lance, this situation finally changed. Bang! It was not Lance himself who arrived at the battlefield first, but Barrett's large caliber bullet. The terrifying bullets made the Tyrant feel cold, and he quickly blocked his arms and tail in front of him. After so many years of growth, Lance has also awakened the two-color domineering. Although it is very elementary, the characteristics of domineering have been mastered. At this time, the bullet covered with armed color domineering hit the Tyrant's scales heavily, instantly shattering the scales. Fortunately, the Tyrant was also covered with armed color domineering for defense, otherwise he would definitely lose an arm with this shot. Damn Navy! Sign! The injured Tyrant fell into a frenzy, and Ghost Spider coldly held two swords to confront him. I'll stop him, you find a chance to kill him." This sentence was said to Lance, and Ghost Spider rushed towards the tyrant again. Although he couldn't break through the defense, he could still entangle him. All parties were fighting. Only Sakazuki was doing nothing. His opponents had been robbed, and he couldn't rob them. But he changed his mind and walked towards King Riku and his group unconsciously. At this time, Scarlet only had the hammer in her eyes, and her right hand holding the western sword trembled slightly, which was excitement and nervousness. "Come on, hammer!" King Riku felt indescribable when he saw his daughter secretly cheering for others. It was as if the flower he had carefully nurtured had already become someone else's before it bloomed. This made King Riku look at Taikui with even more hostility. On the contrary, Cyrus looked at Taikui with a hint of admiration. Is this the strength of a vice admiral of the navy? He could kill such a powerful pirate and fight back and forth with their boss. "Sakazuki, I came first, are you blind?" The battle in the air for Taikui was completely heated at this time. The hammer and the double swords had collided countless times. The slash and the hammer collided with each other. The more Taikui fought, the braver he became, and the whole person burned like a flame. His right hand was already a little red because of the frequent hammering and flames, but he didn't feel any pain at all, but felt very happy. Arm. Hammer. The air hammer condensed again and rendered a layer of black. Iron hammer held a hammer in each hand. This shape, don't say, is quite handsome. If it's green, it's the Hulk. John looked at the increasingly brave iron hammer in front of him, and felt a little confused. Keep fighting. The two hammers were swung out in an interlaced manner, and iron hammer attacked again. John had no time to think and could only meet the enemy again. Boy, don't think I'm afraid of you. Double swords fall into the sea. John, who was suppressed continuously, was completely angry. The two swords instantly turned extremely black, and the surging armed color domineering aura surged out crazily. The two swords were raised side by side and then fell together. The two slashes instantly converged together to form a huge purple slash. This was the second time Iron Hammer had seen a fusion of slashes. John's fusion of slashes was much more skillful than Mihawk's. And the power after fusion was very huge. Iron Hammer had to take it seriously. Spiral up hammer. Air hammer hammer 80. Iron Hammer was also willing to throw the hammer of spiral flames directly at the slash, and the next second the air hammer smashed it directly. The hammer hit the hammer, and the spiral flame instantly turned into a raging flame. Chapter 166 Hydraulic Press. John is dead. The flames dyed the sky red. But it was soon swallowed by the slash. The slash that swallowed the flames also lost its original power and was casually smashed by Iron Hammer with the air hammer. Just then, a shout rang out. Iron Hammer, come on, beat him up. It was Scarlet. In an instant, that different feeling surged into her heart, and her observation haki was unconsciously activated. The excitement of the pink-haired loli made Iron Hammer instantly power up to max. The last blow, John, go to hell and repent. Hammer hammer fruit full power. The terrifying sound of hammering filled the sky. John, who had just swung the slash and was recovering his strength, instantly felt a sense of badness. The whole person immediately entered a state of alert. I saw Taikui raise his hands to the sky, and countless hammering sounds spread from his hands. The air was hammering, the wind was hammering, and the invisible hammering turned everything around him into hammering. Ding Devil Fruit Development Level, 99, about to break through. Please cheer for the host. Assimilation, an awakened ability, especially the superhuman Devil Fruit, can use this ability to affect all the surrounding environment. At this moment, Taikui has initially mastered the assimilation ability, but has not yet reached the fruit awakening. It is not difficult to make people curious about what kind of new ability the hammer fruit will trigger after awakening. But at present, the assimilation ability is in one place, with Taikui as the center, and the hammering impact is everywhere. At this time, Taikui closed his eyes, and his mind was different. He could clearly feel that his fruit ability was affecting everything around him. Hammering, plasticity, assimilation, gave him a very deep feeling. Is this the cascade effect of ability? My mind is clearer than ever before. Blacksmithing, hammering. Although hand forging is the essence, there is nothing more direct and terrifying than violent forging machines and hydraulic presses. Suddenly, Iron Hammer opened his eyes. His hands stretched forward, one above and one below, standing in front of his chest. He had already figured out how to launch his next attack. Hammer plasticity assimilation. With a loud shout, the terrifying hammering began to surround Captain John. In an instant, Captain John felt that the space and air around his body were completely solidified, and he was about to run. But Iron Hammer didn't give him a chance at all. Hammer in all directions. The interference skills surged again, and at the same time, Iron Hammer, who was using his ability at a high load, began to tremble, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. But his eyes were still firm. Captain John, your time has long passed. Go down and reunite with your Captain Jibek. Plasticity hydraulic press. Amid the crazy roar of the hammer. A hydraulic press is a machine that uses liquid as a working medium to transfer energy to achieve various processes. In addition to forging and forming, hydraulic presses can also be used for correction, pressing, packaging, pressing blocks and pressing plates, etc. And the hydraulic press created by hammer does not use liquid as power, but hammer strikes as a continuous source of power. Under John's horrified eyes, a cylindrical device appeared above his head, and he was covered by hammer strikes all around, unable to move at all. Impossible! How could your ability be so exaggerated? Yes, it is indeed a bit exaggerated. But the hammer fruit does not have the destructive power of the tremor fruit, nor the mobility and control of the floating fruit. There are only ordinary hammer strikes, but under the will of the hammer amplified by Scarlet, the hammer fruit is breaking through in the control of the hammer. Use hammer strikes to form space compression to prevent the enemy from escaping. Use hammer strikes to create more lethal weapons and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, the hammer created the most lethal hydraulic press. With the terrifying power, it directly crushes the enemy. As the cylinder is formed, Hammer begins to feel severe pain all over his body. But he still grits his teeth, and his hands begin to slowly gather in the middle. The cylinder also begins to press down on Captain John below. How can I repair it? I am Captain John, a great pirate. How could I be killed by a newcomer in the navy like you? Ah! Desperate situations always lead to breakthroughs. Captain John raised his two swords suddenly. At this moment, he no longer held back and poured all his domineering spirit into his swords. The cylinder and the two swords touched. The next second, Captain John's face changed drastically. What did he feel? It was not pressure, not gravity. The cylinder transmitted a wave of impact force stronger than the other through the two swords. Yes, although it is called a hydraulic press, it is still hammering and impacting. Just when John was surprised, the hydraulic press dropped rapidly. The terrifying impact force made John's hands holding the sword begin to tremble unconsciously. The hammering that directly hit his flesh made him almost unable to hold the sword. No. The fear of death instantly surged into Captain John's heart. The miserable shout made everyone who was still fighting stop and look at the source of the sound unconsciously. Tyrant, Scorpion, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Lance, Shirley, King Riku and his people. Scarlet. Shock appeared on everyone's face, even Sakazuki was a little surprised for a moment. He had never seen Iron Hammer launch such an attack before. The fruit power was fully activated, completely regardless of the consequences. Even if his face was red with pain, he was still using the power. It's the first time I see Iron Hammer like this in so many years. Is it just for her? Sakazuki looked at Scarlet, who was full of excitement, with confusion and doubt on his face. Sign pay a heavy price for your actions. The last roar came from Iron Hammer's mouth. The hydraulic press fell again. Crack! Captain John's double swords began to shatter even though they were covered with armed color domineering. The horrible hammer blows continued to shatter even the armed color. When the two swords were completely broken, the unwilling Captain John raised his hands to stop the hydraulic press from falling. But the moment his hands touched the cylinder, pain! The hammer blows entered his body the moment they touched, causing him to scream in pain. Damn Navy! Wang Ji, you bastard, it's all your fault. I curse that one day you will be pulled down from the altar by a junior and end up like me. John knew that he could not escape, and he put all his resentment on Wang Ji, who expelled him from Beehive Island. Wang Ji, damn, I was a shipmate after all, and you cursed me like this. You can't see it. Zine. The hydraulic press fell heavily. Crack. Dun. Boom. The sound of bones breaking rang out instantly, and the terrifying hammering completely submerged John. Corpses in front of the hammer fruit at full firepower. Do you still want corpses? Locke's pirates, Captain John, the great pirate, is dead. Chapter 167. The end of the event. What, John the bastard? Damn it, how could it be? The only two remaining cotters, Scorpion and Tyrant, saw John turned into ash and fluttered in the wind, and their eyes widened and almost jumped out of their sockets. They had no will to fight. After all, the leader was dead, so why should they fight for their lives? Saving their lives was the most important thing. When it comes to escaping, Scorpion's ability is the most suitable. The speed fruit relies on speed. It's a pity that her opponent is Shirley, a fur tribe member. Don't even think about running, shave. Discharge. Just when Scorpion was about to turn around and run, Shirley, with her extraordinary fighting instinct, had already arrived at her side one step ahead of her, and the visible electric current instantly climbed up Scorpion's body. Hiss! Asshole! Scorpion felt a tingling sensation all over his body after being hit by the electric current, and the ability he had just raised instantly dissipated. Ruin my good thing assassination flow, tail needle. Scorpion was also a ruthless person. Seeing that his plan to escape was interrupted, he immediately gave up running and turned around to Chung for attack. The two daggers covered with rich armament haki stabbed towards Shirley's neck. One sword-style fighting dog. Unfortunately, Shirley was not fighting alone. Although Doberman was one step slower than Shirley, he was an elite from the elite training camp after all. The action was not slow at all, and the Tang horizontal sword in his hand was also covered with armament haki. Fighting dog. What is a fighting dog? A dog with strong aggressiveness, used for protection, work, or fighting. This type of dog is sometimes called a fighting dog. What about Doberman? He will not protect people, nor is he for work, but simply to defeat the enemy in front of him. The courage to move forward, combined with sharp weapons and armament haki. Doberman is a fighting dog that vows to bite the enemy to death. Acid. The Tang horizontal sword and the dagger collided, and a crisp sound rang out instantly. The Scorpion's dagger was no match for the knife made of a hammer, and it broke on the spot. Doberman kept his blade sharp and slashed at Scorpion fiercely. Ah! After a scream, a deep cut appeared on Scorpion's chest. This was the result of her using the armament haki to defend herself. Otherwise, she would have been cut in two. But with such a serious injury, she was unable to fight again, let alone escape. Scorpion, one of Captain John's 3 cotters, was defeated. The tyrant wanted to leave the battle, but Lance and Ghost Spider were not going to let him go. This made the tyrant a little crazy, and the whole person began to attack indiscriminately like a violent beast. Relying on the super strong scale armor defense, he rushed like a tank. Hey, Lance, is there any good way? Ghost Spider's hands were sore from slashing, but the opponent was not hurt at all. Lance looked at the tyrant with a serious face, and slowly uttered a word, yes. Spider-Ghost's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately asked, "What method?" "Close combat, shoot him at 0 distance." Lance carried the barret on his shoulders, and a trace of madness appeared on his face. "Hey, Lance, you are not kidding, 0 distance with him." Spider-Ghost pointed his knife at the tyrant, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Even if it was him, he could only keep a distance from the tyrant and then find an opportunity to use his knife. That was a monster covered with scales. At 0 distance, he would be torn to pieces by him. "Do you think I look like a joke? If the two of us can't take down a pirate, won't you lose face if you tell others? So, Spider-Ghost, let's go. You hold him back, and I'll find an opportunity to get close." One day, a shooter who kills people with a long-range sniper suddenly tells you that he wants to fight the enemy in close combat and shoot at 0 distance. No one believed it, but the crazy look on Lance's face at this time made people believe it. Ghost Spider saw this and said nothing more. He clenched his 2 swords and rushed towards the tyrant again. "Hey, bastard, come and fight!" Ghost bite. The 2 Meow-Daa stabbed the tyrant with a sharp cold light. "Bastard Navy die!" The tyrant who was attacked became even more furious. He blocked his chest with his arms and lashed his tail full of scales at Ghost Spider. Tisk! Feeling the sound of breaking air brought by the huge force, Ghost Spider could only switch from offense to defense, using the 2 swords to block. Suddenly, a figure rushed in between him and the tyrant. Lance. Ghost Spider saw Lance rushing in with a serious face, holding the barret in his hand. "Die!" The tyrant didn't care who it was. Anyone who dared to attack him would die. 2 sharp claws suddenly grabbed the person who came. Armed iron block. Lance would not let himself be slaughtered. He defended himself immediately and protected the barret in his hand. Hiss! But the tyrant's lethality still broke through Lance's defense. The sharp claws instantly pierced Lance's abdomen. Ghost Spider! But in just such a moment, Lance was very calm. He twisted his body forcefully, letting the tyrant's attack fall on one side of his body. The sharp claws instantly scratched the right side of his body. Then he endured the pain and rushed under the tyrant. Ghost Spider did not dare to hesitate when he saw this, and rushed towards the tyrant again. 2 swords snake bite. The 2 swords pierced the tyrant's hands respectively. This time the attack was full of power. Even if it could not break the defense, it would hold the tyrant's hands and prevent him from returning to defense. Pangolin, with scales all over its body, the only weak spot is the abdomen. Lance thought so and did so. He put the muzzle of the barret gun directly into the tyrant's chest. Bang! With a gunshot, the terrifying large-caliber bullet directly penetrated the tyrant's chest, bringing out a blood mist. Hoo-hoo! Lance, holding the barret, gasped heavily, and the wound on the right side of his body was bleeding, making his lance look pale. Ghost Spider still held the tyrant's arms with 2 knives, not daring to relax. Asshole! The tyrant made an unwilling sound in his throat, his strength was lost, and his life passed away. As the tyrant turned back into human form, Ghost Spider and Lance knew that they had won. "We won." "Nonsense! Hurry up and find a doctor for me, it hurts so much." The spider demon realized that Lance was a wounded soldier. Doctor, someone is dying here, save him." "Lance, thank you so much, Spider Demon." With the defeat of the Cotters, the John pirates were completely destroyed, and the remaining pirates were sent to see the King of Hell under the command of Sakaski. The crisis in Dressrosa was resolved. After Iron Hammer killed Captain John, he came to Scarlet as soon as possible and looked at the pink-haired Loli carefully. After confirming that she was fine, he retracted his nervous heart. "It's good that you're fine. Lance, get ready to return." As they got closer, the strong attraction increased again. Hearing that Iron Hammer was leaving, Scarlet's eyes widened instantly. Seeing her like this, Iron Hammer had to run faster and quickly issued a return order. Lance is injured, you don't have to rush back, Vice Admiral Iron Hammer. Suddenly, a man carrying an axe walked up to him with a smile on his face. Although he was smiling, his smile was full of teasing. Iron Hammer, you are a real dog, Sakaski with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Chapter 168. He left just before he was sold out by Iron Hammer. In the end, Iron Hammer didn't leave. First, it was because Lance and a group of soldiers were injured. Then Sakaski didn't mean to let him leave at all. He took Iron Hammer and went straight to his warship. Hey, Sakaski, why don't you let me leave? I tell you, if I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave in a while. Iron Hammer was unhappy. He couldn't even run away from Scarlet, but this bastard didn't let him go. Sakaski took out 2 cigars and 2 bottles of wine slowly, handed them to Iron Hammer, and lit a cigar himself. Hey! When did the famous Lieutenant General Iron Hammer have a fiancée and a princess of a member country? The most important thing is that this princess is only 8 years old. Sakaski was smoking a cigar and drinking at the same time, and he even uttered words that shocked Taikawi. Taikawi, when did this dog become so gossipy? Taikawi had no choice but to light up a cigar and drink. He didn't know what to say about Scarlet. Speaking of pink-haired Loli, do you like her? Yes. And Scarlet is also a big beauty when she grows up. He really likes her, and he was very sad about Scarlet's death in his previous life. Oda must have done it on purpose. But no matter how much he likes her, he is still a novice in love in his second life. He has never talked about the so-called love as he has been accompanied by a steel furnace. Plus that damn rapier makes Scarlet attractive to him all the time. What kind of thing is this? So, you made that sword and lost yourself. Sakaski almost spit out the wine in his mouth, his face full of shock. He couldn't imagine that there would be a sword with such power. This is completely a love artifact. How can you talk like that? Princess Scarlet is so beautiful, I'm just paying for her, okay. Iron Hammer said everything in his heart and accepted his fate. He found out when he came to save the situation this time. As long as Scarlet is there, he has no resistance. Then what are you going to do? Stay in Dressrosa? Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at Goji. How is it possible? I'm still a navy, and Scarlet is only a few years old. This time it's because Dressrosa is in urgent need of help, otherwise I wouldn't come. Sakaski expressed his disbelief in Iron Hammer's words. No, what's that look in your eyes? The look of disbelief on Gogo's face made Taikawi instantly furious. Okay, I've smoked and drunk, I'm going to go see Lance. This bastard, a shooter who doesn't want to play long range, has to go find someone to play melee. I give up. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Taikawi could only pull Lance out and scold him. Gogo's face remained unchanged, still with a bit of joking. After Taikawi left, he silently took out a den mushi. Bolo bolo. Hello, I'm Sakaski. Taikawi and Princess Dressrosa do have a secret. How should I put it? Child bride marrying into the family. Stop scolding, even if the two of them are together, what can happen? Tisk old man with a problem. BG. After hanging up the phone, Guza held a cigar in his mouth again. Iron Hammer, I can only help you so much. Whether you can deal with the senior officials of Sengoku depends on you. Yes, it was the old man Sengoku who just talked to Sakaski. At this time, in the general's office. I said that Iron Hammer is not right. He went to Dressrosa to have a love affair. The object is an 8-year-old princess. Why doesn't he find a younger one? Sengoku hung up the phone, his face full of anger. Old Man Kong and Staff Officer Crane on the side supported their foreheads weakly. Sakaski did not tell the matter of the Western sword, which was considered to save Iron Hammer's face. It shouldn't be. Iron Hammer didn't have any other thoughts when he saved Shirley. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to the princess of the allied country heart? Ms. Crane analyzed Taikoi's behavior very rationally, and she didn't understand it at all. Old Man Kong also nodded silently. I don't understand either. Taikoi, this bastard, has been working diligently in the headquarters all these years, sort of. He just went to Dressrosa once when he was injured. How could he have a relationship with someone else's princess? Could it be because Dressrosa is the city of love? Then there is also the situation of killing the ex in the street. Taikoi is so depressed. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Hehe, although Sakazuki didn't say it, I can guess that Taikoi must have contributed to it. From the intelligence, the princess of Dressrosa didn't have the Conqueror's haki at the beginning. After she had the Conqueror's haki, a western sword appeared beside her. And the time when the western sword appeared was when Taikoi was in Dressrosa. You said it had nothing to do with Taikoi, but I won't believe it no matter how hard you try. Zhang Guo's analysis was very reasonable. If Taikoi was present, he would definitely give him a round of applause. This old man analyzed that Taikoi was the most attentive. Princess Scarlet, why are you here? Because there were many wounded, the Navy stayed in the hospital in Dressrosa to treat their wounds. And outside Lance's ward, Princess Scarlet and Legion Commander Taiga were standing. Taiki could only bite the bullet and go forward against the strange feeling that surged in his heart. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Humph, if I'm not here to guard, can I see you? Scarlet unconsciously put her hand on the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist. This time, the invisible attraction became stronger. Iron Hammer quickly struck a hammer in his heart to make his spiritual see clearer. Scarlet, I just want to tell you something. What's the matter? Hearing that Iron Hammer had something to say, Scarlet instantly became alert. I heard from the soldiers that when Sakazuki came, you scolded him. I am also a Navy Scarlet. Originally, she wanted to ask more, but facing the pink-haired lowly, Iron Hammer lost confidence and whispered softly in the end. Hearing Iron Hammer's blaming words, Scarlet pursed her lips in grievance. I know, can't I be better to the Navy in the future? I was wrong this time. Since I awakened the Conqueror's haki, I can't help but be arrogant. You can't blame me. Iron Hammer also knew that this was the disadvantage of the king's spirit. After all, it was the sword that caused the trouble. You can't blame Scarlet entirely. I don't blame you, really, but I am also a Navy after all. I know, my Lord Vice Admiral. Scarlet stuck out her tongue, and the little girl's face made Taikoi's heart tremble. Damn rapier! Oh, cute Scarlet! Little did he know that when he and Scarlet were in love and hatred, Dog Brother had sold him out, and the top management of the headquarters had already started a heated discussion around him. Chapter 169 The Frustrated King Riku. After dealing with Scarlet, Taikoi walked into Lance's ward. Looking at Lance who was bandaging his wound, Taikoi laughed. Lance, you really impressed me. You, a shooter, actually rushed up to fight with others at zero distance. Very good, very powerful. What else could Lance say after hearing this? Under the circumstances at that time, if he didn't shoot at close range, he and Ghost Spider would not be able to defeat the tyrant in pangolin form. And recently, he was holding back a rage in his heart, which was caused by Mihawk. As a result, he lost his original rationality and ran up to fight with a gun. Lance, what do you think of Dressrosa's defense? Lance looked at Taiko's calm eyes. Having been with Taiko for so long, he immediately understood what Taiko meant. This battle made Taiko worry about Dressrosa? No, it should be said that he was worried about Princess Scarlet. Although he didn't know why Taiko was like this, Lance knew that Taiko was serious. It's very weak. Although the Kingdom Army can play a defensive role against ordinary pirate gangs, once it encounters a situation like today, Dressrosa has no other way but to ask the Navy for help. If the rescue is not timely, it will be very dangerous. This sentence completely touched Taikoi's heart. He also realized that even with a good player like Cyrus, he still seemed weak and powerless when facing a battle-hardened pirate. Yes, wasn't Dressrosa in the original book easily controlled by Doflamingo? Is there any good way to remedy this? Taikoi is just a blacksmith, or to put it in a better way, a blacksmith with some strength and status. The Navy is stationed in Dressrosa. Or improve the overall military strength of Dressrosa. Taikoi was silent. These two methods are easier said than done. The Navy branches in the New World are only G1 and G5. G1 is backed by the Red Earth continent, and G5 it's hard to say. Want to station the Navy in Dressrosa harder than climbing to the sky. As for the second method, improving military strength, it can't be done overnight. Alas, it's a big project. 3 days later, after 3 days of rest, the Sakaski and Hammer tribes were able to return home. During these 3 days, Hammer racked his brains to think of many ways, and finally chose the second method, to improve the military strength of Dressrosa. How to improve equip firearms, or even devil fruits, there is always a way. For this reason, Hammer had a special conversation with King Riku. Looking at the King's Highlands in the distance, Hammer recalled the situation at that time. Your Majesty King Riku, this incident has made it clear that Dressrosa lacks the armed forces to protect itself. I hope you can greatly improve the country's military strength, not asking for anything else, just to protect it. King Riku's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Hammer. Vice Admiral Iron Hammer, I am a pacifist and do not like to use military force to demonstrate national strength. After hearing King Riku's words, Iron Hammer was so angry that he almost conjured a hammer to crush him, but when he thought of Scarlet's father and his savior, he immediately suppressed his anger. He tried to keep his voice calmer. I don't mean to demonstrate national strength, I just want to protect myself. You have seen what happened this time. When facing some big pirates, the power that Dressrosa currently has is as fragile as a piece of paper, not to mention that Scarlet's awakening of the Conqueror's haki will attract many surrounding countries to cast fearful eyes on Dressrosa. I know you advocate peace, but the premise of peace is to have a certain powerful force. You don't want this incident to happen again, right? If the Navy does not rescue in time, what will happen to Dressrosa? What about Scarlet? At the end, Iron Hammer's voice was a little excited. King Riku's face became even gloomier. He knew that what Taikoi said was true. In this pirate invasion, even Dressrosa's strongest warrior Cyrus was no match for the other party. Scarlet was almost kidnapped. Just when King Riku was wavering, the pink-haired Loli made a grand appearance. And she stood on Taikoi's side as soon as she appeared. Father, I think Vice Admiral Taikoi is right. Even if Dressrosa yearns for peace, it also needs a strong force as a protective umbrella for the kingdom. As a member of the world government, we can't rely solely on the power of the Navy to comfort the people. We need to improve our own strength. The sonorous and powerful voice hammered into King Riku's mind again and again. King Riku felt so sour when he saw his daughter standing on the opposite side of him. If it was simply for the safety of the kingdom, it would be fine. What's the meaning of the smile you showed Taikoi after you finished speaking? I'm so angry. In the end, King Riku agreed to the requests of Iron Hammer and Scarlet, and gave the relative decision-making power to Scarlet, while he ran to the back mountain to vent his anger. Scarlet, this is Lance, my den mushy, call me if you have anything. As for the guns and weapons I need, I will contact the corresponding merchants and contact you then. Under Scarlet's reluctant gaze, Iron Hammer left Dressrosa again. It was not until the Warhammer disappeared on the horizon that Scarlet retracted his gaze. Cyrus, the training of the soldiers is left to you. Improving the physical fitness of the soldiers is the top priority. This is what Vice Admiral Iron Hammer said. I hope that in the future Dressrosa will no longer be coveted by any pirates. Once the Queen's Road is opened, it will not stop, feeling the momentum of the pink-haired princess. When thinking about Iron Hammer's tyrannical strength, Cyrus has nothing but respect in his heart. Yes, Princess Scarlet, I will handle the training perfectly. Hey, Iron Hammer, are you serious? I mean to improve the military strength of Dressrosa. Yes. What are you going to do? I don't know. Lance and Shirley were speechless as they watched Iron Hammer scratching his head anxiously. You haven't figured out how to do it, have you? Firearms and the like are easy to deal with. Dressrosa's financial strength is not weak. If it doesn't work, go find Judge and plunder some new weapons and equipment from him. Judge, come on, come and try. If you see if I don't care about you, you're done. The difficult part is the warriors. Although there are gladiators, it's not enough. There's a long way to go. As he spoke, Iron Hammer looked at the sea. One face after another flashed through his mind. Chapter 170 Godfather is angry. Zifa beats Hammer. When the Warhammer entered the port of Marinford again, Hammer suddenly had a very bad feeling. Lance, why do I feel a chill on my back? Nothing will happen, right? Lance gave Hammer a speechless look. What can happen? Are you afraid that General Jean Guo will eat you? He left after saying that, leaving Hammer alone in the wind. Yet, how could he forget this? He deliberately concealed the matter between Scarlet and himself. This is equivalent to leaving a handle on the old man Jean Guo. It's over. According to the personality of that old bastard, it would be strange if he didn't get a skin on his back. Lieutenant General Taikawi, Marshal Kong, and General Jean Guo asked you to go through. Now, immediately, right away. Well, what you fear will come true. Taikawi instantly drooped his head, like a defeated rooster. Until he passed by Sakaski. It's no big deal, isn't it? Just a child bride or a son-in-law? Taikawi, look at it lightly, Dressrosa is blessed to have you. Taikawi. Good, you thick-browed and big-eyed dog, it turned out that you were the one who told the secret. Dog, are you worthy of me by selling me out like this? Are you worthy of a nest of QS? Okay, you are really my good brother. Woo 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 woo. As Taikawi spoke, he burst into tears. Being stabbed in the back by his brother, is there anything more uncomfortable than this? Humph, I'm helping you. Do you think General Jean Guo can't guess your situation? It's better to confess this kind of thing as soon as possible. Sakaski snorted unhappily and turned away. I don't trust you, you're a bad guy with an axe. There was no other way, Taikawi could only walk towards the marshal's office with a dusty face. Unexpectedly, when he just walked to the door of the office, a sturdy figure also walked towards here with a puzzled look. Oh, isn't this Taikawi? The problem of Dressrosa has been solved. It's over, it's completely over, the old man Jean Guo is not a human being. The man in front of him is Taikawi's mentor and godfather, Zifa. It seems that Zifa doesn't know the specific situation at this time, and he still smiles when he sees Taikawi. Teacher Zifa, why are you here too? That bastard Jean Guo said he had something important to tell me, it seems he didn't lie to me, even you are here, there must be something new. Okay, let's go in. Iron Hammer, old Jean Guo, you are so cruel, and you have a special weapon. Go away, I will take your last name if I don't make you a glowing magic stick to disgust you to death from now on, I will be called Jean Hammer. Come in. Knowing that Tai Chui and Zifa have arrived, the voice of Old Man Kong sounded from inside the house. The two pushed the door and walked in. Hey, when they entered, Old Man Kong sat in the first seat, Jean Guo and Ms. He were on both sides. It looked like an ancient government office, which made Tai Chui feel uneasy. You should know that Jean Guo and Ms. He were sitting on one side before, but now they are sitting on both sides separately, which is very abnormal. Hey, Old Man Kong, Jean Guo, if you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have a lot of things to do at the training camp. Zifa expressed his dissatisfaction as soon as he entered the door. He is very busy. I have only wiped half of the iron wave and the fist, and the other half is not wiped. It is really annoying. Zifa, sit down first. Today's matter is mainly about the hammer. You said it, hammer. Old Man Kong's voice was very flat, and there was no fluctuation, but this is often the calm before the storm. This time, even Zifa's eyes were on the hammer. Half hammer, what earth-shattering thing have you done again? Did you get Zhang Guo's exclusive weapon? He glanced at Zhang Guo while saying this. Zhang Guo's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, it's bad, I forgot about the exclusive thing. If I offend this kid, his exclusive will definitely be gone. No, I have to think of a way to fight for it. He did do something really big. Before Taikui opened his mouth, Zhang Guo took over the topic. He pushed his glasses and began his performance. Taikui, you actually concealed the situation of Dressrosa, including Princess Scarlet's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, which caused Dressrosa to fall into crisis. Besides, even if you have a relationship with Princess Scarlet, you shouldn't hide it. Would we old guys break up the couple? Listening to Zhang Guo's righteous and stern speech, Ms. Crane and Old Man Kong suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Guo in unison. Kong, you bastard, you didn't behave like this before, didn't you want to punish Taikui who abducted the girl? Crane, if I'm not mistaken, Zhang Guo must have thought of the exclusive weapon and changed his mind at the last minute. This person, hey! Zhang Guo, I didn't want to either, Marshal, Ziahe, I forgot about the exclusive weapon, thanks to Zephyr. Zifa, this kid is in love, the object is a princess. What does this princess look like? Is she suitable for Taikui? 4 people have different ideas, only Taikui is worried. Taik, you are in love, and the object is a princess. Not bad, you have guts and courage. If I remember correctly, Dressrosa is also a powerful country. It seems that your injury last time has made a marriage, not bad. You too, why hide such a good thing? You should say it out loud. Zafar seems very happy that his son is in love. In an instant, he even thought of his grandchildren, and his heart was so happy. Teacher Zifa, Zifa, don't be too happy. Seeing that Zhang Guo is no longer reliable, Old Man Kong can only do it himself. It is true that the other party is a princess, and she is indeed the princess of Dressrosa, but she is only 8 years old. Zifa's smile froze instantly, and the word 8 years old exploded in his mind like a cannonball. 8 years old. 8-year-old princess. The 8-year-old princess is Taikui's lover. The 4 people present saw Zifa's face turn from red to white, then to purple, then to black, and finally back to red. The next second. Asshole Taikui, you bastard, she's still an 8-year-old child, how could you have the heart to do that to her? How have you lived all these years? Are you going backwards the more you live? I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Black wrist falling rocks. Zifa's hands turned black in an instant under the rage, and his terrifying iron fist smashed directly at Taikui's face. No, teacher, listen to my explanation. Absolute space. Feeling Zifa's full strength, Taikui did not dare to neglect it. Don't make trouble. Although Zifa began to have pain during this period, he was still in his prime, which was very scary. The space formed by the hammering instantly surrounded the entire office. Countless hammering compressed the space. Taikui even used the assimilation ability to make the hammering become an obstacle to Zifa's progress, and stopped Zifa's movements abruptly. Chapter 171. You can create your own protective gear. Good boy, your strength has improved a lot. What a pity, who do you think I am? I am Black Wrist Zifa. Zeph showed a proud smile, and his domineering aura began to burst out and flow like liquid. Where the domineering aura spread, the suppression of the absolute space began to be destroyed. Iron Hammer was startled, and a word flashed in his mind. Armament Haki, Advanced Application, Internal Destruction. Wano country calls it Ryu Sakura. Iron Hammer's eyes became sharp, and through the flowing armament Haki exuded by Teacher Zifa, he instantly realized something. Zeph walked towards Iron Hammer step by step, with a heavy sense of oppression in every step. The fruit ability is well developed, but I remember I told you that no matter how good the fruit ability is, it is only auxiliary. Only strong strength is the kingly way, Zeph shouted, swinging his fist and hitting Iron Hammer. With the blast of his fist, the absolute space was completely destroyed. Iron Hammer was startled. Can armament Haki alone shatter his absolute space? Is this Ryu Sakura? Is it to transmit the attack to the inside in a flowing form? Do you feel an advanced application of armament Haki? Zeph laughed. Iron Hammer nodded. His Haki has always been at the basic level. It is rare for him to experience advanced application in person. That's fine. Next, are you ready to bear the beating from me? Iron Hammer. Ouch. Teacher, don't hit me in the face. There is a hidden secret. Zeph punched hard, and Iron Hammer cried out. The office screamed instantly. This scream lasted for a quarter of an hour. So, you made a weapon and got yourself into trouble. Iron Hammer, how can I say you? Can you make this kind of weapon casually? This is only in the hands of the princess. If this falls into the hands of Charlotte Linlin, what can you do? Plus. Oak. Listening to Taikoi's sad voice, everyone's faces changed. Old man Kong, bastard, if you don't forge iron, where can I find my exclusive weapon? Zhangguo, don't worry, I've given you all the materials. It's really a hassle, but I still want the exclusive weapon. Zifa, Humph, just stay with me at the headquarters, kid. Anyway, I have my exclusive weapon. I don't care about other people. Although some of the weapons you forged are really bad, there are ways to remedy them. It was Zhangguo who spoke. At this moment, Zhangguo's eyes were shining with wisdom, which made Taikoi feel that he was really a mentally retarded person, no, a wise general. What, old man Zhangguo, if you have a way, please tell me. I'm speechless recently. Dressrosa is almost becoming my restricted area. Faced with Taikoi's bitter words, Zhangguo summarized his words and began to think of a solution. You said that the sword has an unparalleled suppressive power on you, right? Taikoi nodded. And it gave Princess Scarlet the domineering aura, right? Taikoi nodded again. Then can you make a defensive item for yourself, something that can resist this kind of lethality? Or even make a weapon that can help you awaken the Conqueror's Haki to fight against that Western Sword and Scarlet? Iron Hammer was shocked. Old man Zhangguo has become smarter. According to your story, the suppression of you by Scarlet and Western Sword is definitely in the aspect of mind or thought. Then you should start from this aspect and make a device to protect yourself. As for your relationship with Scarlet, I think it's also because of that sword. When you can successfully resist the erosion of Western Sword on you, you can take a good look at your emotional problems with her. If you still have her in your heart at that time, this headquarters will not stop you. The figure of Zhangguo continued to glow and grow in Iron Hammer's eyes, like a golden Buddha, which made people admire him. Asshole Sengoku, please don't use your ability in the office. Look, once you transform, you'll break my ceiling. Iron Hammer. What a waste of feelings, forgetting that this old man is the human fruit, the mythical beast, the great Buddha form, and actually used the devil fruit to confuse Tai. It's so fucking infuriating. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Sengoku's face, and he quickly retracted his ability, but he still said to Iron Hammer in the same tone. So, Iron Hammer, since the problem is in your hands, use your ability to save yourself. The one who tied the bell should be the one who untied it, right? It must be said that Sengoku's words really broadened Iron Hammer's mind. Yes, since he can forge a weapon that is naturally strong against himself, wouldn't it be better to forge his own exclusive defensive weapon? Anyway, Sengoku gave a lot of rare ores, and he can always forge a suitable one. Maybe he will get an unexpected surprise. Old Sengoku, you're right. I have to go for ironwork. Make a special protective gear for myself. Then I will be able to stand up again. He did it right away. Taikui pushed the window open and jumped out. The 4 people in the room opened their mouths wide. Look, it was Garp and you 2 bastards who started it. This guy doesn't go through the door, but starts going through the window. Old Kong angrily scolded Zifa and Sengoku. Sengoku, I don't accept what you said. You were the first to break the window. We just learned from you. Zeph, I don't know who took me, Sengoku and Garp in and out of this window every day. I am getting more and more depressed. This term is hopeless. Let's look forward to the next term of senior management. Taikui, oh no, next term, are you talking about dogs, monkeys, or chickens? I'll make you all angry. Chapter 172 Silver. What attribute is it? Forging exclusive armor. It should be able to resist mental attacks. No, it should be able to resist all attacks. After leaving the headquarters continent, Taikui rushed straight to the forging room of the arsenal. Bololo. Hey, Lance, I have to stay in the forging room for the time being. You and Shirley are free to move around, whether you go out to sea or stay in the headquarters. Ami, I want to build a super strong defense item, ha ha ha. Bag. After hanging up the phone, Taikui had already walked to his forging room. He did not start forging directly. Instead, he sat on a chair and began to ponder. Armor. Taikui had never built any special defenses, and some special attributes only appeared through triggering. Now he had to build a defense, and he couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. According to his current situation, a piece of armor that can help him resist mental attacks is the most important. In this case, this armor should be a crown or a crown. However, armor does not necessarily have to be a defensive item to have this ability. After all, in many fantasy stories, necklaces, heart mirrors, and brooches can have this ability. The influence of the mind. Hegemony. Iron Hammer had no idea where to start, so he could only take out all the rare ores in his hand. Looking at the colorful ores on the ground, Iron Hammer flashed a trace of excitement. These are all his assets, not money, not weapons and equipment, but these rare ores. For a blacksmith, this is the most precious wealth. He picked up a piece of mithril in his left hand and a piece of glowing crystal in his right hand. The light crystal given by Old Man Zhangguo is really big. This kind of crystal that can store elemental power is rare. I guess even Old Man Vegapunk has never seen such a big one. Fortunately, Zhangguo found it. Tisk tisk tisk. Can the power of elements resist the influence of the mind? Why does it feel so unreliable? Influencing the mind, why do I think of Bing Ching Ju? If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not fall. The change is still stable, the spirit is happy and calm. The water flows without worrying, the clouds are slow to care. One heart does not add anything, the past and the present are free. Hiss, fear, it's so scary, no wonder Brother Feng is so powerful, this formula is really powerful. Just when Taikui recited the Bingzhen Ju, the light crystal in his right hand suddenly lit up with a silver light, instantly attracting Taikui's attention. Ha, silver, why is it this color? Each element has its own representative color. Flame, red. Ice, blue. Lightning, gold. Lightning, purple. Even domineering has a color. Then what is this silver? Because of the injection of silver energy, the light crystal has been rendered with a layer of silver halo, which makes Taikui amazed. No matter, let's separate it first, otherwise it will be rendered with silver, and the old man Zhangguo will go crazy. He did it right away, Taikui took out the cutting tool and split the light crystal into two. Instantly it became a crystal emitting silver light and a crystal emitting golden light. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Let's just hammer a headband first. Putting away the gold crystal, Taikui put the silver crystal aside. He wanted to see if this crystal would absorb some elements and make the silver color deeper. Headband head crown. Taikui set his sights on the headband shape in a game pineapple that he particularly liked. Headbands mainly include headdresses, crowns, triple crowns and power crowns, which look like the golden hoop on Sun Wukong's head. This is the head armor shape that Taikui can accept. Otherwise, if he really puts a helmet on his head, hey, that shape is too unique and unbearable. Let's hammer a simple headband first. As for the material, let's try ordinary steel first. Done. After choosing the direction, Taikui started to work. Take out the red-hot steel billet and start hammering. And Taikui, who entered the state of sage forging iron, unconsciously exuded a kind of aura, and the silver crystal next to him absorbed this aura crazily. The silver light lit up again. Time flies when you are forging iron. It has been a month since Taikui entered the forging room. In the forging room, countless headbands were thrown on the ground by Taikui. And Taikui himself had long since become a sloppy and rough man. Black stains all over his body, emitting a strong smell of rust. Damn, what are these things? It's been a month. Is it really impossible to make armor with headbands? Yes, all the headbands on this ground are failures, with special attributes and all kinds of weird attributes. Some can dye your hair, some can shrink you, and some can increase your brain capacity. But there is no one that can trigger defense or improve your mind. There is even a crown that Taikui has integrated with ice crystal stone, which can freeze people into ice men when worn, and it doesn't affect their actions. It is definitely a real Iceman transformation device. But this crystal has completely turned silver. The dark hand held a piece of silver crystal, which was the same crystal as before. For a month, Taikui did nothing but forge iron and silently recited the Ice Heart Sutra, and this crystal turned into the silver color it is now. Silver. Am I immersed in forging iron or reciting the Ice Heart Sutra? What is its attribute? Spiritual attribute. Forget it, who cares, just use it to make one. I have failed countless times anyway, so I don't care about this time. Taikui casually placed the silver crystal on the anvil, and then picked up various materials that matched the crystal. Mithril, tin iron, etc. In the Marinford meeting room. At this time, a meeting initiated by Marshal Kong was in progress. According to the intelligence from the Bureau, the samurai that appeared on Roger's ship should be the samurai on Whitebeard's ship before. It seems that Roger is really planning to move towards the final island. What do you think about this? This meeting was mainly held around Roger's pirate group. In addition to the high-level navy, there was also an emerging force that was called back for the meeting. The emerging force headed by Sakaski, Borsellino, and Kuzan occupied half of the meeting room. The final island, Roger. It's really hard to deal with. The other party has only one ship, floating unsteadily. Even if we want to capture it, it's difficult. Garp, Roger has always been your responsibility. What do you think? Sengoku threw the headache to Garp, who asked him to chase Roger all over the sea. Ideas? No, I just keep chasing him. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I will chase Roger wherever he goes, and I will always find a chance to catch him. Well, it's the same as not asking. I agree with Vice Admiral Garp. As for pirates, just catch him. I do. Kuzan had long been impatient with staying in the Grand Line. When he heard about Roger's pirate group, he instantly remembered the situation of the original fight, and his blood was instantly activated. Swoosh! Before he finished speaking, a change occurred. A silver light rose from the ground, dispersing all the clouds in the sky. Chapter 173 Hammer Fruit Awakening. As the silver light rose into the sky, a surge of breath instantly sweeping across the entire Marinford. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source of the breath unconsciously. It's okay for Taikawi, that bastard, not to attend the meeting, but he made such a big noise. I must teach him a lesson. Old Man Kong smashed the table in front of him fiercely. How many times has this happened? Taiki caused a strange phenomenon in Marinford, and this time it happened to break out at the meeting he presided over. It's time to clean up Taikawi, but what is this silver light? Why does it give me a feeling of concentration and calmness? Zhang Guo was one of the few people with strong willpower among all the people present, and since the silver light rose into the air and the breath swept across, he felt particularly calm. How is it possible? My lungs are all right. Old Man Kong was still furious a second ago, but he slowly restrained his temper and the red light on his face faded away. Really? Let's go, the meeting is over. Let's go see what tricks Iron Hammer has come up with. Old Man Kong was the first to announce the end of the meeting, and rushed towards the arsenal with a curious look on his face. Although Zhang Guo and others were also curious, this was a meeting after all. Marshal Kong, is it appropriate for you to run away like this? And this is the meeting you presided over. Forget it, the new products made by Iron Hammer are more important. Especially the emerging forces, led by Sakaski, everyone followed Marshal Kong's steps and walked out without hesitation. These people more or less used weapons made by Iron Hammer, which were so powerful that they couldn't let go. Finally, the full room of people in the conference room ran away in an instant. And at the door of the arsenal, someone had already been one step faster than them. My goodness, what is this? Iron Hammer, are you okay? The person who came was Zifa, and he was still equipped with the Iron Wave Fist. Why did Zifa appear here? It all started when he was maintaining the Iron Hammer. The old man was wiping all day long. He used cloth, leather, and brush. He accidentally used too much force and left marks on the surface of the Iron Hammer, which made Zifa very distressed. Last time he fought with Whitebeard, the surface was covered with wounds from the tremor fruit. Now there were new wounds, and the old man was anxious. He quickly equipped the Iron Hammer and ran to the arsenal. Before he could find the Iron Hammer, something strange happened. He was the first to be enveloped by the silver light as he was the closest. The original anxious mood was instantly calmed. Instead, he was full of curiosity. Now the whole arsenal was enveloped by a silver light. Outside the factory stood the logistics personnel who were supposed to be forging iron. These people were thrown out by the Iron Hammer, and they stretched their necks to know what the Iron Hammer had made. Zephyr, you are the first one to arrive. Why are you wearing armor? Are you going to kill Hammer? No, you are still angry. The sturdy figure of Old Man Kong did not affect his speed at all. He is definitely the first one who is still strong and healthy. Old Man Kong, why are you here? Damn, why are you all here? Didn't you say you were going to have a meeting? It's about the Roger pirates. Zeph turned around and saw that it was not just Old Man Kong, but a group of people. Looking carefully, almost everyone from Brigadier General to Admiral was here. The hammer made a lot of noise, almost all the forces of the headquarters were gathered here. Ha ha ha, weren't you the first one to arrive? You still have the nerve to talk about us. Looking at Garp with a sly look on his face, Zephyr seemed to hit him in the face with his iron fist. You deserve a beating. I'm here to repair my armor. It was already damaged in the last battle with Whitebeard. When I wiped it 2 days ago, I found that the scar was even bigger. Zephyr would never say that he didn't fix it properly and made the scar bigger. It's too embarrassing. Tisk, you people with exclusive weapons are so annoying. Isn't it, Sengoku? Garp looked at the majestic Iron Wave Plus fist, and his eyes were red. In order not to make himself feel uncomfortable alone, he immediately pulled up his good friend Sengoku. Okay, Garp, my exclusive is on the way, haha. From now on, you will be the only one who is jealous. Sengoku touched his beard and was very happy. Although he offended Iron Hammer many times, he felt that he had successfully saved himself in Iron Hammer's mind with his extraordinary wisdom. In one word, exclusive is stable. So, what is the situation now? Old Man Kong felt that the topic was getting further and further away, so he quickly ended it and let the topic return to reality. I don't know. The whole arsenal was covered by silver light, so I didn't dare to enter rashly. Zifa's expression was a little serious. Although he felt that the silver light was harmless, he didn't dare to enter rashly without knowing the specific situation. After all, he was the first victim of the absolute space, and he didn't want to do it again. I can't feel the breath of the hammer when I dig inside. Humph, there is such a big commotion, is the person missing? Suji, the hammer is really powerful, this kind of momentum, worthy of being my close friend. The red, yellow, and blue trio spoke in turn. However, Borsellino's words shocked everyone present. Those with observation haki quickly released haki to explore the arsenal. As a result, everyone was shocked. No. There was no breath of hammer in the arsenal. Now Zifa was anxious. Hammer, are you in there? Suddenly, Zifa felt that this scene was familiar, except that it was the hammer that blew up the arsenal last time. This time, an unknown situation occurred. Ah, this bastard, he blows himself up and buries himself whenever he wants. If it doesn't work, let him leave the headquarters, otherwise he will be blown up by the headquarters sooner or later. This idea is not only shared by Zifa. Zhangguo and Old Man Kong also have this feeling. After all, the ability of the hammer is really special. If it develops in a good way, it's okay. If it develops in a bad way, it will not be soft on itself. Suddenly, the silver light began to converge and merged into the arsenal little by little. Until the silver light disappeared completely, as if nothing happened. It's just that the arsenal was silent, so silent that it made people panic. Ding! The development of the devil fruit is 100 awakened. A system prompt sounded suddenly. The hammer fruit of the hammer finally awakened. However, even though the system prompt sounded, there was still no movement of the hammer. This is a bit unbelievable. Chapter 174 Everything is a hammer of oath. Devil fruit awakening is a higher level of application of devil fruit. Only those who have developed their own fruit ability to the extreme can awaken. The awakening of the superhuman system usually affects the surrounding objects with their own ability, or gives their own ability to other objects. But at this time, the awakening of Iron Hammer has produced a different change. The hammering sound that usually resounds through the sky disappeared. At the same time, Iron Hammer himself disappeared. Hey, Iron Hammer, where are you? Iron Hammer-san, don't hide, come out. Where are you? Why is Iron Hammer gone? When the silver light dissipated, everyone entered the arsenal and began to look for Iron Hammer. Although the arsenal is large, there are many people looking for it, not to mention a group of elites. Soon they turned the arsenal upside down, but they didn't see any trace of Iron Hammer at all. Missing. Such a big person made such a big noise. So the person is missing. Zhangguo muttered to himself in the forging room of the Iron Hammer with a puzzled look on his face. The Old Man Kong and Zifa beside him were both anxious and shocked. Slowly, everyone gathered in the exclusive forging room of the Iron Hammer. They searched the arsenal, but couldn't find the person. What's going on? Zhangguo, use your brain to analyze it carefully. Well, throw it to Zhangguo if something goes wrong. Zhangguo rolled his eyes dozens of times in anger, and almost gave himself a cramp. Suddenly, Zhangguo's eyes fell on the anvil used for blacksmithing. A black and silver hammer stood on the anvil, which instantly attracted Zhangguo's attention. This hammer, is there one? Zhangguo casually grasped the hammer handle. The next second, Zhangguo's eyes widened. Duan! Duan! The terrifying hammering sound suddenly resounded throughout the arsenal. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the hammering sound and looked towards the position where Zhang Guo was. I saw Zhang Guo holding a hammer in his right hand. The cloak rose without wind, and the hammering sound actually came from the silver and black hammer. This feeling. Oh my god, could it be? Zhang Guo felt the power from the hammer, and a trace of shock flashed in his white eyes. What is the ability of the hammer fruit, let me think. Crushing stones with chest, you idiot. Oh, yes, crushing stones with chest. Just as Zhang Guo was thinking, a voice suddenly came into his mind to remind him. Then Zhang Guo activated the ability that originally belonged to the iron hammer, hammering and crushing stones with chest. The invisible shock wave instantly began to burst out with Zhang Guo as the center. For a while, the people around him hurriedly defended. Sure enough, ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at, old man? This is my ability. Are you so happy about it? Zhang Guo, who was laughing crazily, was directly criticized. And the person who criticized him, oh, no, it was the hammer. It was the silver-black hammer in his hand. Zhang Guo, why can you use the ability of the hammer? Could it be this hammer? Zifa relied on the defense of the iron wave and the fist, and was not hit at all. At this time, he looked at Zhang Guo holding the hammer with a shocked face. Humph, isn't it obvious? Zhang Guo, old man, can use my ability because this hammer is me. A domineering voice suddenly sounded, and everyone was looking for the source of the sound. The silver light appeared again, and the next second the hammer in Zhang Guo's hand soared into the air and floated in the air. As the silver light sublimated, the hammer shone and instantly became into a human form. It was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Forging Master, Iron Hammer. Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. I couldn't believe it at all. Iron Hammer actually turned into a hammer. Iron Hammer. After digging inside, Iron Hammer actually turned into a hammer. Oh my god, so exciting! Did the hammer fruit turn into a hammer? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Iron Hammer first patted the dirt off his body. After all, he had been forging iron for a month, and his image was really bad. Then he sat on a chair beside him. Your fruit has awakened. As a fruit ability user, Sengoku instantly thought of this strange situation. The awakening of the fruit means that the ability of the ability user will get a qualitative leap. There are only a handful of ability users who can reach this level in this sea. Iron Hammer did not hide it at all. Yes, my hammer fruit has indeed awakened. As for the awakened ability, you have just experienced it, old man Zhang Guo. Looking at the proud look on Taikui's face, Zhang Guo nodded woodenly. Although the situation in front of him was a little beyond his expectations, the ability was really powerful. No, what ability did you awaken? Can you stop playing dumb? Zhang Guo is a bastard, but why don't you learn from it? Seeing Taikui and Zhang Guo playing dumb, Zifa went berserk in an instant. Zhang Guo. Why can everything be linked to me? My fruit awakening is to assimilate itself and form a strange magnetic field. It's not called a magnetic field, it's a kind of endowment. First, assimilate myself into a hammer, the silver and black one. Then, whoever picks up the hammer of my incarnation can have all my fruit abilities. I call this power, the Hammer of Oath. At this moment, I am the hammer, and the hammer is me. Of course, if you want to obtain my ability, I must approve it myself, otherwise there will be no power at all, and people will not be able to lift it at all. Oh, it's too troublesome to say. Let's go outside and let you feel the feeling of gaining divine power. As he said, the hammer pushed away the crowd and ran outside. In order to witness the miracle, everyone hurriedly ran out. Hammer of Oath. The iron hammer that ran outside the arsenal instantly activated its power and turned into a black and silver war hammer again. Teacher Zifa, come and try it. Suddenly, the sound of the iron hammer rang out. Zifa nodded, took off his armor, and slowly stepped forward to hold the hammer. Give. Teacher Zifa, you know my fruit ability, now you can use it at will. Zafar felt the power coming from the hammer, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a while, so he could only nod. Then he raised the hammer and prepared to attack in open space. Heavy hammer sparks. Zafar chose the fire ability of the hammer fruit. As Zifa urged the iron hammer, a large piece of flame instantly gushed out from the top of the hammer. The momentum was more than 1 point stronger than when the iron hammer was usually used. This is also my ability after awakening, turning the hammer fruit into essence, and at the same time improving the strength of all fruit abilities. Take me, even an ordinary navy soldier will instantly have the strength comparable to that of a vice admiral. And if you take me with high-end combat power, that's not just a 1+1 improvement. I dare say, if Brother Go takes me, the two of us can definitely wrestle with Whitebeard. Hammer of Oath. The hammer of all faith and concern, hammer the sky, hammer the earth, hammer people. Everything is a hammer. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 175 Salted Fish King is domineering. Hammer of Oath. The hammer turned into a hammer. Is this the so-called real hammer? In Kawawa, I also want to swing the hammer. Oh no, swing the hammer. Everyone was shocked when they saw the hammer turned into a hammer. Zifa, swinging the hammer, was full of excitement. Garp, Sengoku, come on, don't say anything, let's fight. Zephyr was full of fighting spirit, and the black and silver hammer in his hand was shining with dazzling silver light. It looked very extraordinary. Humph, don't think you can be arrogant with the help of the hammer. You still want to fight two people, Garp. Garp was just watching the fun, and when he heard Sengoku's cold snort, he instantly got into the state. Fighting, Garp is the best choice. Come on Sengoku, let him know why the flowers are so red. Fistbone Meteorite. This move was originally for Garp to throw the shells at the enemy ship like throwing baseballs. The speed and power of the thrown shells were even stronger than the shells fired by the main guns of the warships. The airflow generated after the explosion could spread to dozens of miles away. But now there are no shells in his hands. Garp directly armed the colored haki, covered both hands and slammed towards Zephyr. Humph, hammer. Got it, Dad. Air plasticity, hammer the wall. Zephyr was not at all flustered in the face of Garp's haki. He stretched out the hammer in his hand, and countless hammer strikes sounded in front of him instantly. The space compressed by the hammer instantly turned into a wall. Boom! The terrifying armament haki all hit the air wall, and the power was so great that even the ground began to shake. Old man Garp, that's too much. Dad, Zephyr, don't show mercy, beat him. Through the hammer strike, even if the hammer turned into a hammer form, it could still feel the horror of Garp's attack. Without any hesitation, he directly poured all the power of the hammer fruit into Zephyr's body. Zephyr was very excited, and the feeling of being flooded with energy made him let out a comfortable sound. Is this the ability? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would be able to use it one day. In that case, Clear Sky Hammer. The Hammer of Oath was raised high. The terrifying air compression hammer was formed in the air in an instant. When the hammer was fully displayed, Zephyr flew up and grabbed it. Garp, take my hammer. The Clear Sky Hammer was swung from top to bottom, and the sound of breaking through the air and hammering sounded instantly. Huo Zephyr, it's okay. Feeling the pressure from the air, Garp was not surprised but happy. His arms were instantly covered with armed color domineering, and his fighting spirit reached the extreme. Buddha's impact. Suddenly, a golden shock wave met the Clear Sky Hammer, and two different energies collided in the air. Sengoku, who activated the fruit ability and transformed into a big Buddha, also joined the battle. The attacks of the two even caused a crack in the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Zhangguo, come on, you also take my hammer. One shock wave can't destroy the Clear Sky Hammer amplified by the iron hammer. The clear sky hammer was swung vigorously in Zifa's hands. 10,000 Buddha's ascension palm. As a last resort, Zhangguo could only offer a shock wave combo. Countless shock waves gushed out from his palms. Hula hula hula. Zephyr relied on the clear sky hammer to compete with Zhangguo directly. Both sides have the ability of the fruit, and neither is afraid of the other. Zhangguo was more shocked as he grew older. He knew the power of the hammer fruit of the iron hammer very well. He didn't expect that it would be enhanced to this level after awakening. Even with his ability, he couldn't suppress it. Even the iron hammer in Zifa's hand felt like suppressing him for a while. Great! If I really don't want to taste the taste of shit, I'll have to eat a fruit that suits me. Zephyr was already so happy that he couldn't be happier. His passionate speech directly caused many people on the scene to frown. After all, there are many Navy generals who have eaten fruits, and their status is not low. Right, Buddha. Zhangguo. I have a sentence MMP, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Right, dog. Sakaski. Give the order quickly, my magma can't be restrained anymore. Right, monkey. Polosalino. Dig inside, I think it's necessary to let Zifa teacher eat it once. Right, chicken. Kuzan. Taste like shit, not really, it should be more serious. Cough cough cough. The excited Zifa suddenly stopped laughing and started coughing violently. Seeing this, Taikui quickly changed from a hammer back to a human form, and quickly supported him, then took out the asthma medicine from Zifa's arms very easily. Ha ha ha, Taikui, I'm fine. After taking the medicine, Zifa panted slightly and returned to normal, but the excitement in his eyes was still strong. Okay, enough of the trouble. Taikui, you made such a big scene just because your fruit ability has awakened. Old Man Kong walked forward slowly and looked Taikui up and down. I have to say that Taikui's shape is really unique now. All over his body, well, black as black. Speaking of this, Taikui suddenly showed a trace of excitement and said quickly. Of course not. The reason why my fruit can awaken is all thanks to it. As he said, a silver light flashed on Taikui's dark hand, and a silver pendant suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is a water drop-shaped pendant, all silver. If you look closely, you will find that there is silver light flowing inside the pendant, which is very strange. It is paired with a silver white chain and looks very delicate. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Taikui directly put the necklace on his neck. The next second, the silver light shone again, but it quickly converged and merged into Taikui's body. If your heart is as clear as ice, don't be startled when the sky falls. Let him be strong, the breeze blows over the hills, let him be arrogant, the bright moon shines on the river. I will laugh at the sky with my sword, and I will go to sleep after laughing. Boom! Taikui's expression began to change after he put on the necklace, from excitement to cold, from cold to arrogant, and finally from arrogant to laughing. A very clever momentum slowly spread from him. All the people around who were affected by the momentum felt a little shocked. An indescribable pressure emanated from the hammer. Hoang Haki. Did you really make it? As the owner of the Haki, Sengoku was the first to discover the situation of Taikui. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, and Garp beside him was also shocked with his signature surprised expression. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is the invincible salted fish king Haki I created. Attributes of the water drop pendant. Ice heart Haki, the wearer will produce a kingly aura that suits himself. At the same time, resist all pressure or negative influence. The wearer of Taikui will produce Haki as salted fish king Haki. Different from the fierceness and spirit of the Haki. The salted fish king Haki is full of laziness and free and easy, perfectly expand Taikui's expectations infinitely. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 176, Unforgettable Exclusive Weapon. And the panel of Taikui wearing the ice heart necklace has also changed. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Meta-Human Hammer Fruit, Awakened ability, Assimilation granting. Note, must be triggered together. Developed Devil Fruit abilities, Normal Hammer, Air Hammer, Ring Hammer, Psychic Hammer, Broken Face Hammer, Hammer Flame, Independent Space, Hammer Hypnosis, Hammer Plasticity. Armament Haki, activated 45, out of the primary level, has entered the intermediate level of Haki. Observation Haki, activated 25, Prediction and Perception, weak strength. Hero Haki, shameless relying on external forces to awaken the improper Haki. You are only worthy of being assaulted. Fish King Hitui. As for abilities, haha, what else do you want? Be happy when you have it. Abilities, 6 styles, perfectly mastered, 6 styles. Extended skills, mastered. System abilities, critical hit granting. At the same time, it has the ability to extend and special grant. Note, use will consume some, please pay attention to the host. The biggest changes are the Devil Fruit and the Domineering color. One awakens, the other opens. Although the Domineering color Domineering can only trigger the wire, it is better than nothing, and it will not be passive when encountering the Domineering color in the future. Thinking of this, Taikui feels that he has gained a lot. Instantly felt that a month of blacksmithing time was worth it. Incredible, completely incredible. First, I awakened the Domineering color Domineering for Scarlet, and now you have awakened the Domineering color Domineering. Taikaimer, tell me honestly, do you have any way to help others awaken the Domineering color? Zhangguo looked at Taikui with excitement, grabbed Taikui's arms with both hands and began to shake. Hey old Zhangguo, be gentle. Oh my god, let go. Bang. The Salted Fish King's Domineering aura burst out again. Taikui suddenly shook Zhangguo away, and the whole person jumped backwards at a high speed. A big handprint appeared on his arms. Old bastard who uses a normal person to use a domineering entanglement on his own people. Taikui grimaced in pain, and both arms felt like they were going to be scrapped. Yes, under the influence of the Domineering color Domineering aura, Zhangguo unconsciously used the highest level of Domineering color Domineering color entanglement. Excited, don't mind it. Zhangguo also felt that he had lost his composure, and quickly retracted his Domineering aura, and apologized to Taikui repeatedly. Old Zhangguo, you are cruel enough, I tell you, you don't have to think about your pension in the next 10 years. I said it. Taikui didn't buy Zhangguo's account at all, and raised his hand tremblingly to Zhangguo and made an international friendly gesture. Hey, don't worry, I just want to know if you can help others awaken the Conqueror Haki. I'm doing this for the future of the Navy. Taikui, you can't take revenge on someone else. Zhangguo was furious. 10 years, that's 10 years of retirement money. How could his retirement capital be exploited so ruthlessly? Do you think Conqueror Haki is a piece of cabbage? Scarlet's doesn't count. Do you know how much effort I put into making this necklace? Besides, I'm not bragging, but is there anyone here who can surpass me in terms of cultural level? If there is, then come and recite 300 poems for Taikui. Taikui raised his chest proudly. Just kidding, our 21st century men have ink all over their heads. Let alone Hawkeye or the future Zoro, when it comes to reciting poems, Taikui can beat them both backwards with his eyes closed. Looking at Taikui's proud and peacock-like look, all the Navy generals were speechless. Some even put their hands on the hilt of the knife. The strong smell of sulfur, the cold air, and the dazzling golden light began to appear. It's just that you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki, Taikui, it seems that you are very proud. He, I also want to try the power of Conqueror's Haki, Taikui-san. Suji Taikui, let's fight, my blood is boiling. The three of red, yellow and blue took another step and walked towards Taikui. The rest of the Rising Star generals also stepped forward slowly, each of them drew their weapons, and their faces were very playful. No, that's not what I meant. Stop, don't get any closer. Big brother, big sisters, stop your steps. Looking at a group of people approaching him with murderous intent, Taikawa panicked. Dog bites red lotus. Yashakani no Megatama. Ice violent pheasant mouth. Oh no. 3 days later, the meeting chaired by Old Man Kong resumed. But this time Taikawa was also in the meeting. The wounded Taikawa sat obediently in the corner of the conference room. Kuzan and Borsellino sat next to Taikawa on the left and right. Hey, Taikawa, I can assimilate the ice you gave me. When are you going to make a weapon for me? I have thought of the appearance. I want a spear, it must be very handsome. Borsellino also said his purpose with a smile. Yes, Taikawa-san, I have also thought of my exclusive weapon. I want a sword that is the same as my Aim no Kurosakumo sword. Well, you really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? Taikawa rolled his eyes at the two of them. Humph, exclusive weapon, you two really worked hard when you beat me. I'm telling you, Kuzan's exclusive weapon, I've already outlined it. And you, monkey, I've also thought of yours. The two ignored the first sentence. When they heard that the exclusive weapon was conceived, they were very happy. However, is Tai so easy to deal with? There must be something exclusive, but whether it is a weapon is hard to say. After the meeting, Kuzan took Taikawa to his warship and handed over the ice of the gem iceberg that he had fused. Iron Chewy looked at the gem iceberg that had been assimilated and fused and was amazed. Sure enough, the method given by Vegapunk was feasible. Then, under Kuzan's excited eyes, Taikawa pulled the gem iceberg back to the forging room. Stay in the headquarters for a few days, and wait until I make it for you before you leave. After that, Taikawa hit Kuzan into ice cubes with a hammer, and then walked into the forging room alone. Hey, Lance, let Tina come to my place, I need her help with some work. Yes, Taikawa intends to give Brother G the whole treasure, which requires Tina's ability to assist. He promises to give Brother G an unforgettable exclusive weapon. Chapter 177. Zhang Guo was excited again. The ice of the Bayou iceberg is indeed the ultimate material, and paired with your black hammer, Tina, I have a feeling that the weapon forged this time must be perfect. The previous gem iceberg was very tricky, but through Brother G's unremitting efforts, the current gem iceberg has been rearranged in molecular structure. In order to better forge the artifact, Iron Hammer specially called Tina to use her fruit ability to supplement the materials. After all, according to Iron Hammer's idea, this weapon is full of plasticity. But whether it can meet Iron Hammer's expectations depends on whether his special ability of critical strike can be achieved. This is about the changes after Iron Hammer's ability to grant has been improved again. System ability, critical strike grant. It has both ability extension and special grant, and can strengthen the ability according to the host's thinking. Note, there will be some consumption when using it, please pay attention to the host. This ability has changed from no consumption at the beginning to consumption. At the same time, it also allows Iron Hammer to have the ability to self-select in granting abilities. For the first test product, Iron Hammer intends to use Brother G's weapon. But in order to ensure success, he still used all the luxurious materials that can be used. Gem iceberg, black hammer material, ice crystal stone, mithril. All materials that can be combined with ice are available, not inferior to the materials used to build a nest of Q for Brother Dog. Tina, I don't know what will happen to me later, you go back and tell Lance and Shirley that you can move freely during this period, and you follow them. Looking at the materials in front of him, Taikawa was ready to start. But in case of unpredictable situations, he was ready to transfer everyone around him. Don't blow up the arsenal and harm people. Tina nodded. As the only assistant in Taikawa's workshop, Tina was very clear about the dangers of extreme forging every time. So she didn't feel unhappy at all, but ran very fast, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Taiki felt cold in his heart. This kid, hey! Forget it, forging is more important. Hey! Taiki took a deep breath. Everyone, evacuate the first section of the arsenal, and no one is allowed to enter. Yes, the entire arsenal is divided into 4 areas, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Area 1 is where Iron Hammer is located, specializing in forging some powerful weapons, such as hammer knives. And areas 2, 3, and 4 are forging ordinary weapons and equipment. There are not many workers in Area 1, after all, not just anyone can get started with the equipment made by Iron Hammer. This is a great test of the blacksmith's ability. This is also the upgrade and transformation of the arsenal after consultation between Old Man Kong and Zhang Guo. It further enhanced Iron Hammer's status and power in the arsenal. It also made Iron Hammer's name resound throughout the army again. Everyone in Area 1 is mainly Iron Hammer. When they heard Iron Hammer's words, they instantly understood that he was going to make a big move again. Hurry up and put down everything in your hand. There was work, so they all left Division 1. After feeling that there was no one else around him, Taikui started forging with confidence. In fact, Taikui forgot to say a little about his fruit awakening ability. That is, he can directly give other objects the ability to hammer, but the strength varies. It depends on whether the mass of the object can withstand the impact of the hammer. But when it comes to ironwork, Taikui is very casual. He started to assimilate the ability directly, and the sound of that attribute rang out in the entire forging room for a while. Duan! Duan! And Taikui soon immersed himself in ironwork. What dismissed everyone in Division 1? That means, he started to forge magic weapons again. The news about Taikui was notified to the Navy leaders by the workers as soon as possible. After hearing this, Zhang Guo was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. In his opinion, the exclusive weapon forged this time must be his comrade Zhang Guo's. Then, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing him, he immediately issued an order. Pass on my general's order. No one, whether soldiers or generals, is allowed to disturb Taikui during this period. Send soldiers to guard the first section of the arsenal 24 hours a day. For the exclusive weapon, Zhang Guo was so determined that he even arranged guards. Zhang Guo, you're going too far. The soldiers guarding the headquarters all have tasks. Staff Officer He, who was standing by, showed a trace of helplessness when he saw Zhang Guo so excited that he even arranged guards. But Zhang Guo couldn't listen to him now. He immediately thought of a reason and explained it to Staff Officer He. Zaya He, you are wrong to say that. Who is the biggest bomb in the headquarters now? It's Iron Hammer. Look at this brat, he has never made a small noise. So in my opinion, as long as this kid makes a big move in the headquarters, we must pay attention to it. Otherwise, we will suffer. Just in case, the guards are very important. Looking at Zhang Guo's righteous and stern look, Staff Officer He knew that no matter what she said now, Zhang Guo would not listen. So he stopped talking and let Zhang Guo toss. Report General Zhang Guo, Vice General He. The latest information from the New World. Suddenly, a messenger ran in breathlessly. Zhang Guo's originally excited face suddenly became serious. Speak. According to the information, the flying pirates have reappeared in the New World and fought with Silver Axe and Wang Ji on Beehive Island. After the battle ended, Golden Lion retreated, but soon fought with the Whitebeard pirates again. The purpose is unknown, but relevant personnel have seen that the Golden Lion pirates are buying weapons and equipment on a large scale. After listening to the signalman's story, Sengoku and Tsuru staff fell into silence. Golden Lion is a local tyrant, and everything he does is for his ambition. But this time Sengoku was a little confused. Buying weapons and equipment? What is this route? Is Golden Lion's flying pirates going to expand? You should know that before the Battle of Etwol broke out, Golden Lion's pirate fleet had an astonishing number. Even the navy took it very seriously. But the storm caused by the hammer directly destroyed his fleet and seriously injured Golden Lion himself, and he was quiet for a long time. Now it suddenly appears and starts buying weapons again. Is it going to make a comeback? Sengoku and Tsuru staff looked at each other, and both sides saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. The most terrifying thing about Golden Lion is his mobility. Relying on the power of the floating fruit, he can completely ignore the blockade of the navy. If this bastard suddenly attacks the navy will suffer a great blow. So the most important thing now is to find out what Golden Lion is going to do. This way, we can take precautions as early as possible. Notify all generals to pay attention to the movements of the sky pirates in their respective jurisdictions. Once discovered, notify the headquarters immediately. For a while, the news of Golden Lion spread throughout the navy. Chapter 178 As I wish, please show up quickly. At the same time, the New World. Sky Pirates. Boss, are we buying weapons and equipment to expand our influence? Golden Lion's order is an imperial decree to the Sky Pirates. But even if it is an imperial decree, some people will question it. In order to collect weapons and equipment in large quantities, they even fought a big battle with Wang Ji and Yin Fu on Beehive Island. Although they robbed half of the swords and guns on Beehive Island, there were also many casualties. After all, it was a paradise for pirates, and it was originally the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. Even though the Rocks Pirates have been destroyed now, the prestige of Beehive Island remains. It was occupied by the great pirate Wang Ji and Yin Fu. Humph, expansion. Why expand? Who told you that I collect weapons and equipment to expand my power? The Golden Lion Shiki, who led the Supreme Rudder, walked out slowly in wooden clogs. The great pirate with a gloomy face looked very unhappy. Why is that? The words of the Golden Lion made the younger brothers even more confused. They couldn't figure out what their boss was going to do. Don't worry about it. Keep collecting swords, guns, and cannons. You will know when you collect enough. Leaving the order, the Golden Lion turned and left. The Golden Lion turned his back and showed a trace of ferocity on his face. You bastard, you dare to stick a rudder on my head, wait. I will let you know what the price of offending me will be. The Golden Lion Shiki has golden hair that reaches the ground, just like a lion's mane. In addition, Shiki's sideburns and beard are golden, and his sideburns are also very long. Now he has a rudder stuck in his head. Because it is inserted too deep, it will endanger his life if it is removed. When looking in the mirror, Shiki always thinks he looks like a rooster. And it is that damn navy that made him like this. Unforgivable. He, the Golden Lion, allowed himself to be injured. He would not be furious because of the injury. But he would never allow anyone to harm him. Or he took the opportunity to harm him when he was fighting with others. Well, there is no doubt that Golden Lion is going to take revenge on Iron Hammer. Honeycomb Island. Damn Golden Lion, he actually stole half of the weapons and equipment. His fruit ability is too annoying. Wang Ji looked at his half-empty warehouse and spat viciously. Wang Ji and Silver Axe were both members of the Rocks Pirates. The Rocks Pirates were defeated in the Valley of Gods, and both survived and later became famous pirates. Afterwards, Wang Ji and Silver Axe jointly occupied the former Rocks Pirates base Honeycomb Island. Originally, they had been living quite comfortably. Relying on their own outstanding strength and the favorable terrain and savings of Honeycomb Island, almost no one would come to mess with them. But Golden Lion is a special case. Golden Lion is also a member of the Rocks Pirates and knows the structure of Honeycomb Island very well. Moreover, it used the floating fruit to fly in the air and launched a surprise attack, which made Wang Ji and Yin Fu miserable. They watched helplessly as half of their reserves were robbed. And the two of them had no way to deal with the flying Golden Lion, so they could only swallow their bitterness. By the way, what's the situation with the rudder stuck on the old bastard's head? Although Yin Fu was annoyed that he was robbed, as a pirate, it was always you rob me, I rob you, so he didn't care too much. At most he would go out to sea to rob others. On the contrary, the strange shape of the golden lion made Yin Fu a little curious. Humph, he and Roger, that bastard, had a fight in Et Wall, and ended up being cheated by the Navy. That rudder was also made at that time. It seems to be related to the world-famous craftsman who rose to prominence in the Navy. At this point, Wang Ji suddenly fell into thought. The golden lion robbed weapons and equipment, not gold and silver treasures. In addition to his revengeful character, Wang Ji suddenly understood what the golden lion did. Humph, but what does it have to do with him? Wang Ji, he might as well think about how to quickly fill up the robbed warehouse again. With the appearance of the golden lion, the calm sea once again stirred up waves. But all this has nothing to do with the iron hammer who is focused on forging iron. 10 days have passed since he dispersed everyone and entered the sage mode. The first section of the arsenal has become an ice cellar at this time. The original temperature of the precious jade iceberg is very low, and after being assimilated by Cuisin's frozen fruit, the temperature is even colder. And as the forging of the iron hammer progressed, the cold air quickly spread from the forging room. Even several other sections were affected, and the work efficiency was greatly reduced. This also made Zhang Guo, who was waiting for the exclusive weapon, realize that something was wrong. But because of the matter of the golden lion, he could not be distracted, and he could not ask the iron hammer. Shu. It's so cold, when will Lieutenant General Taikawi and I'm the only one left in my group now? Old John and the others have caught a cold. The remaining workers gathered together to complain. In just a few days, the cold became more and more intense, and many workers got sick from the cold. The few remaining people couldn't even start their work properly. Just as they were chatting, the cold suddenly spread again. This time the temperature was lower and more fierce. Ha 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 ha, it's done. A loud voice suddenly sounded. Everyone shivered from the cold, but they were happy in their hearts. Because they knew that this was the end of the hard days for people. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. I saw that the source of the cold was in Taikawi's hand. It was a jade ruyi. The shape of the ruyi is like a long-handled hook, and the hook head is flat like a palm leaf. It feels smooth to the touch, like touching silk. It looks crystal clear and shiny. The difference from the usual ruyi is that the top of this ruyi is ice blue, while the handle is black. This makes the ruyi look a lot weirder. Ha ha ha, ruyi, do as I wish, show up quickly. The iron hammer was swung casually. The cold air gushed out instantly, wrapping the iron hammer inside. A dazzling blue light emanated from the cold air. Then a loud shout came from the blue light. Out. Brother G, transform. The blue light instantly became more dazzling as the voice sounded. Soon the frost and light all converged. And the hammer reappeared soon. At this time, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, Ruyi had disappeared. Replaced by a blue-black bicycle. The bicycle was a 28-car style, which looked very simple, but if you look closely, you can see a layer of texture rendered on the frame, which is very exquisite. And the hammer himself has completely changed, wearing black overalls and holding an ice ball in his hand. Well, this is very Brother G. Huo, it's so cold, ha 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 ha. Brother G, with this thing in the future, I will stop your warships for you. Get ready to ride the bicycle. Ha 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 ha. Name, Ice Transformation Jade Ruyi. Material, Gemstone Iceberg, Fusion Edition, Ice Crystal Stone, Mithril, Black Hammer. Activation Attribute, Frozen Gas Amplification and Creation. You can create objects made of ice according to your thoughts. And it is practical. There are 3 sentences, representing 3 objects and 3 different abilities. As you wish, summon a bicycle. The bicycle has super fast speed and self-repair ability. It can be activated again when combined with ice, but it has some loss. According to my heart, summon overalls, black overalls, well, exclusive to Brother G, absolutely exclusive. After wearing it, the current mood doubles, with super strong defense and autonomous defense. It can generate sonic attacks to resist incoming attacks. Quickly show up, summon frozen balls, the main means of attack, greatly enhance the strength of ice attributes, and surpass absolute zero. It is estimated that no one can use it except Kyuzan. Chapter 179. You need someone to protect you before you can go out to sea. Exclusive weapon of the Trinity. Taikawa was very satisfied with his creation. After all, ice was different from magma. Ice was much more plastic. If it was kept in one form alone, it would be a shame to this ability. Anyway, Brother G also liked to use his ability to make longbows and spears. It was not abrupt at all. When Taikawa thought of Kyuzan's 3-meter height and the big curly hair wearing suspenders, he wanted to laugh. The spoof attribute was maxed out, ha ha ha. In order to prevent the cold from spreading, Taikawa cancelled the transformation, put Ruyi into a box and threw it into the ring. Without Ruyi, the source of the cold, the temperature would soon return to normal with the help of the furnace in the arsenal. After finishing Brother G's exclusive, Taikawa sat down and began to ponder while touching the ice heart necklace on his chest. At the moment when the forging was successful, in addition to the successful forging of the weapon, there was also a prompt sound, which made Taikawa very concerned. Ding! Turn to activate, form special skills according to the host's ideas. Because the weapon material is very top-notch and the skills granted are very powerful, the granted ability will enter a cooling period. Cooling period, the host cannot use special skills in the short term. After the cooling period is over, it can continue. The period is 3 months. Well, Taikawa was quite happy at first, but when the news came out, Taikawa was stunned. Emotions can be selected and granted skills independently, and there is a cooling period. Now the exclusive of Warring States Old Man and Monkey Brother will have to be postponed again, unless they are made at random, but in that case, the materials can't bear it. It means that if Taikawa wants to make his own skills again, he needs to wait for a while. But Taikawa thought about it and felt that it was right. The dog system ran away as soon as it came up, and the things left for him must have certain restrictions. Now it seems that the restriction is the cooling period. There are only a few people who need exclusive weapons at present. Among them, the Warring States Old Man is the most eager. The second is Monkey Brother and Chicken Brother. Brother G's has been completed, and the next ones are Monkey Brother and Warring States. This old dang only knows about exclusives every day, Forget it, for the sake of materials, he will be ranked above Monkey Brother. A higher official can crush people, and I guess Monkey Brother won't have any objections. It's just that now the light crystal is available, but how to make it is still a problem. Or, ask Vegapunk again. Thinking of this, Taikawa suddenly felt that Vegapunk was indeed a treasure, with a super high brain capacity, and he knew all kinds of strange knowledge. He was a walking encyclopedia. Let's go to Punk Hazard again, but it's so troublesome to go out to sea again and again. Is there any way for me to fly there directly? Thinking of the distance, and thinking of the various monsters that might be encountered on the road, Taikawa was depressed. Tai was conscientiously forging iron at home, and God knows why he always encountered monsters every time he went out to sea. Alas! He felt irritated when he thought of these hammers. All kinds of ideas that could make him fly to the sky were running around in his mind, but he had no clue at all. Walking out of the arsenal, the long-lost sunshine shone on the hammer, making him groan unconsciously. Just as he was enjoying the sunshine, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Hammer, you finally came out. How is it did you get my exclusive weapon? The person who came was Zhangguo. As soon as he received the news, he broke through the window and threw all the generals who reported to him in the office. They looked at the broken glass on the ground, and their mouths were cramping. Staff officer, he closed his eyes. Ever since Taikawa started jumping out of the window, none of his senior executives have gone through the main entrance. I'm so tired. Taikawi, can't I enjoy the peace and quiet, damn old Zhangguo. No, this time it's not your exclusive, you glowing ones are too difficult to deal with. Although I have the materials, I don't know how to start, but I plan to go to Punk Hazard again. Since Vegapunk can solve the problem of the gem iceberg, I think he must have a way to solve the problem of the light crystal. Zhangguo turned into stone in an instant, and his whole body froze. It's not his exclusive. It's not his exclusive. This sentence looped endlessly in his mind. When he thought of the fantasies and dreams he had for his exclusive weapon these days, Zhangguo felt so distressed that he couldn't breathe. Although Zhangguo had a bad feeling when the cold air spread, he endured it because he had more expectations than disappointment. But when he found out that it was not his exclusive weapon, he felt so disappointed. I can't say it. What's wrong, old Zhangguo? Are you having angina attacks? Do you have any medicine? If it doesn't work, I'll help you hammer it. Iron Hammer showed a smirk. Of course, he could see why Zhangguo became like this, but he felt a little relieved inexplicably. Get out, you bastard Iron Hammer, you've ruined me these days, forget it. Humph. Since it was not his exclusive weapon, he didn't need to stay here. He went back to work. I'm so annoyed. Hey, don't leave, old Zhangguo. But Iron Hammer grabbed Zhangguo. What, you made me so happy for nothing, and you won't let me go? Zhangguo cried and felt wronged. Iron Hammer, good guy, you are so emotional. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I want to go to Punk Hazard, can I apply for some protection? I always feel that I will encounter danger when I go out to sea. You don't want your exclusive to become a lifetime series. Zhangguo. Who do you want to protect? No need for many, just arrange a few lieutenant generals for me, you know, I am not strong in combat. How many lieutenant generals? Zhangguo felt his blood pressure soar. Get out, at most I will arrange 2 major generals for you, use them if you like. Major general is fine, anyway, as long as Tai doesn't do it himself, everything is okay. Okay, major general is enough. 2, it must be 2, otherwise I won't feel safe. Zhangguo, shameless little bastard, with your fighting power, who can touch you unless you meet those big pirates? But Iron Hammer is indeed qualified, after all, he still has to ask Iron Hammer to forge it, and the last incident with Whitebeard made him fully realize that Iron Hammer is indispensable, absolutely indispensable. Look at the majesty of Zifa after he put on his exclusive weapon, Iron Hammer is a treasure. It's better to arrange someone to protect it. I'll ask them to go to your house to find you later. Humph. Leaving a cold snort, Zhangguo turned around and left without any hesitation. That was completely because he didn't want to see Iron Hammer for a moment. Iron Hammer grinned at this, he didn't care what old man Zhangguo was feeling. Anyway, his safety must be guaranteed. He lost his sense of security after being beaten up several times when he went out to sea. Bololo. Hey, Lance, I'm out of quarantine. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Of course there are others. I asked Zhangguo for 2 bodyguards. We're going to Punk Hazard tomorrow. Well, that's it. Remember to buy wine and meat. What am I doing? I'm going to go back and take a shower first. Go to the logistics department to claim reimbursement yourself. BAG. Chapter 180 Bodyguard Duo. After not seeing you for a few days, Lance has become bolder. He actually dared to ask Tai for money. Humph, don't you know that Taikawi is a miser in the world? I must make a note of him. His pension's a bit far away. Forget it, the year-end benefits will be halved and confiscated. Well, that's right, if anyone who doesn't retire offends me, I'll deduct his year-end benefits, hee. Iron Hammer, who was in a good mood, hummed a little tune and walked towards his residence with shaking legs. The soldiers stationed nearby widened their eyes. It was totally unbelievable that Iron Hammer, who was known as the first master craftsman of the sea and the treasure of the navy, would be like this in private. It's too exaggerated. Sure enough, rumors are not to be believed. We ordinary people are so happy today. Oh Lance, Shirley, Tina, you are here. Oh, Lance, not bad, you bought so many things. Iron Hammer, who was humming a little tune and resting in his yard, saw Lance and the other two coming. Everyone held a big bag of food and greeted him with a smile. Brother Taikawi, what weapon did you forge this time? That chill in the sky should be a weapon for Brother Kuzan, right? General Zhangguo said it was his, but I don't think it was his. Since being brought into the forging room by Taikawi, Tina is now a little blacksmith and is very concerned about forging. Usually, she uses her ability to make some different weapons when she has nothing to do. Now she is also a little forging expert. The Superman-type Kanken fruit was played by Tina and was loved by the crew of the Warhammer. Haha, Tina is right. Old man Zhangguo is crazy about wanting a special weapon. Even Tina knows that the chill does not match Zhangguo's attributes, so why can't Zhangguo see it so clearly? Zhangguo, a guy with the smell of rust, is slandering me maliciously. Iron Hammer, stop asking riddles, tell me, what weapon? Lance and Shirley on the side were also curious. It's impossible to take it out now. The coldness of this thing is too strong. If it is taken out, I guess this pile of ingredients will be scrapped. I'll show you after we go out to sea. I can only tell you that this thing has consumed a lot of my energy. I can't forge it like this in a short time. Is it so exaggerated? What on earth can make Iron Hammer consume so much energy? For a moment, the three of them became more curious, but it was a pity that Iron Hammer didn't intend to take it out at all. No matter how curious they were, it was useless. They could only start to help Iron Hammer pack the ingredients. They still had to eat. By the way, Lance, call teacher Zifa and ask him to come over for dinner. It's just him, remember, it's just him. Every time Iron Hammer was in charge of the cooking, a group of people would come, which made Iron Hammer have to be careful. I see. By the way, Taikawi, you said you found 2 bodyguards. What's going on? As he was dealing with Lance, he asked Taikawi. 2 bodyguards, here they come. Just as Taikawi was about to explain, he suddenly felt 2 auras coming towards them. Well, very familiar auras. Hey, Taikawi, Hua Shaishan and I. Are you cooking? I've heard that your cooking is delicious. I have to try it today. The man had dark purple hair, and the other one was biting a cigar with a smile on his face. It was the Navy Headquarters Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan. Flying Squirrel, when will you pay me back the money you owe me? Taikul wiped his hands and looked at Flying Squirrel with a smile on his face. The latter felt a chill on his back. It's almost time. I've saved a lot. I'll definitely pay you back soon. Flying Squirrel, how could I forget this? This stingy guy remembers it very clearly. Are you cursing me in your heart? I tell you, you know my mental hammer, don't have any small thoughts, unless you can glow and grow like old man Zhangguo. Zhangguo, me, why do you take me with you in everything? Long time no see, Taikawi-san, the sword you made is very useful. Hua Shaishan is humble and is definitely a good man in the Navy. Haha, just like it. If you have any new ideas, you can tell me and I can make some adjustments. Taiku also admires this man who smiles at everyone. After all, there have been many weirdos in the Navy since ancient times. It is really difficult for him to face 1 or 2 weirdos every day. Old man Zhangguo has told you too about this mission. It's just a trip to Punk Hazard, it's easy. Both of them have understood this bodyguard mission. Although I don't know why someone as powerful as Taikawi needs protection, Taikawi's current status is too important, so it's okay to protect him, and maybe we can get some new weapons. You should know that when Zhangguo mentioned this task, there were many people who wanted to rob it, Don't worry, Taikawi, we too will definitely protect you. By the way, can you also use your awakening ability to give me some? I also want to fight with a hammer. When I thought of the powerful look of Zifa teacher that day, the flying squirrel was excited. It's completely the Hammer King, very awesome. Well, it depends on the situation. I hope I don't encounter an enemy. I'm not good at fighting, otherwise why did I ask you two to come? As for fighting, Taikawi now avoids it if he can. Fighting is not as fun as forging iron. If he hits Whitebeard again like last time, and punches him into the coffin, he will have no place to cry. Humph, Iron Hammer, what do you think of you? What can I say to you? You are so strong, why are you always so cowardly? What's wrong with Whitebeard? Why don't you dare to fight him again? Just then, Zifa's unhappy voice came from outside the door. Zafar heard all of Iron Hammer's heartfelt remarks and was immediately furious. Zifa dad, you are here so soon. Seeing Zifa coming, Iron Hammer instantly became sincere again, that good boy. Everyone was amazed. Look at Sakaski, Kuzan, Bolo, forget it, don't look at him. Which of them didn't make a name for themselves on the sea with their strength, and look at you. Your reputation is not small either, but that's not relying on fists, it's also relying on fists, damn it anyway, can you not be so cowardly? Zafar was helpless. In terms of strength, is Hammer weaker than Sakaski? If you don't count the nest of QS, there's really not much difference. Such a good seedling, how can he be so cowardly? Zafar was so angry. Chapter 181 Warring States. Something big happened. Hey, Mr. Zifa, you can't say that. I'm not cowardly, I'm full of strategy. Talents like me should stay in the rear honestly. I plan to apply for the position of logistics chief recently. I'll accompany you every day at the headquarters. Iron Hammer would not think that he was a coward. Please, there were terrible monsters on the sea, so he would not rush to fight. Let's leave the fighting to Brother Go and the others. Minister of Logistics, you bastard boy, you are a good lieutenant general, but you want to be the Minister of Logistics. I'll beat you to death so that I won't be angry to death. Zifa was so angry. After so long, the Minister of Logistics couldn't get over it, right? A good man didn't go to the sea, but wanted to stay in the headquarters. It's over. This tree has grown crooked. Forget it, old man, just stay with me in Marinford. When there is something to do, you can instruct Jean Guo to do it, and Go Zi and the others to do it. Isn't it nice for the two of us to retire in Marinford? When I become the Minister of Logistics, I will apply to raise the defense index of Marinford to a higher level. At that time, I guarantee that Marinford will be safer than Marijoa. Iron Hammer was not afraid of Zifa at all, and just pushed back at Zifa. The people on the side watched the two of them staring at each other, neither of them willing to give in, and tried hard not to laugh. The new star of the Navy and the admiral of the previous generation are teacher and student, and even more so father and son. It fully reflects the rebelliousness of the Hammer. Ha 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 ha, no, I really can't hold it back. Tina was the first to be unable to hold it back. A hearty laugh rang out instantly. When she laughed, the other people couldn't hold it back either. Except for Zifa and Iron Hammer, everyone started laughing. Humph, I can't argue with you, so do whatever you want. Tisk, you are obviously persuaded by me, don't worry, old man, I will serve you sherry and special cigars every day. The two men sat down again amid the laughter of the crowd. Zifa was too lazy to compete with Taikawi. It's crooked, so what after all, he can still forge iron. At most, he can make a weapon for himself to comfort his injured heart. Well, it's decided. Zafar was no longer angry when he thought of having a special weapon. He picked up a bottle of sherry and drank it by himself. I don't want to bother with you. Let's eat. After eating, I have to go back to wipe my iron wave and fist. By the way, I heard that you made another special artifact, isn't it, from Zhangguo? The Iron Hammer, who was also drinking, rolled his eyes when he heard Zhangguo's name. Yes, it's not his. This old man, everything is his. It's such a big cold current, he still thinks it's a weapon made for him. I'm convinced. How can a golden Buddha like him be related to the cold air? It's impossible to think with your toes. I made it for Kuzan. Let him come back and get it later. Zeph laughed. He understood that Sengoku had gone insane. He really has gone insane. You don't know. Last time when he fought with the Whitebeard pirates, he was shocked by my might. If Whitebeard wasn't so strong, he wouldn't have to play. What captain, I can beat them all with one punch. When it comes to fighting with the Whitebeard pirates, Zephyr instantly becomes arrogant. That day, he seemed to be a god of war wearing the Iron Wave plus fist, and he really could kill a kid with one punch. Even if it was Whitebeard's tremor fruit, he could rely on the Iron Wave plus fist to withstand it, and then punch Whitebeard. That was so cool, tisk tisk, it was unforgettable. No, he had to ask Iron Hammer to get him another weapon. When the time comes, with 2 artifacts in hand, Zephyr will definitely go to Whitebeard for another duel. I've heard about this, too. It is said that when the Warring States General came back, his eyes were red and he was crazy. I guess he was stimulated by Mr. Zephyr and you, Iron Hammer. The flying squirrel, who was madly stuffing meat into his mouth, suddenly spoke. Gudong. He swallowed the food in his mouth, and then looked at Taikawi with hope. Taikawi, look at my brother. Stop. He was interrupted by Taikawi as soon as he started talking. You are my bodyguard now, not my brother, and even if you are my brother, you don't have exclusive things. Flying Squirrel looked at Taikawi with resentment, and even his expression froze. Unless... The 2 who were disappointed suddenly welcomed spring again, and they stretched their ears to wait for Taikawi's next words. Prepare your own materials, I tell you, exclusive weapons are made completely according to the materials submitted by each person. Look at Brother Go, what I gave him was his magma. Kuzan got ice, and the old man from the Warring States period came. A crystal of light. Teacher Zifa doesn't count, because he is our father. When Zifa heard this, he laughed and was instantly satisfied. He was more determined to get another exclusive weapon. On the contrary, Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan fell into deep thought after hearing this. What Taikawi said was right. If you want an exclusive weapon, you can't not make some effort. It seems that I have to pay more attention to those rare materials when I fight bandits in the future. Okay, it's just rare materials. After this mission, I will go to the Grand Line to patrol and fight bandits. I will definitely get rare ores or materials. For the exclusive weapon, Flying Squirrel went all out, fighting bandits, grabbing materials. Haha, you should earn the Bailey you owe me first. Flying Squirrel, Iron Skin. The next day, the Warhammer sailed out of Marinford again, and there was also a steel behemoth on the trip. The Vice Admiral level steel behemoth was specially approved by Sengoku. I have to say that old man Sengoku is still very discerning. Ah ha ha ha. On the deck of the Warhammer, Iron Hammer looked at the warship with him and laughed. Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain were on that warship, accompanying and protecting Iron Hammer. And just after Iron Hammer went out to sea, the phone in Marshal Kong's office rang. Hello, this is Steel Bone Kong. What, the Celestial Dragons are coming to the Navy headquarters? Why are they here? Iron Hammer is not here. He was injured some time ago. He just went out to sea after he recovered. Isn't it these old man's fault he is a navy? If he doesn't go out to sea, can he be a marshal? No, that's not what I meant. Don't. Beiji. Looking at the hung-up Den Mushi, old man Kong felt terrible. Zhangguo, something big has happened. The Celestial Dragons are coming to Marinford. Get ready for me. Zhangguo, who was working in the office, trembled when he heard Old Man Kong's shout. "The celestial dragons are coming, oh my god! Someone come!" The whole of Marinford was in chaos instantly. Chapter 182 The celestial dragons are coming in full force. This time, the warhammer went out to sea. Because of the bodyguards, the hammer did not choose to go through the com belt, but went directly to the Grand Line, preparing to stroll around the first half and then go to Punk Hazard. In the words of the hammer, it would be a waste to have a bodyguard. As soon as the enemy comes, they will all be handed over to the Flying Squirrel and the Burning Mountain. Tisk, the number of pirates seems to have increased again. It's only been a few days since we came out. Which one is it? Flying Squirrel wiped the tang horizontal sword in his hand coldly, his face full of frost. Hua Shaishan looked at the pirate ship sinking into the sea with a smile, but the smile was just a sneer. They met many pirates along the way, and all the pirates were sunk without exception. Those who could be caught were caught, and those who could not be caught were sunk. "Yo, thank you for your hard work, Flying Squirrel," Hua Shaishan. Ha ha ha. The two who were originally murderous showed a trace of helplessness in an instant. Looking back at the iron hammer on the bow of the warhammer. "Hey, Iron Hammer, you can obviously take the com belt to Punk Hazard. You have to take the Grand Line, do you have a problem?" Faced with the ridicule of the Flying Squirrel, Iron Hammer didn't care. "The com belt is so boring, I'm just afraid that you two are too bored. Let's take the Grand Line to see how beautiful the scenery is. Hey, you two have been using your knives for a long time, try this one." As Taikawi said this, he threw 2 knives at the two of them. Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan were delighted and jumped up to catch them instantly. It felt heavy when they got it in their hands. Well, it was very heavy. The two of them stepped on the moon steps and came to the deck of the warhammer. Flying Squirrel couldn't wait to draw out his knife. Swish! Good knife! Looking at the shining blade, a trace of excitement flashed in Flying Squirrel's eyes. But the next second, he put the knife back into the scabbard very carefully, and then looked at Hua Shaishan on the side. Flying Squirrel, why are you looking at me instead of the knife?" I think, for such an exciting thing, Hua Shaishan, you should go first." When Taikawi saw this scene, he laughed. He knew the little tricks of Flying Squirrel. He was afraid of being cheated by him. After all, if Taikawi's products were not worth 100 million Baileys, they would cost at least 200 million Baileys. He, Flying Squirrel, didn't want to be in debt again. Hua Shaishan rolled his eyes at him and then drew out his knife. Good knife. Looking at the knife in front of him, even Mr. Nice was excited for a moment. Yanling knife, a cold weapon, is a kind of knife from my hometown. The blade is straight, with an arc at the tip and a reverse blade. It is named because it looks like a goose feather. The weapon I made recently is made of 100 pure iron. Iron Hammer, you should have taken more from Dressrosa. Yes, this wrought iron is the perfect purity wrought iron that is a specialty of Dressrosa. Because of the time rush, Iron Hammer took a little. Forged 2 goose feather knives. Because the forged goose feather knives are also one-handed knives, they perfectly inherited the original properties, with a 50 increase in hardness and a 50 increase in sharpness. It is definitely a good knife, even compared with the big knife. Iron Hammer, is this for me? Hua Shaishan gestured with the Yanling knife, very happy. Of course, I am different from a glowing Buddha. I am very generous to my own people. Zhangguo, you clicked on me again, right? Flying Squirrel saw that Hua Shaishan's knife was fine, so he carefully pulled it out. Sure enough, the blade was extremely smooth with a blood groove, which looked very delicate. Although it was heavier than the Tang horizontal knife, it did not affect the feel at all. Iron Hammer was made to better fit the people of this world. The original 1.2 meter blade was lengthened to 1.5 meters. The blade was 1.2 meters long, the blade was 5 centimeters wide, and the thickest part was about 3 centimeters. It was absolutely delicate and lethal. Don't spread the word. The last bit of iron left can only make 2 swords. If anyone comes to ask for it, I will beat you 2 to death. Iron Hammer was still afraid of the people in the headquarters, and they all wanted to get some benefits from him. Iron Hammer had to be on guard against this. Don't worry, Flying Squirrel, keep my mouth shut. At worst, I won't go back to the headquarters recently. Even if I go back, I won't bring a knife. Flying Squirrel was completely fascinated by the Yanling knife and kept playing with it. Not to mention Hua Shaishan, who nodded repeatedly to promise that he would never say anything nonsense. Iron Hammer nodded. Okay, keep sailing, speed up. After arriving in Punk Hazard, I still need your help to run a trip. Hearing what Iron Hammer said, Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan nodded to indicate that they understood. The 2 warships instantly accelerated and headed towards Punk Hazard. Navy Headquarters. Marinford is very quiet today. Marshal Kong, General Zhang Guo, and Staff Officer Crane have arrived at the port early to wait. The reason is simple. There are celestial dragons coming to the Navy headquarters today. This makes Old Man Kong cautious. After all, this group of celestial dragons are the top figures in making trouble. Here they come. Zhang Guo looked at the approaching world government ship, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. When the ship stopped, the first to get off were 3 CP0s wearing masks and white clothes. Marshal Kong, the celestial dragons are here. After saying that, CP0 stood aside and waited for the celestial dragons to get off the ship. My goodness, have so many celestial dragons come to our Navy headquarters? The next scene directly shattered Zhang Guo's 3 views. 9 celestial dragons came down from the ship one after another. The special costumes and glass hoods made Zhang Guo's heart lift. My lords, welcome to Marinford. Old Kong took a deep breath and went forward to greet them. The leading celestial dragon waved his hand, his attitude very casual. Where is Master Orn? He hasn't been to Marijoa for a while. I miss him so much. When Old Kong saw this person, his heart was in his throat. This person was none other than Azambaran V. Ori, but his expression was very bad at this time. Behind him were the people who were obsessed with iron hammer forgings. Saint Rizward and Saint Kamael were among them. What was most rare was that there were actually 2 female celestial dragons in this group of celestial dragons. Please forgive me, Ori, let's go to the meeting room first. Ori did not make it difficult for Old Kong, and the group walked into the Navy headquarters building. Along the way, several celestial dragons began to complain. Really, a mere Navy dares to tell Master Orn what to do. If it were me, we should take Master Orn to Marijoa. What Saint Perminger said is right, I support it. These celestial dragons don't care whether the high-ranking Navy officers like to hear it or not. They just keep talking. With every word, the faces of Old Man Kong and Sengoku and others became uglier. Izambaran V. Oli Sheng saw all this, but did not speak. But the playful look in his eyes became more serious. Thank you for your praise and comment. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 183 The 5 Elders sent people to grab the hammer. Conference Hall of the Navy Headquarters. As the 9 celestial dragons sat down, Old Man Kong frowned even more. So, Marshal Steelbone Kong, where is Master Orn now? Isan Baron V. Oli Sane went straight to the main body without any hesitation. Faced with his questioning, Old Man Kong summarized his words before starting to speak. Isan Baron V. Oli Sane, fellow celestial dragons. Iron Hammer is not at the headquarters at the moment, and is on his way to the New World. I'm sure you all know what happened before. Iron Hammer was seriously injured by Whitebeard, but fortunately he was rescued by the family of King Dressrosa Riku. All the celestial dragons nodded. They knew about this, and they also offered a sky-high reward to Whitebeard. As for Iron Hammer, they thought he was gone at first, and began to collect his forgings in large quantities. Some celestial dragons were even very sad about this. Of course, they were all those who didn't take pictures of anything. After that, Master Orn should have returned to the headquarters. Why is he still not here now? Isan Baron Violis, Iron Hammer is a vice admiral after all. He has a mission, although I have tried my best not to arrange a sea mission for him, but if he volunteers, I can't stop him, right? Old Man Kong and Isam Baron Violis, tit for tat, neither of them gave in. Zhang Guo, who was standing by, was throbbing with anger. Hehe, Marshal Kong is overthinking. We just want to know when Master Orn, oh no, Vice Admiral Iron Hammer will come to marry Giosa again. We miss him so much. Practicing Tai Chi properly, this Isam Baron Violis is worthy of being a contemporary young talent of the financial god of war family. It's so tiring to play against him. Don't worry, I'll notify him when Iron Hammer returns from his mission, and tell him that all the celestial dragons have been waiting for him for a long time. Isam Baron Violissa. Old bastard, you are also practicing Tai Chi, right? Both of them are pretending to be ignorant. Isam Baron Violissa came here to snatch people from the navy. How could Old Man Kong not understand his thoughts but want to take away the hammer? You want to eat shit. Even if the 5 elders come, I won't let you go. What's more, you are a junior humph. I heard that Master Orn has successively created several magical weapons that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth, which has added a lot of combat power to the navy. I am not talented, but I also like to collect rare ores and steel. This time I came here to bring some gifts to Master Orn. Since he is not here, I can only let Marshal Kong pass it on for me. As he said that, Isam Baron Violis Sane waved his hand. CP0 on the side was very considerate and immediately brought a box and put it on the table. Isam Baron Violis Sane opened it. For a moment, colorful light instantly illuminated the conference room. Even the eyes of Kong Laotu and others were attracted by it. Glowing or maybe 2 sets of exclusive. Zhang Guo's eyes lit up, forgetting that this was a treasure taken out by the celestial dragons. Looking at your expressions, Master Orn should like these ores, so I'm relieved. By the way, bring a message for my grandfather. The old man is very curious about which is stronger, the supreme sword in his hand, the first generation of Kaititsu, or the ice blue sword forged by Master Orn. As soon as these words came out, the old man Kong's face changed instantly. Isam Baron Vinasujiro Saint. This old guy has always been belligerent, especially likes to fight with swordsmen. The saber in his hand is the supreme great sword 12 works, and he has always been very conceited. I didn't expect that even he would personally go out to snatch people. Damn, bastard hammer, why are you so popular? Oh, by the way, look at my memory, let me introduce these two. Macca's Loot Palace. Topman Dorothy Palace. After Isam Baron V. Orly Saint's introduction, the 2 female celestial dragons slowly stood up, each with a hint of pride. This made Old Man Kong look even uglier. The other 2 clansmen of the 5 elders. Legal god of war Topman Voculi Saint. Environmental god of war Marcus Maz Saint. You are blatantly competing with the navy for people, right? Fine, if Iron Hammer can go with you, I will write my name upside down. Old Man Kong has absolute confidence in Iron Hammer. That's because Iron Hammer is not here, otherwise the high and low would ask, Old man, who gave you the confidence and courage? With this, a confrontation between the celestial dragons and the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters ended. Back to the world government ship. Marcus Lute Saint showed a hint of confusion and asked Isam Baron V. Orly Saint. Aranison, is this Iron Hammer really worth it for us to do this? Isam Baron V. Olissa smiled. Why do you think I came here? Grandpa has spoken. It is said that this Orn, oh, Master Hammer, has indeed forged some impressive artifacts. Currently, we know that there is the Divine Axe Q in the hands of Vice Admiral Sakaski of the Navy headquarters. The artifact armor Iron Wave plus Fist in the hands of the former Admiral of the Navy. And according to CP0's report a few days ago, a huge cold wave broke out in the Navy headquarters. I guess it is also his rhythm. As for the others, the princess of the royal family of Dressrosa, a member of the New World, suddenly awakened the conqueror's haki. All of this is closely related to the hammer. The most important thing is that the hammer is also related to Punk Hazard. Macca's Loot Palace nodded after listening and understood the meaning. Do the 5 elders want to keep such talents in Marijoa to serve the celestial dragons? But can everything go so smoothly? On the other side, after seeing off the celestial dragons, Old Man Kong returned to the conference room with Sengoku and Crane with a sullen face, and asked someone to call Zifa. Hey, Old Man Kong, why did you call me over? I have a heavy training task over there. Zafel arrived before he did, and his voice was full of dissatisfaction. Training, if you train again, your son will be kidnapped. Zafel. What's going on? What happened to the hammer? Zafel silently told Zifa about what happened to the celestial dragons just now. What damn celestial dragons? Are you going to take the hammer to Marijoa? No, absolutely not. This hammer is a salted fish. If he were to go to Marijoa, wouldn't he be so happy? No. Sengoku. Sora. Why do I suddenly feel that what Zifa said makes sense? Especially Sengoku, he thought of the current situation of Taikawi, who is obviously very strong, but has to come to him for bodyguards when he goes out to sea. If he knew that he was invited by the celestial dragons to live in Marijoa, maybe he would really agree. No, absolutely not. For the sake of his exclusive weapon, Taikawi must stay in the headquarters. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 184 The Golden Lion is here for revenge. New World. Finally entered the New World. Punk Hazard is right in front of us. After several days of sailing, the Warhammer and the Iron Behemoth finally entered the New World. Surely, your shield is still incomplete. Look, explosive shields, destruction shields, chain shields, and sawtooth shields can all be developed. Don't always think about defense, think about how your shield can bring offensive power. Iron Hammer didn't forge iron this time when he went to sea, but instead started a course on devil fruit abilities for Tina and Shirley. He used his perspective of awakening devil fruits to help the two improve their proficiency in devil fruits. Tina, your shield fruit and Shirley's shield fruit are both superhuman abilities of creation in my opinion. As long as your mind is open enough, you can bring out unlimited possibilities. Let's talk about the shield fruit. When Shirley can create a shield chariot for yourself, that's fine. As for the shield fruit, create whatever you can. Don't limit yourself to one aspect, create comprehensively. Shirley and Tina both nodded, and then started a new round of ability creation. My goodness, Iron Hammer, I have to say that you are absolutely a genius in devil fruit. A chariot made of shields, you can even think of such a thing. Lance was practicing swordsmanship with Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. He stopped his attack instantly after hearing Iron Hammer's teaching, showing a hint of surprise. Although Iron Hammer is strong and has played a lot with the hammer fruit, it is really shocking to hear his analysis of the ability. Tisk, it's all child's play. If you really want to talk about fruit development, you should go and see Monkey Brother. The shining fruit is played by him. An ability that can only emit light, he has made a laser. Tisk, that destructive power. Look, the same as emitting light. What about the old man warring states? At most, a shock wave, he can't develop it. Who said that the Buddha can't spit out lasers? It's clear that the old man warring states didn't think of it at all. Everyone was speechless. Only you dare to say this. If it were someone else, General Sengoku would definitely make him pay for it. Do you feel that it's getting dark? Shirley, who was practicing her fruit ability, suddenly said something. Everyone looked up at the sky. It's getting dark. The climate in the New World is totally unpredictable. It's probably going to rain heavily. Let the soldiers get ready. The Flying Squirrel shook his head casually. The weather in the New World is like this, weird and unpredictable, sometimes sunny and sometimes stormy. But Taikawa looked at the dark sky. He always felt that something was wrong. The degree of darkness was a bit too much. The observation haki was activated and swept towards the sky. The next second, Taikawa's face changed drastically. It's not going to rain, enemy attack. Everyone be alert. Above the black clouds is a golden pirate ship. The man standing on the bow is wearing a golden robe, has blonde hair, and is missing a rudder on his head. It is the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. Thief, ha ha ha. Damn navy brat, I'm here to avenge you. The arrogant laughter reached the ears of everyone below through the black clouds. For a moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Damn, Golden Lion. Why did we run into him here? Iron Hammer wanted to cry. He was so secretive this time and even hired a bodyguard. Why did he still run into such a big pirate? Where is justice? Lance, send a distress signal to Punk Hazard and ask Monkey Brother to come to the rescue. Flying Squirrel, set the mountain on fire, and prepare for battle. Shirley, pull out all the weapons on our ship. This battle is not easy. The opponent is the great pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, the top figure on the sea. Even though he is now in a half-broken state with the rudder stuck in his hand, with the floating fruit in his hand, Taikawa has no idea how to defeat him. As the pirate ship slowly drifted down, the black cloud gradually revealed his true face. How can this be a special black cloud? This is clearly an island. Oh my god, bastard Golden Lion, are you so cruel? Taikawa looked at the floating above his head and felt sick. Bastard kid, the rudder on my head is your masterpiece. I am the Golden Lion. How can I let a kid like you plot against me? Humph, let me give you a little gift first. Lion's Power Gosho Blade Scroll. The Golden Lion raised his right hand. Countless cold lights rose from the floating island. Iron Hammer looked closely and his face darkened instantly. The countless cold lights turned out to be shining swords. It was the large number of weapons that the Golden Lion had collected before. Under the control of the floating fruit, countless swords fell towards the two warships below. Fuck, what a great sword return! Flying Squirrel, Lance, let the two warships stand shoulder to shoulder. Shirley, Tina defense. Watch out for scattered weapons in Hwashaishan. At Iron Hammer's command, everyone moved. Before the swords fell, the two warships were tightly connected. Shirley and Tina looked at each other and both began to burst out their abilities. Shield, shield, sky supporting shield. Slam, slam, fire, trees and silver flowers. Shirley raised her hands to the sky, and a huge shield appeared out of thin air. Tina put her hands on the deck, and a large number of black iron branches spread out and stabbed towards the sky. The iron branches became the support points of the shield and held up the shield. A shield that could cover two warships stood in the air, and under the shield were densely packed black iron branches. Combination skills Tianmen shield. The two girls shouted at the same time. This is the ability that Taikawa helped them create. The two creation abilities of Kankan and Dundun are perfectly combined to form a unique defense. Not bad ability, unfortunately, it's not enough. Ha! Golden Lion looked at the huge shield below, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. He waved his hands in the air, and the sword that was originally falling straight began to turn instantly, bypassing the shield and flying towards the warship again. Damn Golden Lion! Everyone lie down! Arm break the stone with your chest full power! Seeing the loophole in the defense, Iron Hammer cursed unhappily, and then used his ability. After hearing Iron Hammer's shout, the soldiers immediately lay down. The next second, the invisible shock wave began to spread with Iron Hammer as the center. I saw that Iron Hammer's chest was completely covered with the domineering aura of armed color, and the fierce impact was infused with super strong attack power with the assistance of armed color. All the swords flying from all directions were shattered. For a while, countless iron filings floated in the air. It's impolite not to return the favor. Old ghost, take my hammer. Super Hammer 160. Pulling onions from dry land. After being attacked continuously, Taikawi was also angry. He, Tai, was not a vegetarian. I saw Taikawi suddenly leap up and hit the shield in the air with both fists at the same time. The hammer exploded instantly, and the black iron branches supporting the shield were shattered, and the huge shield was hammered into the sky. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 185 Navy Rising Star vs Golden Lion. Thief, hahaha, just a shield. Chop. Golden Lion laughed wildly and drew out the double swords at his waist, and then a strong-armed color-domineering aura covered one of them. The golden slash broke through the air instantly. The huge shield, which originally had full defensive power, was instantly split into two. It was as if the knife did not cut the shield at all, but cut a piece of tofu. Iron Hammer looked at the shield shattered coldly, without any shock in his eyes. After seeing Whitebeard's destructive power, he knew very well what kind of strength these pirates standing at the top should have. Concussion Hammer, continuous fire. Iron Hammer punched the air 5 times. 5 hammers full of concussion force blasted towards the Golden Lion in the air. Asshole, you are 100 years too early to attack me. Lion Chikiri. The Golden Lion felt the familiar vibration force. As the king of the sea, he would not allow anyone to violate his majesty. Chikiri, an upgraded version of the slashing wave, has a stronger lethality than the slashing wave. It swings multiple slashes that are enough to cut the thick water area as huge as a mountain into several pieces. Tisk, tough lion bastard. Ice green. The ice green sword appeared again, and the frost in the sky instantly condensed into a wall in the sky. Although the Kyunkai Valley of the Golden Lion was powerful, it was consumed by the hammer and lost its edge when it hit the ice wall. We can't let him stay in the sky. It's too disadvantageous. We have to get him down. Lance held the barret and aimed at the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion was flying in the air, not standing in the air. Lance had been tracking his figure, but he didn't shoot. Because he knew that even if he shot, the Golden Lion would dodge. Do you need to tell me? The Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him. He knew that he had to pull the Golden Lion down, but could he do it now? It's impossible. It doesn't mean it's impossible. Surely, Tina, defend, I'll find something. Iron Hammer suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a prop in his collection that could provide flying ability for a short period of time. But he needed time. Shirley and Tina looked at each other and used their abilities again. Shield, explosive shield, Kanken projector. A shield with black lines appeared instantly. It was a shield with explosive power. Tina used the Kanken fruit to make a huge crossbow bed. Shirley and Tina knew that even if they defended with all their strength, it would be useless in front of the Golden Lion. Why not attack directly? The huge black crossbow bed directly projected the shield into the sky. Shields flew into the air one after another. The Golden Lion curled his lips in disdain. Venomous snake. Lion's power, Gos Hoji scroll. Without seeing any movement from the Golden Lion, several yellow tornadoes instantly rose on the floating island above his head, and instantly turned into huge lion heads one after another. He swallowed the black shields one by one. In front of my fruit any long-range attack has no effect. Chop. After swallowing the shield, the Golden Lion swung his sword again. The huge slash went straight to the warmer. Tisk, wishful thinking. It's just a slash, who can't do it? Facing the slash that could split mountains and seas, the two figures faced it fearlessly. The same long sword, the same cloak of justice. Flying Squirrel and Hwashaishan each swung a slash, and the whole person followed the slash to meet the golden giant blade. The clash of slashes generated a huge airflow. Even the sea surface was lifted up. Open it for me. The two rear admirals tried their best to resist the attack of the Golden Lion. Finally, with a roar, the golden slash was broken. It's worthy of being the new weapon made by Taikawi. If it was the previous Tang horizontal sword, maybe both of us would be injured. The slowly falling flying squirrel rubbed his trembling right arm, with a hint of luck on his face. Hua Shaishan nodded and did the same action as the flying squirrel. The two of them had a solemn look in their eyes. Just after blocking the attack of the golden lion, their right hands holding the swords were in pain. If they were to be attacked again. Humph, just a bunch of little ghosts. What's wrong with little ghosts? Don't be so arrogant, you old golden-haired bastard, can't you just fly? Before the golden lion could mock, the rough voice of the hammer covered it. I saw the hammer holding 4 cloaks in his hand and staring at the golden lion with a fierce look on his face. One for each person who wants to rush up. He threw the cloak to Lance and others, and the hammer himself put on a cloak. Floating cloak, you still have so many in stock? Lance looked at the cloak in his hand in surprise. It was the cloak that the hammer wore when he fell from Mary Gosa. Put this on, and with the moon step, it's enough to deal with this old bastard. Surely, make a few super strong small shields. That guy's slashing power is too strong, and we can't do without defense. Shirley nodded and clasped her hands together. Shield, diamond shield. This is the hardest shield Shirley can make now. Although it's not big, it's definitely hard. Ha ha ha, Iron Hammer, you are a treasure box. I have to do more missions with you in the future. The flying squirrel put on a cloak and picked up a shield, and the whole person was excited. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Not bad, I agree with the flying squirrel. Even Hua Shaishan, who has always been taciturn, was happy. Stop talking nonsense. We have to stabilize ourselves before Monkey King comes. Clear sky hammer. Old bastard, here I come. The air plastic clear sky hammer instantly appeared in Taikawi's right hand. The next second, Taikawi soared into the air and rushed towards the golden lion in the air at a very fast speed. Flying Squirrel, Lance, and Hua Shaishan followed closely behind. Humph, it's just a rubbish skill like Moon Step, and you actually want to fight me in the air. Lion Power Gos Hoji Scroll. The huge lion head soared into the sky again, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Taikawi and the others. Heavy Hammer Sparks. The flying Taikawi suddenly stopped. A raging fire instantly ignited on the air hammer. The sky-high flames blocked the lion's impact. Scatter. Lance sniper him to death. Lance raised his gun and shot. Barrett was instantly covered with a faint domineering aura. The bullet full of lethality instantly flew out of the muzzle and headed straight for the golden lion. Danger. The power of this shot was so great that even the golden lion felt a hint of danger, and he accelerated to dodge. A white line instantly crossed the place where he was standing. The Barrett's large caliber bullet hit the floating island above, blowing a big hole at the bottom of the floating island. The golden lion's face was instantly a little angry. A kid playing with a gun actually made him dodge. I can't stand it. You are distracted, old ghost. Chaos Cape Syaji Ba Hammer. The three of Iron Hammer seized the opportunity to get close to the golden lion, hammering and slashing at the golden lion with one hammer and 2 knives. Chapter 186 Hammer King Flying Squirrel. A bunch of bastards. I am the golden lion. Zhanbo. Being attacked by Tai Chui and others, the golden lion had never felt so angry before. With 2 famous swords in his hands, Yingju and Ku Mu swung a huge slash to force the 3 people back. But the next second, a voice that couldn't be more obscene suddenly came to his ears. In Kawawa, Golden Lion-san, have you ever been kicked by light? Kick at the speed of light. The dazzling golden light gathered into a human form, and the straight right leg swept across the waist of the golden lion with golden light. Damn it! Lion's power. Ugh! If you want to say who has the strongest power and the most destructive power in this sea, it must be Whitebeard. But if you want to say who is the fastest, it must be the one in front of you. The flash man who ate the obscene fruit. Ugh, no, the obscene man who ate the shining fruit. One of the new stars of the Navy, Vice Admiral Borsellino of the headquarters, nicknamed the Yellow Monkey. With the unique advantages of the natural shining fruit, it took Monkey Brother only a few minutes to rush over from Punk Hazard. Of course, this is also because the sea area where Taikawi and the others are located is not far from Punk Hazard. The sneak attack caught the Golden Lion off guard, and he could only let the golden straight right leg kick his waist. Feeling the pain, the Golden Lion flew into the air and quickly distanced himself. "Brother Monkey, you're a little late." Taikawi took another moon step and stood steadily in the air. "Hey, I've rushed here at the fastest speed, Taikawi-san, don't be ungrateful." Borusalino shrugged helplessly. He had indeed tried his best to hurry on. "Let's meet the enemy first, this old lion is not so easy to deal with." Several people looked at the Golden Lion floating above their heads again. "Old ghost, the rudder on your head affects your performance. Your performance is far worse than Whitebeard's now. When it comes to poisonous tongue, Taikawi is the best." As expected, the Golden Lion's face turned dark when he heard the word rudder. It was because of this rudder that part of his strength was hindered. However, the rudder was inserted too deep. If it was removed, it would endanger his life and affect his strength to a certain extent. The Conqueror's haki. Because of the existence of this thing, Shiki could no longer use the Conqueror's haki. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. "Asshole brat! No matter how many of you come, you will die today." Lion's Might Earth Scroll. Because of his rage, the Golden Lion's attack was even more ruthless. The floating island above his head cracked instantly, and large pieces of gravel and dust dyed the sky yellow. "My dear, Iron Hammer-san, why did you irritate him?" "Forget it, Monkey Brother, even if I don't scold him, he won't let me go. Hurry up and attack. Don't let the rebel fall, my boat is still below." Borusalino pushed the sunglasses on his face, and the next second his whole body was shining with golden light. Yashikani no Megatama. Countless dazzling light bullets flew out of Monkey Brother's hands in an instant, blasting towards the rebel in the sky from bottom to top. Boom! Under Monkey Brother's full-strength attack, the rebel turned into dust in an instant. "Attack! Don't give him a chance to counterattack." Iron Hammer rushed towards the Golden Lion again with the air hammer in his hand. The same was true for the three flying squirrels. Chikiriye! Of course, the Golden Lion would not let Iron Hammer and the others get close, and dozens of slashes fell instantly. "It's endless." Clear Sky Hammer. Relying on the destructive power of Clear Sky Hammer, Iron Hammer blocked the falling slash, but this also stopped his steps. "Flying Squirrel, don't you want to try to be the Hammer King? I'll give you a chance." "Lance, Hwashaishan, cover us." Flying Squirrel had just blocked a slash, and was overjoyed when he heard Iron Hammer's words. Lance and Hwashaishan looked at each other, and hurriedly flew forward to help block the Golden Lion's slash. Barrett instantly turned into a submachine gun, and each large-caliber bullet could smash a slash. But Lance paid a lot of armed color domineering. I saw Iron Hammer open his hands in an instant and roared, "Hammer of Oath!" Taking advantage of the gap when the slash was blocked, Iron Hammer instantly turned into the Hammer of Oath. Flying Squirrel stretched out his hand and took Iron Hammer. The energy of Hammer Fruit instantly poured into the Flying Squirrel's body. "Is this the Hammer Fruit cool? Ha ha ha! Stop laughing, beat him up!" Iron Hammer complained unhappily. The Flying Squirrel didn't care at all, but was super excited. "Golden Lion, here I come." Golden Lion looked at the Flying Squirrel with disdain. "A mere Major General, are you worthy? Where's the bastard Hammer?" Suddenly, Golden Lion lost the trace of Hammer and immediately activated his observation haki to look for him. "Where's the man? He ran away from under my nose, that's impossible." Golden Lion was surprised that his observation haki didn't detect the breath of Hammer. He didn't notice the black and silver hammer in the flying squirrel's hand at all. I'll use the power of the fruit to help you speed up. Go for it, flying squirrel. Iron Hammer activated the power of the hammer fruit and sprayed the shock wave generated by the hammer from the flying squirrel's feet. Suddenly, the flying squirrel's speed increased by 2 times. So fast! Golden Lion, eat me one hammer. Heavy hammer sparks. My dear, there is more to come in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. In the blink of an eye, the flying squirrel came to the Golden Lion. The hammer of oath swung and smashed towards the Golden Lion's head. A large sea of fire gushed out instantly, igniting the sky that was originally submerged in yellow into red. This is the ability of that bastard. How is it possible? The Golden Lion quickly used the fruit ability to transform into several lion heads to block in front of him. But this time the power of the flame was obviously higher. It was impossible to resist it head-on with the lion head alone. It was soon swallowed by the flame again. Chop! In desperation, the Golden Lion could only use a slash to split the flame in 2. But the flying squirrel came to him again. Mind Hammer. Independent space. 2 different hammer strikes appeared at the same time. Instantly, Golden Lion felt that the space around him had changed. Invisible pressure enveloped him, and in the next second countless hammer strikes came at him from all directions. At the same time, a hammer strike that went straight to the bottom of his heart rang in his mind. Damn it! Armament hardened. Golden Lion bit his tongue to wake himself up, and the dark armament haki instantly covered his whole body. Duan! Duan! The hammer strike caused by the absolute space directly submerged him. The hammer strikes made a series of muffled sounds when they hit the armament haki. Don't stop, flying squirrel, keep going. Lance, burn the mountain, brother monkey. Iron Hammer knew that this level of attack could not hit the enemy in front of him, so he quickly reminded Flying Squirrel and shouted to others. Bang! Barrett fired another bullet. Laser! The scorching golden light rose into the sky. One sword flow cut the mountain. The heavy flying slash came with a sound of breaking through the air. 3 people and 3 attacks, all targeting the Golden Lion. Chapter 187, Crushing the Golden Lion to Death. Boom! The 3 attacks hit the Golden Lion instantly, and the explosion took place, and the smoke and dust filled the air. Hey, Flying Squirrel, find a chance to throw me on the Golden Lion. Ah, what do you mean? Literally, you idiot, put me on the Golden Lion. As for what will happen, you will know when the time comes. Well, your task is a bit difficult. Although he didn't know what the hammer was going to do, the Flying Squirrel chose to believe him. When the smoke was about to dissipate, the figure of the Golden Lion appeared in front of everyone again. Ahem! A bunch of bastards! Die! The terrifying slash appeared again, and everyone dodged in a hurry. At this time, the Golden Lion looked very embarrassed, with dirt stains all over his body, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his originally golden long hair was now flat and black. Injured, the famous Golden Lion was injured under the siege of several people. Even if it was a minor injury, he was furious. Tisk, just a minor injury. Sure enough, these big pirates are monsters. With a flash of golden light, Monkey Brother turned into a ray of light and rushed straight to the Golden Lion. Sword of the Sky, Cloud Cloud. A golden long sword instantly appeared in his right hand. Oh, Brother Monkey is serious. Flying Squirrel, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Seeing that Brother Monkey started a close combat with the Golden Lion, Taikui hurriedly urged Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel nodded, and rushed forward with the help of Taikui's speed. Lance retreated, holding up Barrett in the air to look for an opportunity. Hua Shaishan panted heavily to recover his strength. Humph, how can a little kid like you stop my swordsmanship? Zine. Borsellino is definitely a monster-level combat power. After eating the shining fruit, he used his super development ability to fully stimulate the potential of the shining fruit. Don't think that the Aim-Q no-Ken is just a shining sword, but it contains high-temperature energy. With such a weapon, Monkey King and Golden Lion launched a 3-sword duel. Not at all inferior. And the addition of the flying squirrel made this sword fight instantly lose balance. The hammer transformed into the Hammer of Oath exerted 120 combat power in the hands of the flying squirrel. The ability of the hammer fruit burst out continuously. Flames, shock waves, and plastic air hammers were launched one after another. Even though Golden Lion was strong, he couldn't get away for a while. Absolute space. Mind hammer. One internal and one external 2-hit combo was launched again. Golden Lion's eyebrows jumped and he was about to launch his ability to jump out of his attack range. Don't even think about it, lion bastard. Yashakani no Megatama. The golden light turned into an energy bomb and blocked all the escape routes of the Golden Lion. Damn kid! Amid the roar of the Golden Lion, the absolute space and the mental hammer were activated again. It directly trapped him in the spot. Now throw me over. Oh, good. The flying squirrel heard the call of the hammer and quickly made a throwing gesture. Go my hammer! Swish as the flying squirrel threw the hammer with all his strength. The Hammer of Oath flew straight towards the Golden Lion. Absolute space will not have any effect on the hammer fruit ability user. The hammer rushed into the absolute space and hit the Golden Lion. Hehald Ghost Die. Air Hammer. The Hammer of Oath entered his arms, and a fierce hammer came from the back of the Golden Lion. Boom! With a loud bang, the Golden Lion was knocked down in the air. And the Hammer of Oath was right on his chest. Asshole, what is this weight? The next second, the Hammer of Oath seemed to weigh tens of millions of tons, pressing the Golden Lion directly to the sea surface. No matter how hard the Golden Lion tried, he could not escape from the gravity. Impossible! What kind of devil fruit do you have? The unprecedented sense of gravity made the Golden Lion fall into self-doubt. He, bastard Golden Lion, haven't you heard of Thor's hammer? Oh, no, you really don't know. Ha. Psychic hammer full power. Salted fish king Haki. Surely Tina Sea Stone. The iron hammer forcibly controlled the hammer body to slightly adjust the angle of fall. The Golden Lion, who was originally falling towards the sea, instantly changed direction and fell towards the warmer. At the same time, the psychological hammer and the domineering Haki were used at the same time. The shock of the mind and the invisible impact were directly poured into the Golden Lion's head. For a moment, even the Golden Lion, who had been galloping on the sea for a long time, felt dizzy and fell into a short state of unconsciousness. And the Navy soldiers below had already prepared the sea stone handcuffs. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed on the hard deck of the warmer. The Golden Lion lay in it with a dusty face. Crack! As the sea stone was handcuffed on his hand, the ability of the floating fruit was instantly released. Boom! Damn brat, cough, why can't I resist your gravity? The floating island in the sky lost its ability to control, began to collapse, and fell towards the sea. What are you hesitating about, everyone? Flee this sea area as soon as possible. The hammer, who was still in the form of the Hammer of Oath, hurriedly issued an order. The warmer and another warship rushed in one direction with full power. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The rest is more exciting. Hey, Hammer, why don't you change back? Lance and others who returned to the warmer looked at the hammer, who was still in the shape of a hammer, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Ah, bastard! If I don't suppress him, won't this old bastard get up? Ignoring the crazy shouting of the Golden Lion, the hammer seemed very calm. This is another ability of the Hammer of Oath. No one who has been endowed wants to touch him. Stop it. Unless Tai agrees, the Hammer of Oath will produce gravity that people can't resist at all. No one can swing it by force. This power can also be a way to suppress the opponent. The only price is that Tai also loses the ability to move, and keeps the hammer shape, suppressing the opponent. My ability, no one can pick me up now. Similarly, the person who is suppressed by me will feel extremely terrifying gravity. Don't say it, it will be difficult for him to even breathe after a long time. Oh, of course, I think this situation is useless for a bastard like Golden Lion. After all, he is a big pirate, how can he be defeated by gravity? The flying squirrel walked to the side of Golden Lion with a curious look on his face and reached out to the Hammer of Oath. As the one who ended the Hammer King experience card, he was still waving the Hammer of Oath just now. Now the hammer actually told him that no one could pick it up. He was very curious. Oh my god, it's so heavy I can't lift it at all. Humph, little rookie, you can swing me, it's all the ability I gave you. Facing the unbelieving flying squirrel, Taikawa ruthlessly mocked. Chapter 188, You're the one who sank into the sea after a disagreement, it has to be you, Taikawa-san. Bololo. Hello, this is Sengoku. Oh, Borsalino. You suddenly called me, what's the matter? What, say it again? Is it true what's going on? Punk Hazard C. Okay, I get it, I'll send Garp over right away. BAG. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku was shocked. The excitement he got from the phone call just now was completely greater than in all these years. This made Mr. Defoe a little confused. After he recovered, an invisible aura rose up quickly. At the same time, it was accompanied by a burst of excited laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Hey Garp, go to Punk Hazard to pick up Hammer and Borsalino. Don't ask so many questions, you'll know when you go there. Go. The laughter with the domineering aura spread all over Marinford. Countless soldiers who were working were shocked and looking at the headquarters building. When the senior executives felt the domineering aura of the domineering color, they instantly knew that it was created by Zhang Guo. Everyone ran towards Zhang Guo's office. Hey, Zhang Guo, are you bored using the domineering color in the headquarters? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will beat you into a pig's head today. Old Man Kong's office was closest to Zhang Guo's office. He kicked the door and walked in cursing. Marshal Kong, Iron Hammer and Borsalino caught the Golden Lion in the Punk Hazard Sea. Don't tell me this and that, tell me about your domineering color first. What did you say? The Golden Lion was caught. Iron Hammer and Borsalino caught the Golden Lion. What? This time, Old Man Kong was also shocked. Ms. Crane, who happened to be standing outside the door, also heard it and was also stunned. The two people couldn't believe their ears at all. Really, Sengoku, this kind of thing is not a joke. Old Man Kong still didn't believe it, that was Golden Lion. Unlike other pirates, the reason why Golden Lion was so difficult was entirely because of his fruit ability. The superhuman float fruit, this fruit gave him the ability to fly, making him the flying pirate. It was also because he could fly and had strong mobility that the Navy couldn't do anything to him, and he had always been in a passive situation. Absolutely true. Golden Lion intercepted Hammer in the New World. Hammer led Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, Lance, and Shirley to resist, and sent a rescue signal to Punk Hazard. After Borsalino arrived, the group captured Golden Lion. Golden Lion is currently being suppressed on the Hammer. I have arranged for Garp to go over to meet him, there is absolutely no mistake. Sengoku described the situation in an extremely firm tone. This is really a situation that shocked the Navy's top brass for 100 years. A group of rising stars of the Navy forcibly subdued a great pirate who galloped across the sea, and it was a very tricky one. Well done. Iron Hammer is indeed the lucky star of the Navy. Every time he goes out to sea, he can bring a lot of noise. Ah ha 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 ha. After the shock, there was ecstasy, and Old Man Kong laughed more exaggeratedly than Sengoku. Staff Officer Crane behind him was also laughing, and for a moment, the three senior Navy officials were so happy. Hey, Iron Hammer, Sengoku-san has been notified, so we should wait here. What do you think? Monkey hung up the phone and asked Iron Hammer, who looked like a hammer. Well, I understand, let's wait here for Vice Admiral Garp. Before he comes, Golden Lion will let me keep suppressing him like this. Iron Hammer and Monkey Brother are very clear about the importance of Punk Hazard. If Golden Lion knows that it is a scientific research base of the Navy, if he is allowed to escape, the Navy will face a devastating blow. So neither of them proposed to go to Punk Hazard, but stayed directly on the sea to wait for Garp's arrival. In the distance of them was an unsunk floating island and a piece of yellow earth and gravel. It was the floating island that fell without the support of the ability of the float fruit. It must be said that the Golden Lion was indeed well prepared, with floating islands, gravel, and a large number of weapons. Tisk tisk tisk, it's a pity that he still fell into the trap of the hammer. Asshole, what kind of ability do you have? Why can't I break free with my domineering and strength? The Golden Lion, who was pressed down by the hammer, was still doing useless work. The body that could not move at all made the Golden Lion so angry. He was a dignified Golden Lion, but he was actually pressed down by a hammer. If this got to the ears of his old rival, he would lose all his face. Humph, forget it, Golden Lion. Not to mention you, even if Roger or Whitebeard let me hold them down like this, they can't move. Every devil fruit has a unique ability, it's just so unsolvable. What Taikoi said is absolutely correct. Devil fruits are unreasonable products. Let alone Taikoi's hammer fruit, if it's the childlike fruit that will appear in the future. That's an even more unsolvable ability. Once you get hit, there's no room for regret. Tisk tisk tisk, Taikoi-san, your ability is really too much after awakening. The performance of the flying squirrel just now is not inferior to you and me, and there are even signs of surpassing. While eating the fruit, Monkey Brother expressed his thoughts. Taikoi didn't object to this. After all, after he turned into the Hammer of Oath, he could greatly amplify the ability of the hammer fruit. In this case, the flying squirrel obtained the amplified ability of the hammer fruit, and of course his combat power would be terrifyingly high. Not really. Look, did you see the rudder on his head? Brother Monkey, don't talk about you and me. Install that rudder on old man Zhangguo. See how strong he is. This kind of trauma that pierces the brain is enough to affect a person's ultimate combat power. I'm right, old ghost Golden Lion. Golden Lion was silent. What Taikoi said was absolutely right. Since he had this rudder, he had to admit that his strength had declined. Now even a few little ghosts can take it down. Even if it is not a direct defeat, but a trick, it is still a victory, which is embarrassing. Humph, a bunch of bastards, if it is not a sneak attack on me, will I lose to you? Golden Lion is still stubborn, after all, there is still a large part of his strength that has not been shown. Tisk, don't care whether we sneak attack or not, you are now under me and can't do anything. This is a fact. Old ghost, accept the facts. When old man Garp comes, I will make him throw you into the sea and sink you. So that you don't come out to attack me again. Golden Lion. Everyone. It has to be you, Iron Hammer, who sinks into the sea when you disagree with each other. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph comment, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 189 Warring States is too pitfall. This wait is a day. The two warships did not dare to go to Punk Hazard, and finally found an isolated island to dock temporarily. After all, the weather in the New World is too weird, with rain, snow and hail. Even if the steel behemoth can withstand it, the soldiers can't. No, you bastards, can you not eat here? Don't you know I can't eat now? Be careful, I'll knock you over with a hammer. Ha ha ha, eat here anyway, I'm not hungry, bastard hammer, you're making me laugh to death. Although they had already docked to rest, under the instigation of Borsellino, they each held a bowl of delicious food and ran to the side of the Golden Lion to eat. The honest man thought it was not good to burn the mountain at first, but he couldn't resist everyone's agreement, and he couldn't be unsociable. So the scene in front of him became: the hammer turned into a hammer and pressed the golden lion. Borsellino, Lance, Shirley, Tina, Flying Squirrel, and Huashaishan were eating around them. Even though Iron Hammer had turned into a hammer, he was still a human. Smelling the aroma of the food, Iron Hammer instantly became hungry. But he couldn't turn back into a human, which made him angry, and he just started to curse. But the Golden Lion laughed and mocked Iron Hammer loudly. One man and one hammer started to curse each other. And Monkey Brother and his friends perfectly transformed into the crowd of spectators, oh, no, the crowd of eaters. While eating, they listened to the curse between the Golden Lion and Iron Hammer. Don't say it, it's quite a different feeling. Lance, where is that old bastard Garp? I can't stand it anymore. Send this golden-haired bastard away quickly, it's annoying me. It should be almost there, you hold on for a while, wait until I finish this bowl of rice, and then curse. Iron Hammer, listen, people say it or not. Another hour passed. The Doghead patch finally appeared on the sea level. Ha 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 ha, little Iron Hammer, I heard that you caught that bastard Golden Lion. Where is he? Let me see. The voice arrived before the person arrived. The next second, two figures landed on the deck of the Warhammer from the sky. It was Garp and his adjutant Bogart. Looking at the big hole on the deck of the Warhammer, the two jumped down without thinking. Ha, Golden Lion, you bastard has come to this day. Ha, what are you guys doing? Are you eating? I'm hungry too, bring me one too. Hey, Bogart, do you want to eat something too? Bogart. Iron Hammer. Golden Lion. The three of them all had an idea in their minds, that is, should we kill him? Lance, what are you doing? Hurry up and get me a portion quick. But, Vice Admiral Garp, Golden Lion. Gold, what's that lion? Isn't that bastard being held down by a hammer? Go, I just had a fight with Roger and I'm hungry. Well, okay. Lance couldn't get over Garp, so he had to get up and get him food. This made the others laugh, but Hammer was furious. No, old man Garp, what are you eating? Hurry up and take Golden Lion away, I still have my fruit ability. Ha ha ha, Garp, you're still such a bastard, you actually let me watch you eat, hi tui. For Garp, Hammer and Golden Lion instantly stood on the same front. Hammer was annoyed that Garp was unreliable, while Golden Lion simply hated this powerful bastard. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion, you are really getting worse and worse. You can't even beat Hammer, ha ha ha. Roger and Whitebeard are much stronger than you. What does Golden Lion care about the most? Isn't it his own face and strength? Garp's words directly made Golden Lion explode. Damn Garp, how is Roger that bastard better than me? If it weren't for this bastard kid who interfered in the last battle of Et Wol, Roger would have become a dead soul under my knife. As for that bastard Whitebeard, he either recognizes his son or his son every day, which makes the pirates lose face. If you have the guts, let this bastard kid get out of the way. You'll be finished if I chop you off. Hammer bastard, get up for me, I'm going to chop that bastard Garp to death. Golden Lion waved his hands in anger, but the hammer suppressed him tightly, making him unable to move, let alone stand up to fight Garp. The feeling of powerlessness spread in Golden Lion's chest. Back then, he was a general under the Rocks pirates. With the three-color domineering and the floating fruit, he was definitely the top fighter. Now he has fallen into such a situation, which makes Golden Lion angry. Old Garp, eat quickly. After eating, let this golden-haired bastard sink into the sea. Don't send him to prison. Iron Hammer's mind is full of sinking into the sea. In his opinion, only sinking into the sea is the safest. Unfortunately, Garp shook his head. Zengoku has already ordered that Golden Lion should be sent to Impel prison. Iron Hammer, you should also know about the issue of Devil Fruit rebirth. Well, the damn old man Sengoku is still so indecisive. You don't care whether he will be reborn or not. Wouldn't it be better to solve the problem in front of you first? Write a note about Sengoku in the little notebook 2 Pitfall. Zhangguo. It's really like sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky. This is obviously Marshal Kong's order. Finally, the golden lion was taken away by Garp. In order to prevent the golden lion from resisting, Garp directly tied the golden lion like a dumpling with a super thick chain. If Taikui is not mistaken, this chain seems to be the chain on Garp's big iron ball. Ha ha ha, Taikui, Borsellino, I'm leaving. By the way, Taikui, lend me the chef on your ship for a few days. His cooking is pretty delicious. A bunch of well characters appeared on Taikui's head instantly. Get out, don't even think about it. Taikui, who cancelled his ability and restored his human body, was eating big mouthfuls of food, and his eyes were still glaring at Borsellino and others, including Garp. They actually ate a lot when he was not convenient, which made Taikui angry to death. Must eat it back. Yes, eat. Watching Garp leave, Borsellino burped with satisfaction. Iron Hammer, I'll follow your warship back. I'll go take a nap and wait for Punk Hazard to call me. After saying that, without giving Iron Hammer a chance to refuse, he entered the cabin of the Warhammer with a golden light. This dead monkey doesn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Okay, for the sake of his support, I won't bother with him. The monkey brother, who had already lay down, showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, turned over and found a comfortable position to sleep.